All right. I think we are ready for the first guest. So let me just change the title real quick and we will welcome our first guest for tonight. All right. All right. Here we go. Let me drag him in here. Ayo.
Yo,
What up, Vasquez?
doing pretty good.
All
How
right.
you doing?
All right. Dude, I'm excited. I am excited.
Hell yeah, man.
You ready?
I think so.
You are here, so you should be.
Yeah, got some notes ready.
Hell yeah. Anything you want to screen share or just this for now?
Um, sure. I could definitely screen share my very extravagant setup of notes.
Hell yeah. Volume too low?
For
Wait.
my
Hold up.
people.
Spicy Steve, thank you for the follow. Okay, let me see. All right. Oh, yeah. This is fine. Right. Do you want to introduce yourself first or?
Sure. So, hello everyone. My name is Vasquez, or Vasquez66. I've played Rime since season 1, skipped season 2, but now back for season 3. Um, done everything from like world first keys to definitely the struggle keys. So I've been around the block. Uh, come with the background of WoW, and I heard y'all talking about the WoW stuff earlier. I do highly agree that the Mythic Plus scene is pretty well welcome to Fellowship, as far as a more intuitive and easy to get into system. No depletion system, no repair bills, and it's pretty easy to swap out your talents, etc. So
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Especially like just going from I pushed a lot in WoW within season 2 and 3, and the fucking time sink of having to farm a specific key to get a resilient so you can't go under that key, and then spending hours and hours just trying that one key. Like it's so different than just going into a 63 here. Well, I'm not that high yet, but I could imagine for you guys just going into the same peak over and over again until you get that one pull correct, and then just go to the next one. Like it must be so much easier to push here, right?
for sure, the grind is a lot easier to continue and a lot less demoralizing. Because like you say about like waiting for that specific key, I've definitely been in queue in WoW for like a good 30 to 45 minutes. Um, just to get into a key bricks within the first 2 pulls, and you're just back in queue simulator, right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. All right, but yeah, so we know who you are now. We all know
Yeah,
all your
and
secrets.
um, I'll be speaking about Rime if you didn't catch that yet, and most importantly, I want to cover just basics of her. As far as advanced things, we could really like deep dive into her, but I think that's for a further segment later on down the line. Um, Getting right into Rime, her pros and cons. She's really easy to just hug into a group. So you don't have to worry about like a setup for every pool, like Ardeos, for example. If you just set up your dots and then something else is additionally pulled in, it kind of is bad for you, right? Especially at the start. So Rime is really easy to just be flexible with any group. Her movement ability, a lot of people actually don't know this, is a dash versus a cast. So in instances like the Abyss boss, the Sailor's Abyss, where you drop a puddle and it silences you, Ardeos can't blink out of it, but a Rime can dash. So that's
Okay.
it's a nice little thing. But it could also get you killed. If you dash into another puddle, you'll take 2 ticks, and if you're high enough eternal, you'll die. Winter's Blessing. So this is one of our 1-minute cooldowns, our majors. It has big value, particularly in AoE pools for off healing. So if you don't know already, it converts 30% of your damage into healing for the party, which is nice, especially for the chip damage. If there's skater shards, there's blood shards, etc., etc. And most importantly, there's many different viable builds to play throughout the season. You've seen people play Beam, play Bursting Ice,
Mhm.
and a mix of Bursting Ice and Beam, and the notorious Talons build. All of them are viable, but I'll speak a bit more about like when you should use them and when you shouldn't.
Why do you say the talents build is notorious? Because it's like completely new,
because
or
not just because it's completely new. It being new obviously is a very high point of like interest, right, in the build. But it's notorious because there's people that either absolutely hate it or absolutely love it. There is no in between.
okay.
And I do think it's based off of when you're playing it, um, is what's going to highly affect whether you like it or not.
Hmm.
Now, big cons to Rime early on, they did make a change, which for those of y'all that weren't keeping up with the season, they did make a change where eye splits was originally a 2 minute cooldown, is now down to a 1 minute, which is nice for early because you can't really get too much CDR early on from Wisdom of the North. So it
For
is going to
my
help early, but she
people.
still does struggle. You might have to get carried a little bit here and there, but that's okay. And just get past the early game and then you're happy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You can be pretty squishy, relatively compared to other champions. Sorry, heroes rather. Um, so don't mistake that for wanting defensive talents because you are just going to stunt yourself a little bit. One big thing is speaking of the ice blitz cooldown, Rime is cooldown reliant. Although you are flexible with not having to have too much setup between every pool, um, if you don't have your cooldowns, you are going to be kind of frostbolting and feel really sluggish.
Yeah, yeah.
And the biggest point at the moment is where we're struggling in, particularly a 63 Silken, where we have to fight Ice Switch. We don't really have a real prio or funnel in AoE packs. So even if you were to pull mobs onto a boss, it does absolutely nothing for you because as Rime, you either AoE or you single target. There's no in between.
It's because like all the damage is like split among enemies, or
So with Rime, your spenders are Comet or Rising Talents and Glacial Assault, sorry, Glacial Blast and Talon Strike, which AoE and single target respectively. Whenever you Rising Talons, it's just a splash of damage, just like any regular Comet, and your Talon Strike is just hitting one target, and you gain absolutely nothing from anything else being on the boss, right? Whereas like let's say I use Ardeos as an example because this is actually what we've been comparing recently. Ardeos, if you pull 10 mobs onto a boss, you can spread your dots on those mobs, and that will actually reduce the cooldown of your priority spell, which is your engulfing flame. So that, in essence, is your prio or funnel for a single target encounter. Whereas Rime, I just gain absolutely nothing from it, right?
okay. Fuck, man.
Yeah. So if it's a really scary amount of mobs, or the mobs particular that you pull into boss, you will have to sacrifice some of your single target to kill the pack for safety. But other than that, if you just pull like a bunch of small mobs, ignore them. Leave them for
Okay.
the tank and your other DPS to deal with.
Yeah, let Tariq handle that. You know.
Yeah, especially Gunde. The
Yeah,
feather
yeah.
generation is very nice.
Mm. Yeah,
But
for his feathers and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Now the next topic would be builds, right? And when to play them. Most important. Early on, you are not going to be touching talents at all. Like, don't even look at it.
Okay.
Um, you'll just be doing, and by early, these are the stages I'm talking about, like pre-eternal and even low eternal
Mm.
before you acquire your legendaries.
It's like farm
Um,
Eternals.
exactly.
Mm.
I would just stick with beam build. It's pretty basic. You beam, bursting ice, and spend. It's not too bad. And early on, I wouldn't worry about chrono shift because chrono shift doesn't particularly benefit beam. I would just stick with frozen staff or the void touch conduit, which void touch conduit is going to add a bit of your prow damage, where beam is going to lack that prow damage.
Okay. Okay.
In mid game, once you do acquire your legendaries, whether it's your cloak or your bracers or ring, you can play either beam or the Frostweaver's Wrath build, which I can definitely change screens in a moment so I can show you the actual talent points.
Okay.
But the difference here is with Cloak, your AoE is going to be increased immensely with Froststorm Spite. It turns your Cold Snap into an AoE spell, and it also amplifies the damage of that spell. Which you can go further into it if you like full deep dive into Beam with going 4x Vehement and Vinglorious, but we'll talk about that in a bit.
Okay. Okay.
And Frostweaver's Wrath, it's literally a blast from the past from your old spender build. You just build Bursting Ice and spend as much as possible within that Bursting Ice. So
Hmm.
pretty familiar build.
Hmm.
And a lot of people actually like this um, over Talons, which
Okay.
is why Talons was so notorious.
Is like the high eternal build that just goes that, or
Um, so what I've been telling people and what I've experienced is Frostweaver's Wrath and Talons are pretty interchangeable at High Eternal. I think it's going to be based off of your needs in your team, whether it's composition, whether it's an affix. There's certain pros and cons to each build.
mm.
So Frostweaver's Wrath does have potential for a lot more overall because you are going to be constantly splashing. With Comets only spending 2 orbs, you could spam them like crazy. You actually spec into Avalanche because with Talons you don't go Avalanche because one interaction that is not displayed on the tooltip is one cast of Rising Talons still only counts as one cast.
Oh.
So you have no like extra chance to proc avalanches. But on top of that, an avalanche will still proc a comet. So it's just like
What?
yeah,
Okay.
it's terrible for talents. You never want to run avalanche.
Okay. And it doesn't say that in tooltip. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Hmm.
And for late build talons, I would only ever recommend talons in late game. You need your gems, you need adequate amount of haste, you need blessings, and yeah, talons is just not friendly early because you just don't have the orb generation to actually be spending all of your orbs on just one spender.
Mm.
And for those of you all that don't know what Talons does, it replaces your spenders, which are your Comet and Glacial Blast, with Rising Talons and Talon Strike. And the way the spell works is it will spend either one or all. Sorry, it will spend all. Whether you have 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 Winter Orbs, you're going to spend all of them in one cast.
So it's kind of like Mara's combo points, right?
Yes, exactly.
Hmm.
And if you don't have enough haste, you just can't generate enough orbs to keep up with that demand, and your damage is just gonna plummet.
Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense with the you want your build to be kind of full before you can even consider it because you need all the haste and the procs and all that.
Exactly,
Okay.
and
Okay.
that's where the biggest issue was that everyone was just saying that, you know, in low Eternals, I'm getting out DPS by like over 20-30K compared to the other hero that I'm playing alongside, especially Gunde, right? Considering he
Hmm.
was so popular. Now Tariq. Um, but yeah, it's mainly that. You just don't have enough generation to adequately apply the build.
Okay.
Um, quick talk on gems, traits, and blessings. A big theme. It's not just Rime. It is quite across multiple heroes. I can't speak on their aspects though, but we do have wonderful guests that will be speaking on their aspect.
Yay.
Yeah. And this season, 10 blue is king. You want to ult, ult, and ult, and be strong in that ult. The secondary gems that I'll recommend or milestones for the gems would be 6 green. That way you can get your second first strike. You can get some CDR, and green, especially coupled along with 1 Emerald Judgment, is just it's very nice to have. Here I put 6 purple/yellow because I actually recommend going yellow before purple, so that way yellow can provide you with the much needed haste for earlier game. Which haste is just going to help even in a Frostweaver's Wrath build, because your bursting ice, your freezing torrent, everything is going to tick more the more haste you have.
Hmm.
And I put a question mark next to the 6 red because this is something that I'm testing for higher eternal, and this could be very well applied to capstones and pinnacle dungeon for sure, because you're fighting more bosses. And what
Yeah.
does red do? Give you boss damage, right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty nice.
Hmm.
I
Interesting.
I wouldn't recommend 6 red early though, because I don't think it's needed. I think you'd be fine just going 1 red and trying to focus on other things first.
Okay.
As far as traits, visions, very, very much needed. You need at least one visions. There's no way around it. There's been arguments of how many visions. There's some people that enjoy running 4 visions like soap. Um, I think 4 visions, at least for my lineups, would not be great because you would end up just sitting on your weapon, and you kind of want to send your weapon.
Yeah.
Um, for CDR, if you're running martial initiative, gives you more stat damage or main stat, etc.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So I have the visions versus brave because in some instances you are going to want a bit more visions, whether you run 2 or something that I haven't tested yet is 3 visions for lineups. But one thing that I have been running is 1 vision, 1 brave. And although you technically would get more CDR from 2 visions than 1 vision, 1 brave, the lineup for weapon into ult is much more consistent with 1 and 1 than it is with just the 2 visions.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because if you run the 2 visions, you end up running into the scenario a lot of you have to either hold for 45 seconds whenever you get your ult, or you ult into weapon, which is not the most ideal thing, but it's also not the end of the world, right? So
Yeah.
I wouldn't I wouldn't kick yourself in the rear if you end up getting 2 visions early.
Yeah.
Just rock it. You have a lot of other things to worry about,
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
which
Yeah. Like surviving or kicking, even, right?
yeah, exactly. And early on, it's more of just getting your gear, getting tempered.
Yeah.
Gold
Getting
early is a
materials.
pain. Yeah, materials is a big, big pain in the ass for sure.
Yeah.
Um, so I recommend don't spend them too early. You know,
Hmm.
try to get a fish around for a bit of information, so that way you don't end up just spending all of your marks of fellowships or any of the resources you may have acquired during your grind. And one last thing is blessings.
Yep.
Blessings are pretty clean cut and dry now that we've experimented. For Beam, you want 4 Vehement, 4 Vainglorious, 4 Sinister. The Vehement Vainglorious are going to work hand in hand on buffing the damage from your Cold Snap, which not only is it buffing the damage from the Cold Snap, it's also buffed by the Beam build legendary, which is the Cloak. So it's just going to lead to a lot of extra AoE damage, and you want it for sure. And Sinister is just beam damage. Yeah,
Okay.
feeds into it.
Yeah. Nice. Okay.
Talents and Frostweaver's Wrath, you can use these pretty interchangeably. Don't have to worry too much about swapping gear. There's been arguments of like wrist versus ring for Frostweavers, and I think there is space for wrist, but I personally haven't gone out of my way to try it out because I would have to farm a bit more, and I'm okay with pushing right now.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, it's your standard 4x trickster, 4x mystic, 4x philosopher. One big uh argument is herald, and this is something that you don't want to get trapped into is running too much herald because you're only benefiting from the spirit points at the start of the dungeon versus not running any at all because you won't have it on a massive first pool. So you'll have to play around with it, and it's really going to vary based off of your eternal level.
Mm.
And
Uh,
last segment would be sorry, go ahead.
like hero composition have anything to say with what build you want to go if you have like a fixed team?
Yeah, so Talons, although I did mention that we have no real prio damage, Talon does come along with more prio damage. And I can swap to, let's see, to web browser
Hey
so I
yo.
can show you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, little streamception.
Yeah. Okay.
So Glacial Assault.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is going to be ran in every Talons build. And this Glacial Assault is going to amplify your Talon Strike, but also it's going to give it a spot in AoE pools. Because the second section is Glacial Assault causes your Glacial Blast to explode on impact, dealing 20% of the initial damage to nearby enemies. So it's no longer just a single target spell, but you also don't have this consistently. It's every 4 cold snaps, so keep that in mind.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so that does give us a bit more prio, but if you have someone on your team, like if I were to run with an Ardeos and he has single target covered, I could probably just get away with only running Frostweaver's Wrath and constantly splash throughout the entire dungeon.
Hmm.
So my job would be to kill the packs. His job is to kill the prio target. So
Okay.
that's where your builds will vary as far as what you want to run. Um, and the last section would be just quality of life changes. There are some things as far as improved tooltip information, um, like what I mentioned earlier with Avalanche, not really interacting well with the Icy Talons, but also Glacial Assault with Talons. One big thing that people don't know is when you are sending a Glacial Assault, it does not matter how many Winter Orbs you have. The free Glacial Assault will count as a 5 orb Talon Strike. So you don't have to wait until you have 5 orbs to send your free one and then etc. etc. Just play around getting that Glacial Assault and try to spend it within Winter's Blessing as often as possible.
Okay.
Um, remove the increased cast time from the Greater Glacial Blast or GGB. The increased 0.5 seconds is really bad for any build that does not have Talons because Talons change your single target spell into an instant cast versus if you don't have Talons, you're sitting there casting. If you want to cast 2 of them without Icy Flow, it's like 7 seconds or something.
Hmm.
It's pretty terrible. Flight of the Navier. I think everyone could agree. If you are an avid Rime player, we want this off of GCD. Like, please.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it
And
kind of
one of
feels
the
weird when you have like a one weapon that's off GCD and then you have one that is on it. It's like what? But yeah. Okay.
yeah, exactly. And one of the newer talents, Cold Shower. Currently, it has a chance to proc an avalanche. Sorry, a comet rather.
Mhm.
Um, off of your freezing torrent ticks, but it's like you don't really want that because you want the comet to land within your bursting ice window.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking maybe if we make it go off of bursting ice ticks instead of freezing torrent, it would like exponentially increase the value of this talent.
Okay. Should we want it even more, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. 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 Okay. Uh, cool.
which would also increase the wrist legendary because at the moment I think wrist is probably the least sought out of the 3.
Okay.
Um, and yeah, I think it would give it more viability
Hmm.
overall.
Is it like a meme build going wrist or?
It's not necessarily meme. It's just at an awkward spot. It's not better than ring because ring can be utilized in both the talons and frostweaver's wrath build. Whereas wrist, you kind of only want it for frostweaver's wrath, and it doesn't really outperform the ring by much, right? So
Okay.
I think wrist is just a happy stepping stone on the mid ground when you don't have enough stats. You can just run that so that way your bursting ice lasts
For
longer,
my
you get more
people.
work from chilling finesse, etc.
Okay. You got some questions in chat. I see here.
Yeah, for sure.
One. So this one is I think is the first one. Do you feel like Rime is a better spot than every other class due to her output in game?
Do I think she's in a better spot? Um, I don't think so.
Hmm.
If we're looking at an overall aspect, I think Tariq is better off. If just looking at damage, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, melee versus range and having your utility, etc. That goes into a different balance. But Um, I think Tariq's better off. I think Ardeos is in an excellent spot right now.
Okay.
Gunde as well, and Elarion has pretty constant cleave damage and massive AoE in his ult, which we have great damage pretty much all the time, especially if we are ulting, but we just lack that cleave, right? We lack prio damage, we lack funnel, and we lack cleave because you're either splash or single target.
Okay. And
So
this
I
one
think
is
if they address that,
yep.
sorry,
Go ahead.
just if they address that, I think Rime would be in a much better spot for sure.
Okay.
But she's good.
Nice. This one is a 4-parter. So ready? Let's see how much of this we can do. Uh,
Mhm.
So, Porky the Menace. I was ulting Rime earlier this season, and one thing I always got caught up in was the timing on bursting ice. How long are you comfortable holding it for? That's the first part.
Okay. As far as holding it, it's going to vary based off of what you have coming, right? If you have cooldowns within like 2, 3 globals, sure, hold it.
Hmm.
But if you have nothing like really going into your next bursting ice, it's good to send it, get your damage. If you have chilling finesse, it brings up your freezing torrent, and then you could just cycle it back with freezing torrents and stuff like that.
Okay.
Sorry, it doesn't bring up your cold snap does, but yeah.
Okay. And the second part, what are you using its bonus damage for?
It's bonus damage. So its bonus damage is applied to everything.
Hmm.
Whether you bursting ice into chrono shift, that's an extra 20% damage on chrono shift. You bursting ice on spenders, that's extra damage on spenders, you know. So anytime you spend, you want to try to be within that bursting ice window, but it's very important to not only spend in bursting ice windows. There's a lot of misconception on like if you don't have bursting ice up, just hold your orbs. You should not do that. Make sure
Okay.
you're always spending because you're usually running Wisdom of the North, which gives you CDR on your majors based off of how many orbs you spend.
Okay. And then the third part, and I think we have we can do this maybe the second one if we hurry. A little over time, I think. But what
Okay.
abilities are you usually able to get off in that burst window? I think you kind of answered that, but just refresh.
Yeah. So the abilities are going to vary based off of your levels of haste. Sometimes you can get 3 globals, sometimes you get 4 globals. Personally, at the moment, as far as where I'm geared, especially in ult, I can bursting ice into 3 rising talons, which is my AoE, and you fish for rising spirit procs with your ring, and then you send your final 4th global of a talon strike, which is empowered by glacial assault.
Mm,
So I can spend 4 things. Sometimes you'll be able to only spend 3 things.
yeah,
It's going
because
to
of
vary
the
on haste.
yeah. And what is the ideal haste, just to make sure?
So a happy range of haste, I would say, is aim for anywhere between 20 to 25. You are going to have like a bit of bleeding based off of your gear if you're not perfect, right? And I don't think anyone wants to spend their time farming absolutely BS gear.
Yeah.
So I would just aim between 20 to 25, and then you get additional haste from Hunter's Focus, you get additional haste from ulting, you know, you'll find more.
Okay.
So eventually you'll hit around 80% haste and you're going to be so happy.
Oh yeah, I think that's all we had time for you. But holy shit, man! Oh, that's a great starter. Great starter.
Yeah.
So
I hope it wasn't too much of a information like vomit.
nah, dude, this is what we live for, right?
Hell yeah.
So
Be a little nerdy.
yeah, man. Thank you so much. I think you're going back to streaming or pushing.
Yeah, no, we will be pushing after the State of Fellowship because we do have Brokas and Inmai, which are 2 of my teammates,
Okay.
alongside with this. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, I'll be watching.
Cool. All right, I'll give you a little shout out on your way out, and then I hope you have a great stream.
I appreciate it. And of course, if anyone ever has any questions about Rhyme, feel free to either message me in chat or you can even DM me.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you so much. I have to go to A4 Arc and Starved now. So thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Bye bye.
That's one. That's one, guys. Let's fucking go. All right. Next, I'm gonna just drag them in here. Ayo.
Hello?
Last guy. Hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Good to see you
Hello.
guys. Welcome, Starved Child, A4, Papir, or Puppy, and Ark. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, friends.
You want to introduce yourself? Let's start with Papir.
Sure. I wasn't ready for this question. I don't know. I'm a fellowship pusher, main tank. Play pretty much a lot of alts. I play a lot of characters actually, but for pushing I mainly play tank.
Yeah. And right now it's Helena, right? Hopefully.
Yeah, Helena, and I started playing Xavian actually like a week ago or something.
Yeah, you did. We noticed. Don't worry.
So yeah, I play a bit of both.
All right. And Ark, who are you? What are you doing?
Hey, I'm a fellowship pusher. I mainly play tank, mainly Helena as well.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, that's about it for me.
And Starved Child, who are you?
Hi, I'm Jack, or slash Starved, or many other names that some people call me. Got a bit of ADHD, so if you sort of see me playing Helena and like not standing still, that'll be why. I originally played WoW and then came to Fellowship. So people think I was a tank, but I was originally a DPS. The only reason I went tank in this game is for the queues, and then I guess it just. So
Bruh.
yeah, just trying to push as high as possible. Yeah, that's the goal, really.
All right, cool. So what do you have planned for us, guys?
I have an A4 papier with notes.
Oh, Ayo.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, what?
It's a joke. I have an A4 paper with notes about the
Nice whoosh,
GG.
whoosh already, man. All right.
But yeah, I'll let them talk, I guess, and I'll add what I
No,
have to add.
you talk. You read whatever you've got, and then we'll just bounce off and like see what we have.
Okay. Then just to give visual aid, I guess I'll stream my game.
Sure thing.
Yeah, just so we're not talking on a black screen.
Yeah. Thanks, man. All right. How the fuck did you get up there?
Oh, he's a
Gaming.
hoof gamer.
I'm a wall climber.
Oh.
Anyway, Helena's strong points, and the main reason people play her, I would say, this button, Grand Melee.
Oh shit.
You have it a lot, like even like every 1 minute, I would say, you get this button. Stops everything, gives DR, and everything becomes a target dummy. It's a DPS increase for your DPSers because they can actually start damage. Second big utility, ult, this button. You use it even more than Grand Melee. I think we are ulting more than once every minute at the moment. Gives everyone DR, shares your toughness DR, and makes your abilities go mega fast. It's also, for me, my main aggro button because I cannot hold aggro without this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Took an
And
immortal with ult as well.
yeah, and the second biggest utility, which I think it's more than any other tank can do, it's charge. So far, this hero is the only, I think, that can stop two arsonists to Gabugas at once. You have your kick, you have your charge, and you have your stun weapon. These two buttons allow you to control two Arsos. And even if you don't do this, it's good like for sentinels, any good mob you wanna stop with major silences, this hero is the play to go. And you know it, this button.
Oh my god. Propaganda.
Yep. This is the big points of Helena gaming for me. Allows you to really just go into a game and do your thing, be happy with it. Mobs follow you, you don't have like hunters in the back, you don't have to walk around mobs, the mobs just go to you. Now, bad points, I would say, range pulling. You have two buttons. Shield throw or not weapon, shield throw and taunt. Other heroes, Meiko also has this problem, but for example, Xavian, you can just pull everything around you and have no worries about aggro. If you're fighting this pack and the DPSer is with mobs here, I would say you have big trouble getting them to you. You'd have to move around, start damaging this. Shockwave would be your main aggro, but you're like once you lose aggro, I would think this hero has a problem getting it back easily. Besides Grand Melee.
Okay.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Especially when it's aligned with like a Wayfarer buff. It's like, but what I tell my DPS to do is like when you're gathering a big pull and you're body pulling most of it, if they start going ham at like their small mobs, of course they're gonna take aggro. I only have body pull aggro on them. But when they're really bursting, it's like you just have to prio shield slam that target like non-stop. Obviously you've got taunt as well. But it can be very chaotic if like they're bursting and then currently you see about 6 red nameplates. You kind of just have to shockwave, shield throw, taunt, shield slam the mobs, but yeah, it's getting a bit of a problem, but it's like manageable to a point in the higher Eternals.
It is manageable.
Yeah, it's just not as bursty, I guess. So it's hard to take aggro back.
Yeah. Considering Shockwave is the only thing that can get aggro, you also have this problem that you're fighting this pack, for example. You Shockwave, 18-second cooldown. This pack arrives, and before you can Shockwave again, it's like 3 seconds.
Wow. Yeah.
It's enough time. It's enough time for your DPS to take this away from you. And Sweeping Strike applies a dot, but you're not waiting for every mob to get to you. I would say because it also heals you. As soon as you get to a pack, you already Sweeping Strike them, and it's not damage on the pack once they arrive. It's not sustainable damage.
Yeah, because it's dot, right?
One way I figured out to fix it a little bit, which also made the hero strong a little bit, is Herald 4. Kind of fixed it for me because I ult very early. As soon as I'd say 10 seconds into the pool, I'm ulting. Kind of fixed it.
That
But
must be nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of investment on basically it's a blessing that doesn't give you anything else besides first pool.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think 4 heralds needed. It like it's obviously nice going into a huge pool and you've got your ult straight away, but like for example, I don't know about Papier, but I'm currently just playing 1 herald and that seems to be working just fine for me. Because obviously the amount of spirit that we run anyways with blue gems and I run 1 point in willful as well. It's sort of like I get my ult at good times.
Yeah, I think Herald is only needed if you really need the ult to live your first pull. I haven't run in that situation yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only time I really needed it was in Citrals.
For my
Which one was
people.
it?
All right.
Citral 56. We did a really dumb first pull, and ult there really was good because it took over the timer of 2 dices. When we would 2 dice before, I was just ulting then. That's the only place I really feel like the survivability ult is there. But Herald is just a feels good blessing.
In terms of like weaknesses, I mean I didn't have too many. One's obviously struggling with aggro, but that's just when you get to like a higher eternal. And then lack of a mobility. We're just so slow. Obviously we have a charge where if we're like chain pulling with like a GM, it's not awful. But yeah, we're very slow. But then I guess like we'll be running like if you're running the stag, it kind of helps a lot get around. But I think she could be a bit more mobile, to be honest.
Yeah, compared to the other tanks as well, like Meiko has a dash, Xavian has a dash, and then you want to keep charge for like an interrupt most of the time, or like a stop. So you feel like very sluggish.
I think when they built her, they wanted charge to be movement, as it says even. It's movement, it's not stun, it's not CC. That's why you have a legendary that gives you shockwave on charge, because it's fun, right? You charge and it instant shockwaves for you.
Yeah.
I think it was supposed to be just movement at the start.
Yeah, if it was just a
No.
movement ability, it would have been like okay-ish, right? But now you need to keep it for a stop. I feel like.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Unless you're charging into grand melee.
Yeah. Obviously, there are situations where you can use it as mobility, but would have been nice to have like something, you know? Maybe
Mhm.
that's me.
You guys got any points about the way you play stuff? Blessings?
Yeah. Let me have a quick check. Blessings wise, I'm sort of like still messing around with what I want to run. I don't think I'm like there yet. But the thing is, because we love spirit and we're trying to run as much spirit as possible, it synergizes so well with the hold the line legendary, right? Because we've got 2 charges. So
Oh yeah.
4 out of 4 philosopher, I think, is absolutely brilliant. Like, sort of need to run it, especially having
Yep.
50%. It's huge amount of stats.
And we benefit from all stats. So philosopher
Yeah.
giving.
Yeah, I feel like
10%
Philosopher's
on each.
mandatory on Helena.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stats, right? 10% of each secondary is kind of huge when you have 50% spirit.
Yeah.
It's huge.
I have like so much uptime on it on Helena.
Mhm.
Now, I was playing 4 subduer, but I'm only in 2 points. But still, like
2 of what?
this,
Subduer.
yeah. So subduer synergized with Master of War will in some big pulls, you can like sometimes have GM in like 45 seconds.
Oof.
Like it's so well, and it's obviously extra sort of execute damage as well to just go alongside it. So depending, I'm not sure how many points total, but definitely running subduer, I would say again, is very strong for Helena.
Yeah,
This
I'm running
button is
4.
make me not button. This blessing is making me play worse. Because every time Grand Melee is on cooldown, I wanna press Iron Wall.
And then Monarch again is another one. I'm not sure how many points people would put into it. It's definitely worth a 1 point for the hasted CDR, and again, the amount of mages that you're using is just like free, so it
I
seems
think
really
it really
good.
depends what build you're playing as well. If you're playing
Yeah.
Cloak Legendary, you probably can get away with just running 1, maybe 2.
Yeah.
I feel like if you play the other legendaries, 4 points in that is very good.
What legendary do
Absolutely.
you run in the hierarchies?
Well, I think there's only one answer for this question.
Oh.
The others are viable and they have like strong, they have strong points, but the Cloak Legendary is just too strong. In my opinion, it's just too strong. Like the ring 20% DR, yeah, really good, really strong on bosses, but it's capped, right?
Channeling.
7 targets. So like in these big
Ooh.
pulls that we're doing at the start of a dungeon, it's just it's not really
7
really
targets is the
what you
first
want.
pack, right? So
You have more trouble
Well,
in
more
the
than
trash
7
than
in
in
the
the
first
bosses,
pack.
I would say.
Yeah.
Ring.
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously the old shockwave, which I think is wrists now. Again, it's good. The DR's not as strong as you'd want it to be, but it's uncapped, so it will cover every mob. But with the way absorb shields work and the dragon, the stag, those sort of nectrates as well, hold the line is just top.
Yeah, Dragon on Helena. It's when he shields up, you get an absorb shield. The thing about Helena is, your shield zapping, I would say like every 3 seconds, 5 seconds?
Yeah, it's
On ult at
pretty
least.
Yeah,
often.
very often, yeah.
okay.
So shields up becomes, not even is it toughness iframe, like it freezes your toughness for a duration. It now also is a defensive on top of it, as you get more health.
And yeah, well, that's a good point to mention as well. So hold the line is like for example, on a boss, if you're getting hit and if you pop hold the line, it won't reduce any toughness. And the fact that you get 2 hold the lines, like it's just really good.
Mm-hmm. Also, that you, especially on ult, when you have to hold the lines on cooldown, you just pressing your stuff, you just get it super fast.
Face roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially on ult, you have not the hold the line. You went more hold the lines so you can have shockwave and shield throws.
Yeah, when you're ulting, you
You
can just spam every button pretty much. Like
Mm.
everything comes
Yeah.
back so fast.
and
Yeah, you
every this is the talent. Sorry, the
That one, yeah.
this
Yeah.
talent high command. Every time you hold the line, you shields up. You reduce 6 seconds on hold the line. And during ult, you're just getting shields up like this. Like I used 2 of them, 2 shields up already.
Hmm. What do you
You-
think
you
about?
Use 2 of them,
Yeah.
shields up almost full.
Okay. What do you think about Vasquez chat here in the chat here? Just an added note about Monarch. It's particularly CDR instead of CDA instead of CDR, because CDA works dynamically with your haste. So the higher haste you're able to maintain, the more value Monarch brings. So high haste
Yeah.
is good for Monarch, right?
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
point. So like, I don't know about these two, but my stats, I've got about 45 to 47 spirit. Sometimes when I play like the right relic and stuff, it obviously changes slightly when you play different relics and whatnot.
Okay.
But haste, I think I'm at a good point. I've got a like 33% haste, and it just seems to be really at a good point for me.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm running 37 haste. So a little bit more haste, a little bit less spirit.
Yeah.
I
we-
went full. Look at my stats.
oh my god.
I
Overcapped.
went full spirit and haste, but it's suboptimal. I really feel the lack of crit and expertise, especially main stat. I feel really the lack of main stat.
Hmm. We only have a few minutes left, so a few more questions. Do you feel Helena is stronger over the other tanks purely because of Grand Melee, or do you think the other tanks are still viable?
I
I
ahead.
Who
think
wants to
with
go?
Fluv and Xavian is pretty viable right now.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
I'm not. I haven't played Meiko this season yet, so I'm not sure like what her exact state is. Surely the other guys will let us know.
I don't think she exists, bro.
It's propaganda.
You don't. You don't know. You don't know. There's always the case of like when like a tank or a healer is very popular, like with like high end pushers. A lot of people play it, and the other ones kind of get forgotten about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of the case with Xavian as well. Like nobody was playing Xavian, and now more and more people are picking it up.
Yeah,
I
I
will
think the
say
Xavian
this.
was because like the startup was just horrible for him. Like the first 6 days he was unplayable. I think that did a lot of damage, right?
No, yeah, that for sure doesn't help.
The thing is with GM, it's like
The DR on GM is more
it's
important than the
yeah,
silence.
it's the
Yes.
20% DR that's like kind of crazy. Like, yes, it's nice because it lets your whole party like breathe for 10 seconds, and in certain situations where you've got slavers, grave nappers that are pulling you, it lets your DPS just fully send CDs without having to like worry about like kicks or CCs. So it's really good. But Zav, like as we've seen, Papier, Kush, like they're all pushing high. Zav's definitely viable still, and the amount of damage that he does as well kind of slightly compensates for like not having GM. But at the same time, like Zav still has shields, Zav still has group healing. He's still really strong. Like
Yeah.
he's
for sure playable.
in a very good place still.
Also, quick going back on the legendaries for Helena, even though Cloak is better, I feel like the others are very playable.
It is.
Yeah.
But
'Cause I played up until like 55 with the ring.
let me
So
ask you this: do you shockwave more with wrists, or do you shockwave more with cloak?
I probably shockwave more with Cloak, I would assume.
Yeah, they need
I
to
haven't
change the
tested, but
wrists.
you probably shockwave more with Cloak.
You do.
Yeah, you
It's
probably
18
will.
second on charge. They need to change this. They need to put the so far it's charge shockwave. They need to change it maybe to hold the line, I think. Or the legendary needs to give an extra effect on charge when you not charge on shockwave. When you shockwave, you get something.
Okay.
There's definitely improvements to be made to the other builds.
I couldn't think of any quality of life changes. I think she's a pretty basic hero. Like in like a good spot. I can't really think of something that would possibly like really help her.
I would change one thing and one thing only. Sweeping strike button. This button needs to do something else for me. Applying a dot, I'd rather this be calling like shrapnel strike, and you just have a blade aura around you that constantly damages enemies around you, even if it's not a lot. Just for the situation where a DPS grabs aggro, walks through you, you didn't shockwave, but you have like a small aura around you that grabs the mobs.
Yeah.
Also, in this situation, I'm kiting the mobs. I sweeping strike. I hit no mob here.
Oh, that range is so little. What the hell?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
very, very short.
You actually have to be a melee for it.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot about that.
Maybe you're like
I
grand
want
melee.
this button on all mobs so they have the dots just for aggro, which is kind of ridiculous. DPSs are too strong. Tanks need more aggro. And I'm fighting a pack. I hit 4 mobs.
Yeah.
These 2 mobs run away from me.
Yeah. So Zigzag in chat. What would Helena look like if the dragon didn't exist?
I think she's still pretty strong with Stack Oak.
It's funny you say that, Zigzag. I currently bricked my neck. So I am running the Orc and the Stag. Now, looking at my bar, having less absorbs, I feel like a lot weaker. But because of the armor gain that you get is so beneficial, like I'm actually a lot tankier.
Tag is good. Oak is good.
Like Orc is
Dragon
very,
is
very
okay.
good. Orc and Dragon, like yeah, that's just like insane. But Orc and Stag do work well as well.
I sometimes play Dragon Stag, especially if I don't want to play Ring for the boss DR. I play Stag. It's one extra defensive on tank busters.
Yeah, like the thing is about Orc, it's like you could use it in all dungeons, but it's very good in the heavy auto mob hitting dungeons. Like you've got Silken, you've got Godfall, Iraq Markets, those sort of dungeons is where it like really shines.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Anything here at the end? We have 2 minutes left. Anything you want to mention?
Do not follow my build.
Okay.
Inspired Allegiance. I'm playing like max martial initiative maintaining, like uptime. I mean, martial initiative. These points could be somewhere stronger, so don't follow it. And
Nice.
I have a lot of stats that could be elsewhere, I think.
Maybe for people gearing up or going through leagues, like maybe it's obvious for a lot of people, but going 10 green and 10 blue is probably best still for Helena.
10 green, 10 blue, yes.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
You'll find success building up if you go for set pieces, because you have to look for less third modifier stat.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I was only 2 set up until about 60. So
I
a
think I'm
2 set
running
does
3.
work, but like I did end up getting the Magic DR set, and it definitely helps.
All right. I
And
think
this
that's the time we had. Apparently there's a cooldown on shoutouts. I'm gonna shout you out when the cooldown is off now. But thank you, thank you boys for joining. I know you
No
have a lot
problem,
more
man.
to say, but you know we can always talk later as well.
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks
sir.
for
you guys.
having me.
And
Hell yeah.
sorry for kind of hoarding the viewing stream.
Yeah, all good.
No,
man.
that's all right. It's always going to be difficult when there's 3 people trying to get talk about things. It
Yeah,
goes
for
on,
sure.
but
Yeah.
We covered it.
And again, we
Quite a
can
bit,
all talk
so.
for hours about this stuff, right? So this
Exactly,
might be just
yeah.
proof that we need more to talk about, right?
True.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, boys, and you're going
Yeah.
to push?
I'll be
You-
pushing later, hopefully, but not right now.
Hell yeah. All right.
I'm probably going back to pinnacle farming. I want those mounts.
All
Same
right.
brother, same. And you took my teammates, so I cannot push. Damn you.
Oh man. All right, but thank you so much, boys,
See
for
ya,
joining.
see ya.
Yeah, thank
See
you.
you around.
Yeah,
Thank you
thank
very
you,
much.
thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Pretty good. Let me just set up for Mr. Kush D in a second. That's not a shout out. Just staff child in chat. Yep. 1 second. Why is there a fucking cooldown of a shout out, man? All right. Let's see here. Right. Our next guest is Mr. Kush D with the Xavian. Let me drag him in here. Hey, yo, Kush.
Hello.
Hello, kitten. How you
I
doing?
hit myself twice.
You
I'm
can?
good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good, man. Pretty excited.
Yeah.
You wanna introduce yourself?
Sure. So much like other tank players that you've heard of so far, I've been playing tank in WoW, Guild Wars 2, started Fellowship as Elarion, and then got really annoyed at our tank and our pre-made, and then went back to tanking. Yeah, Helena season 1, Helena Xavian season 2, and now just Xavian season 3. I'm surprised A4 didn't mention that he's been rank 1 tank for every season going forward. Season 1, season 2, and season 3. Yeah, he's a machine.
Hell yeah. That's for sure, yeah.
But yeah, I write a few of the guides, done the recent one for the method. And yeah, I mean, I did stop playing Fellowship about 5 days ago. I got a bit in a rut of the whole pugging, and Power just came out, so I just took a seat back, and so yeah, that's kind of what's going on now.
Yeah, cool. We spoke earlier about some stuff we want to talk about here because this is a segment where I also can contribute a little bit more. Oh, Star fucking rating me. Oh my god. My god. But yeah, Xavian is our little love child, right? So I think we had a entire conversation.
We've had many conversations.
Yeah, but the recorded one that's on my YouTube, like 3.5 hours, something like that, where we just talked about everything Xavian. So we won't go too much in depth. I feel like it's just mentioning some of the stuff that we recently found a bit annoying, right?
Yeah. I think the most important point to come across to anyone who is interested in playing Xavian, or any character really in Fellowship, is it's a lot more, well, how I feel is it's more personal preference. Like, you can build and copy builds and you'll play them, and then you might get annoyed that you're not performing the same as someone else, but at the end of the day, what works for one person might not work for you. And the problem with Xavier that I've said, since he was released, is it's a bit more of like a skill graph. I mean, it's a bit cringe saying, but it is, because there's so many different things he can do. He came out as a support utility tank, whereas Helena was, the beefcake, and Meiko was the damage. So there's a lot of aspects that Xavian can do, and so there's all these different builds floating around. So if you're ever in the Discord, you'll have like one person saying this, someone else saying that. And then at the moment, I mean, even myself and A4 are playing different builds, and then you'll see maybe like third and fourth on the leaderboards are also playing different builds. The only thing that everyone seems to have at the moment is the same legendary, and that is the only thing really.
And maybe at least 6 out of 10 blue. Maybe.
Yeah, minimum.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's somebody in the Xavian Discord a few days ago was not complaining, but he mentioned that he didn't like the sentence that whatever you play on Xavian, you can make it work. But it's just such a good sentence for Xavian this season because you can almost literally do anything you want, and it
Yeah.
will kind of work out. And
Yeah, I think when we both started out, you were always kind of memeing, you being like, "Oh, I love crit build. I love crit build. I want to do crit build." And I was like, no, that's dumb. And then I was like, hang on a second, this is actually quite fun. And then Usurper's got a massive buff, and then
Yeah.
we're all just slamming that out. And we're like, yeah, this is really fun.
Yeah.
And it got to a point where I was like, oh, maybe people will enjoy this. So I put that in there with a few other builds, and people were like, this is really fun. I like it. And then you have like 2 people. It's like, the fuck? I hate this. Why are you doing this? So yeah, there's a lot of key things people kind of need to understand about the hero, especially if you're swapping from another tank. Because at the moment, Xavian is the damage dealer. Meiko is supposed to be, but everyone knows that Xavian is now the top damage. I mean, to be fair, throughout season 3 on the logs for fellow logs, I was always above the Helenas, even with kind of like Mimi builds. But now, if you see any of like A4's runs, he's doing like 60 to 70 to 80k like overall, and his Elarion's just being thrown in the bag basically on some of these pulls because the DPS are now fighting with tanks and the healer. So it's
Yeah.
like, what do you do?
Yeah. What do you do suddenly when the Aeona suddenly does 120k?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, what's going on? Someone has cooked,
Yeah.
but they've not shared it with the rest of the group,
Yeah, they're still cooking in the background, right? It's like a moonshine, hidden moonshine, forbidden moonshine even.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. But I think I had something. I have a little bit planned visually, so we can go over some stuff.
Have that video, which was really important
Yes,
because
very
throughout
important.
season 3, every time I join a group, someone would say, "Oh, this isn't a Helena. Can we do this pull? Oh, we don't have Grand Melee. Maybe we can't do this pull." And it's just like, yeah, I understand. I get the meme. Yeah, no Grand Melee. Because like the first 2-3 weeks, it was just me against the world. Luckily, people are
Yeah.
playing it more now, and I think that's because the increased popularity from especially A4 playing with like on Twitch and people seeing it and seeing the damage. They're like, hang on a second, I want to do this.
Yeah. But you made a
And
little
this
video.
isn't AI. Yeah, it's not AI.
It's not AI, no. Ignore the big marker in the top right that says AI. Just ignore that, okay, guys? I don't know if the sound is fine. It was fine on my end earlier, but let's see.
我等你很久了，这次我绝对不会输的。我要让你尝尝。
It's so dumb.
Yeah, so that was basically how I entered every group. It was
Yeah.
like, why don't you play Helena? And I was like, well,
Yep.
you know what? I like playing Xavian, so how about that?
Yep. Fuck you, right? And your Grand Melee. I think it's
Yeah, I don't need that.
Yeah, I think Kurt, to the people who don't know Kurt, he's my DPS pre-made, and he's just every single pull I do, no matter what level, no matter what hero he is, whatever it is, he just says, where's the Grand Melee? He asked me yesterday on my Aeona alt, like, where's your Grand Melee? Just pop Grand Melee, come on, dude, come on, where is it? So yeah, it's definitely a meme.
It's just a meme. I mean, it's such a great spell. Like I said that when the Helena guys were on, it's like it's such a unique thing for the character that it's great. I don't think they should take it away at all. I think it's really good and unique and perfect. There are other things that you should take away, but Grand Melee's great. The ult, giving everyone DL, those types of things. But Grand Melee is great. It's a unique character trait, and they should leave it alone.
Yep.
We also came up with things as well, didn't we?
We did, yeah. We
I can't see them.
Let's
But I know we did
it. Can you see them now? This will be weird. One second. I can't.
Oh wait, no, it's in the chat. Never mind, I can read. That's not me.
It's the wrong fucking thing. There you go.
It's all right. So,
yeah.
What did we go through?
So some quality of life for Xavian. You can take the points here away. Or would you want to show the builds first?
Yeah. So let's go with like. Are we gonna do? Yeah, let's do the build. So everyone's always asking, what do we want to do about this? Do we want to know what do we play early? What do we play mid? What do we play last? Everyone's always saying that. It's like, what do you play? And so we kind of went through it, and we're like, okay, what is a good early game build? What should you be aiming for, and what should be like the end game? So this on the screen now for you is kind of like the end game. It works.
Beginner build.
This is the beginner build.
Yeah,
Okay, you talk because you're clicking.
Yeah. This is the beginner build we kind of came up with. That's not like that heavy in different all these different kind of stuff. We just thought like, okay, well, martial initiative always really good. King of the Hill always pretty standard. Like, it's very nice. You're almost always above 80% health. Nice DR. Seized is always gonna be off cooldown. You always have it up almost. And inspired, get your weapon ability down. If you go shackle, it's very good. If you go faded strikes, still pretty good. Visions, you get spirit points when you use your weapon, whatever it is, and get some DR back. Like, you're gonna have your weapon all the fucking time, and you're gonna get your ult more. You're also gonna go Herald to have your ult more and earlier, because as soon as you get your ult, you just snowball out of fucking nowhere, and suddenly you have ult every single pack, and you can ult within your hero. Especially if you go for 10 blue, so these extra 2 gems, let's get to 10 out of 10 blue. If you go 6 out of 10 green, it's fine. If you go some purple, it's fine. If you go haste, it's fine. Having some celestial every
The
time.
important thing to note about the 4 Herald is you don't need 4 out of 4 Herald. It's purely dependent on your like comp and healer. If you have like a very shieldy healer and you've got a lot of team like dice and whatnot, you can just get away with like 2 out of 4. The reason that I would recommend 4 out of 4 Herald is not everyone has a team, and you'll be pugging, and people don't understand how to anticipate damage for the Blood Death Knight known as Xavian.
Mhm.
So you might just drop and die. So you having your ult straight away means that you can fall back on just ulting, and you snowball from there. Like,
Yeah.
name drop. That's what
Yeah.
Javi says.
That's me. Exactly. And
Also, this isn't particularly a beginner like build. This is kind of like the end game-ish you want to aim for, because if you're starting out, you're not going to have all these mages. You're not going to have any traits. You're going to have everything
Nah,
all over the
gotta
shop.
have like something like this.
You want to. This is kind of like what you want to aim as like a baseline that will help you out a lot. But yeah, don't worry. This isn't like you get into Eternal, you should have this,
now.
or go Helena.
Yeah. But also, like, just having Drakheim, fucking huge. Having Heskier, mandatory. You can go Torment to have like a lifesaver. This is like, this build is just survive. Fucking survive. Almost. So
Yeah. I think I was sleeping a lot on the Torment because I did play Riss a lot, and I kind of started playing the Torment because it gave you the flat main stat, and the heal helps, especially with like big pulls. Like some of the videos that I've posted, first pull normally is 32 mobs,
yeah.
so you're going to be dropping below 20% health at some point. It helps, and it's only like a short cooldown as well, so it's nice. It's better than playing the neck where you have a cheat death.
Yeah, for sure. And then we can just jump to the end game build, because the midline, it doesn't change a lot. This is like ideal if you really want to go on a safe route. But again, you can build anything on Xavian, it'll fucking work. This is kind of what we came up with like a more end game build. You still have the same majors. You can swap Inspired out for some Hunter's Focus. Just don't swap Target too much. You still keep King of the Hill because it's just so damn good with the DR. You can swap Celestial for Philosopher if you have a lot of Spirit. Like, you need 30% Spirit-ish. And then if you have like Vanguard of Vengeance, your combat Spirit is more like 40%. So you get a bunch of secondaries. And every single secondary on Xavian just does so much for Invictus. Like, crit, more damage. Expertise, more armor. Haste, more shields. Spirits, way more shields. Like, it's so good. And you go 10-10 blue and green.
Yeah, I think the thing about Philosopher that people kind of on the fence is you do need that high spirit to kind of get the most out of it. You can play it if you want, if you've got like 25%. It's not going to give you the same. So if you're aiming for like those top numbers, you're not going to get it there. So it's something to think about. If you want to invest 4 out of 4 into Philosopher, you can take another thing. I mean, you could just take pure stats over taking more blessings or more heroic traits. That's kind of like big juicy number because you're going to be hitting so much CDR, so much haste, so much, primary and just baseline. You'll be tankier, do more damage.
Yeah, exactly. And then we had some points for quality of life for Xavian. Because again, on my YouTube, there's a 3-hour discussion me and Kush had about Xavian, where you can learn way more about the talents, the builds, the gem power, the whatever and whatnot, the abilities, everything is in there. So I'll refer to that for like the small, small stuff. Because we also made like this little PowerPoint, or I made this little PowerPoint out of some talking points. Or
Yeah,
ChatGPT did or whatever. You can see this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we just wanted to show you guys as well some of the priority when you start out Xavian. Just some priority focus early on, because it's not really what should you go for first. And the first point, I think, like its baseline, is just get it like at least 6 out of 10 blue, but 10 out of 10 blue, you're gonna fucking snowball so much, almost no matter what build. It's not mandatory, but like 10 out of 10 blue, I'm running this right now. Holy hell, you have ult always. It feels like, at least. And a second thing is set pieces. So getting your Drakheim, getting your Heskir. It's you kind of have to get Heskir to even get the 10 out of 10 blue gem. So
it's a bit annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, so getting your Drakheim, doing those fucking just spam that dungeon, get it. If you don't need the neck piece, just take the legs and shoulders and be done with it. It's kind of annoying to run a lot, but yeah, if you go for a Draconic Might from Sithril, or you go for the Vault set, get them ASAP, because they're just nice to build off of, because you can get some of your majors on those and just have them done with. Because the next thing is your Marshal 4 out of 4. You can still go 3 out of 4, that's also fine, but getting your Marshal quickly, so nice. The DR will save you almost in every single key when you start to push, and the main stat is just great. Blessings is a bit different.
Blessings.
Yeah. If you go, whatever blessings you choose to go with, if you go Herald, Trickster, and Philosopher, get those done quickly, especially like at least 2 out of 4 Herald, and get some Trickster, so whenever you use your Insta Flash, you get some crit, just very good. And Philosopher, so for just whenever you use your Omni Reprival.
Yeah,
like,
you don't have to have this. Like, if you build a piece of gear and you get Philosopher on it, and you've got like 20%, spirit, just put it in your vault. Like, you don't need to use it straight away. You can use other blessings, like Wayfarer. That's a great one.
Yeah.
It's on demand. You can do Celestial or Mystic, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many good things, so many blessings. Yeah, Usurper's great.
Yeah.
If you want and you get a good roll on Philosopher, just put it in your vault.
Yeah.
Pull it out when you've got all the stats.
Yeah, keep your gear. Just don't stop scrapping. Keep your gear. You might actually need it.
Scrap it if it has gem rolls, otherwise keep it.
Yeah, or like secondary stats or something. Next thing would be like green gems at 6 out of 10, so like one big one. Just because you get first strike, 15%.
First strike.
15% expertise, huge. You're gonna improve your damage, your shields, your heals. Just really good.
And it procs off of Emerald Judgment, which is the reason you take it. So you can keep proccing it to keep that 15% flat going forward.
Yep. Going into Emerald and Visions, like Kush said, get your Emerald, so you can proc your first strike in mid combat as well. And then Visions is just very nice to reset the cooldown of your weapon, and whenever you use your weapon, you get spirit points. It's just really good.
Yeah, chef's kiss.
Yeah. Then after that, you would go for your defensives. You can go for, like, if you have like a set piece with King of the Hill already on it, or like a defensive, you can roll it early. But if you want to prioritize other things, this defense, you're not going to be running out defensive power early on. If you go for your blue gems and your Marshal, you're going to have plenty of defensive power.
Just try and avoid, iron spikes. It is good for other tanks. It's just not at all for Xavian. I don't know why. We've done the testing, we've done the logs. There's just something that doesn't work with Xavian and iron spikes.
Yeah.
There are some defenses that just null and void. I don't think any tank in the world would ever take Grounded Spirit. So if you get that, just roll it off. But
Especially when you're in your Halo and you have
Yeah.
to move. Like we don't have a
Yeah,
luxury of standing still. Yeah. And offensive traits should be your last one, because if you go Hunter's Focus, if you go
Yeah.
Seized, if you go Inspire Allegiance, they are not gonna make or break your build. Like, it's just a little nice extra thing, but they're not gonna break your build. And the last one would be Prophet. Now you're tank, now you're Xavian, now you can game. So yeah, that's a little priority. And before we run out of time, we have some like quality of life stuff. We already all done our time. we got like a whole list of quality of life. We can post it in the Xavian channel too. But real quick, this is just like a wish list of things we would like to change. So I'm just gonna Speedy Gonzalez, yeah. Aura button redesign. Our Aura Solace is always on. There's no reason to have it a button. Just make it standard for Xavian's build, and then make the button do something else, like empower the aura for duration, or make it like
so for people that have played WoW, it's like Aura Mastery for Paladins. You have this aura, make it like a 2-minute cooldown, and you can make it interact with like other things. So if you have Oak, give it like a flat DR for your team, or you can have it just do damage. But just having this aura button, it's just a waste. You always have it on. Season 2, you might take it off because you drop mana, or the ball in Wravetide would run to Brazil. But now it's just redundant.
Yeah, just make it a major ability, so we have another way of proccing like Philosopher or something, and then just give us some things that procs off our neck traits. It would be so good, because one of the other points is neck trait identity. Like, so many of our neck traits are not used because they empower our Halo, and we only use our Halo to get DR. We don't really want to have it empowered by damage or more healing or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You run Oak and Stag because you use your shield as your primary like button, and Oak for armor. So just let the neck traits empower like this activate aura. It would be so dope.
Cringe. Yeah.
It
would be cool.
Yeah. And then some issues we have, like with Xavian only having 1 CC, which is a 1 minute cooldown. Make pull-in give us aggro, because pulling something in and then still not having aggro on it, it's just fucking cringe.
You just pull it in closer to the person hitting it. So if you've got a Tariq and you pull it in, they just get back shot.
Yeah.
Another thing that we thought of is the pull-in. It doesn't work on like above X mobs, so like an officer or certain mobs. You can pull-in doesn't do anything for those ones. Maybe put like a 3-second silence on everything you pull in, or just high threat, so you still have a reason to click it on some mobs.
Yeah. And then real speedy, so we don't waste the time of the next person. Sky Crash cooldown, give us a way to reduce cooldown, would be very nice. Make Halo team interactive, like make the DR go on party members, but like in a weaker version, like instead of 20, give us like 10% or something on party members.
Yeah, because that talent's useless. It heals someone for the damage Halo does. Who does damage of Halo?
Halo does 0.5% of your damage in a key, and every single mob is always in your Halo. Like, it doesn't make sense. Utility tank identity. Right now, Xavian is a damage tank. Doesn't make sense.
We've lost it. We've lost it.
Yeah.
We've lost our identity.
Just make us a utility tank. Nerf our damage, give us utility. It's fine. Halo is a major ability. That's more like me. It can still stay power. It doesn't really matter. And then we have a few others. But I think we're a little out of time now. Yeah. But we have a lot to say about Xavian.
Yeah.
For sure. Any words on here at the end?
I think that everyone should play all tanks before they critique another tank, just so you know what's going on. We do have, DR with our Halo baseline, but we just wanted to think of a way to make it more interactive, so it's just not something that's always there. So it does something, have some flavor.
Yeah, exactly.
Nerf his damage, make him more support oriented. How he was supposed to be.
Exactly. Oh well, it was fun. Thank you so much for being
Yeah.
here.
Pleasure as always.
Hell yeah! I'll see you in Pal World next week. Yep.
All right, back
Yeah.
to Foul World. See you guys.
See you, Kush. Get out of here, widow.
Oh, you want me to leave? Okay.
Oh my god, this fucking guy. Sorry if I missed some questions. I'll do them later. I swear. Next up is Sin and Porky. Let me just change the title real quick. Because we're gonna go to the Meiko discussion now, and it's gonna be very, very good. Because it's two more people who have a hard time constraining down to 20 minutes. So we will we will see. These guys have a lot to say, and I love them for it. So let me pull them in. Hey yo,
Yo, hi.
hi. Porky is still muted, but oh, there he is.
Sorry, hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Hey, so Sin, if it's okay, I actually have I'm already booted up in Fellowship if you don't mind me streaming, unless
Yeah.
you have something in mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Like,
Okay.
Here,
I can just share on my
Uh,
Discord, right?
Yeah. You want to
Alright,
introduce yourselves first, or you don't get enough time?
Sin, you wanna go first?
yeah, like I'm Meiko player since like the first season, even struggled to the second season on her, and yeah, mostly pugging, not really pushing in a team, but like I'm trying to make Meiko work each season, basically
Mhm.
what I do.
All right.
I'm Porky. I started, a couple weeks into season 1. I was never a WoW player, so the whole experience was very new to me. But I was actually at first I wanted to play like Vigour or Rime or something. Somehow ended up on Meiko.
Mm.
Basically, just been playing ever since. Season 2 took a little bit of a hiatus. I wasn't super fond of the balance for that season, but back again for season 3.
Okay. Nice. And what do you have for us?
All right. So Sen, I figured we could start by just talking about builds really quickly. I mean, it shouldn't take too long. It's pretty straightforward, I think.
Yeah, like you have the footage running, so I guess
All right.
it's better if you
Yeah,
go
yeah.
over it.
So yeah, as far as stats go, agility is definitely the way to go. The main reason why I go for agility is because it scales with your stone shield, right? And this is kind of like everything as far as Meiko goes. It's like you have your stone shield up, you're good to go. You don't have your stone shield up, you die instantly. So kind of everything that you do around Meiko revolves around keeping this stone shield up in one way or another. As far as secondary stats goes, me and Sin were actually having this conversation about this yesterday. It's pretty difficult to decide just because Meiko doesn't really cooperate well with any of the secondary stats. Like if we had to decide, I think we've kind of come to the consensus that Spirit is the best. By the way, don't use this stat distribution as a reference. This is
It's a little
horrific,
hard to
but-
see because it's a little blurry.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Might have to
let's see,
increase the quality.
Sec.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, but
Overall, for the most part, just avoid stamina and haste. That's where we agree on. Everything else is up to debate. Maybe someone likes crit, someone likes expertise, someone likes spirit. I prefer spirit, but it's not like that there's a truly undeniable secondary that is the best. Like, no way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we don't need to be able to see, but you can just talk through it if you have some numbers.
Yeah,
just
sure,
mention them. Yep.
Yeah, lately I've been kind of leaning towards Sen's idea of just kind of like stacking up spirit as much as you can, just because more spirit means more ults, which means more haste, which means more stone shield cooldown acceleration, right? Stone shield is kind of the only thing that interacts with haste in Meiko's kit, since she doesn't get reduced GCD. So and obviously your spirit procs give you stone shield, right? And so all of these things are kind of like what you're going to benefit most from, or the reason why we want to stack spirit. And the other stats are kind of whatever. They don't really do a lot for you. But yeah, as far as gems go, we have obviously blue 10, right? Like this is pretty much the consensus for this season.
Okay.
Just when you're in your ult, you're kind of invincible on Meiko for the most part, and obviously the more ults you get, the stronger you're going to be. And as far as the greens go, there's really only one reason why we take greens, and it's for the 12% CDR, right? This is 4 seconds off your stone shield. I think it's like 22 seconds off your bulwark, and Shatter Earth. That's another 7 seconds there. The reason why I bring those 3 abilities up in particular is because of the Cloak legendary, and this is kind of like the only legendary that is even on the table this season for Meiko. The 80% armor buff alone is enough to make this legendary worth it, right? Like, you get bonus damage and that's great and all, but like, if you're careful, you can have either 100% uptime or very close to 100% uptime on this 80% armor, and without it, I mean, I can't imagine playing Meiko with with any other legendary.
No, not this season.
Yeah. Let's see, the necklace imbuements. So I started off, I was a big advocate for the oak and tower, just because, like I said, the reduce, just for anyone who doesn't know, tower gives -3 seconds on your stone shield. Obviously, right, stone shield is like kind of your most important ability, so anything that facilitates you using more stone shields has to be good, right? That was kind of my thought process. Then he kind of convinced me a little bit of dragon and stag. I'm not exactly sure how the damage, because with the changes to the shielding, your damage dealt to shield is reduced by 50%, right? So
Yes.
I haven't actually tested it out. Maybe Sen can speak to this, but uh, does that 50% reduce the damage dealt to your stone shield as well, as long as that shield?
I haven't tested it, but overall, like, I think we do not have that many struggles with like maintaining stone shield, so
Right.
it's not like that significant. Like, that wouldn't be the deciding thing for me, why I would choose one or the other trait. Like, stone shield is okay this season, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, so I was a big advocate for tower, but Sin kind of convinced me maybe dragon or stag is better. I haven't confirmed it. I haven't played it in a while, but just something to test out and try out. I don't think any of the other imbuements are even worth discussing. I think this pretty much oak is just, you have to take it for the armor, and then
Yeah.
whether you take dragon, stag, or tower, that's up for debate, I think.
For Asamir!
Okay.
And then, of course, with the white gems, so same thing as before. I used to advocate for reds, mainly for the agility bonus and the boss. The benefits that you get whenever you're fighting a boss, just because that, I don't know. For me, that was like my weakest point, especially when you're dealing with big tank busters like Stormwatch and Empyrean Sands and things like that. Just the healing and absorption. That couldn't hurt, right? That was kind of my thinking behind it. Once again, Sid and I had a little personal discussion talking about white, and he actually brought up a good point, which is this plus 2% main stat here, and then a more main stat here. This actually comes out to be about the same bonus that you get on red, except you also get this nice where's it at? You also get the nice armor, the plus 120 armor
At
there,
the
which
top.
is super nice. That
Yeah.
scales with your oak, that scales with your cape legendary. It's just extremely strong. And then of course you get like the relic cooldown and MDR, which is just kind of like a fringe benefit. But so I was kind of sold on that.
Because you kind of have to stack armor to be sustainable, right?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Go ahead, Sin.
Yeah, at some point you kind of have to, and because we like heavily rely on our cloak, and it's the way it's basically calculated why it's so strong. Like, we have a lot of multipliers multiplying our base armor and the additional armor from the white gems, and after that, then there's like the 80% multiplier from the cloak. So it's basically double dipping into the armor with the cloak, and I don't know, we have like, I don't like, the stone shield's like 60%, the neck is 35%. There are like a lot of these multipliers, and then like the 120 armor increase from white gems turn out to be like 500 after all multiplications, or like 450, something like that.
Yeah.
That's what makes it so strong.
Yeah, it's very significant. But anyway, so yeah, I was pretty sold on the white gems after that discussion. I don't really think there's a reason to take red. With that in mind. As far as the trades go, so there's kind of two viable builds, I think. I started the season running Fated Strikes, and with Fated Strikes, I like taking 4 Martial Initiative, just because you get a lot of value out of the damage reduction there, and 2 Visions of Grandeur. The reason why I take 2 is because it's kind of hard to explain, but basically, whenever you use your Twin Bulwark, you would jump in Fated Strikes, and then as soon as Twins dies, then you ult, and that would basically time out perfectly. Where if you had 2 Visions of Grandeur, you would perfectly reset the
Okay.
the cooldown on your Fated Strikes without like overcapping, right?
Okay.
So
Then
I
what
know
do you
that might
use
be
your
hard to.
inspired for then?
And the Inspired Allegiance is for the same reason, just to get your Fated Strikes back faster. Just because you want to keep as much uptime on your armor buff as from your cloak as you can.
Okay.
Usually that means just like spamming your bulwark off cooldown and your Shatter Earth off cooldown just to reset the cooldown on bulwark. So yeah, that was kind of the idea of why I was doing the Inspired Allegiance with the 2 Visions of Grandeur.
Okay.
If you're taking the ice weapon, so this is kind of the other build that I've been testing out recently. This would be ideally for Brave Mech. You can see I have like a random iron spikes. If I could, I would just move that over to Brave Mech. But everything else is kind of the same. You have your 2 Martial Initiative. This gives you 5 seconds of DR with your ice weapon, which is pretty much exactly how much time you need at the start of a pull for your shackles to initially proc. Right. So for anyone who's not familiar, your shackles, you use it on a target. After 3 seconds, it explodes, and then all the targets get like an attack speed reduction, right? Well, in that 3 seconds, you're getting hit at full attack speed, right? So the Martial Initiative is there just to kind of mitigate that first window of vulnerability, and then after that 3 seconds, then you're good to go. So that's kind of like the thought process behind the 2 Martial Initiative. As far as this heroic trait, I mean, willful momentum or seized opportunity is kind of it's a non-issue. It's just whatever you want. I just happen to have seized opportunity.
Okay.
And as far as defenses, of course, we have King of the Hill.
Yep.
I
Living
was
up to the
testing
name.
out, right? I was testing out First Man Standing versus Iron Spikes. I'm not entirely convinced by Iron Spikes. I just, with all the chain pulling that's going on this season, I just found more value out of First Man Standing. Not to say that I'm throwing Iron Spikes out the window, but I just wasn't very impressed by it.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much same. I also dropped Iron Spikes. For me, it's First Man Standing over that.
Yep. And then Blessings. I mean, Herald and Monarch. Herald 4. I think you could probably get away with Herald 3 as long as you're running Slipstream, right? The idea is that you want to ult first pull just because, first pulls this season tend to be very huge, and having your ult right off the rip for that is, pretty, can't hurt,
Okay.
But yeah, essentially either 3 or 4 Herald and then 4 Monarch. Once again, the whole idea behind Monarch, this reduces the cooldown of Twin Bulwark, or Twin Souls Bulwark, and Shatter Earth. So it's kind of all built around this like Cloak Legendary, right? Like everything that's going on here. And then finally, I guess talents, right? So Meiko's talents are pretty much set for what you can run. I mean, Earthwell, this is just you just can't play Meiko without this talent. It's the most important part of this talent is definitely going to be the second effect you see here, which is basically every stack of your Snorty that you consume will give you some invulnerability to your Stone Shield, right? And the most important part about this effect is using your using that invulnerability to protect your Stone Shield from big hits. That could be like Tank Busters, or like pull it when you're pulling in a new pack. Another one would be like if you Stone Smash right as they're coming off of their stun. Anyone who's tanked for a while will know that that's a big moment of vulnerability where every one of those mobs are going to melee you at the same time. So having Serenity to mitigate that damage to your Stone Shield is huge. But essentially, that's the idea behind all of the other talents that you take. Is just this one effect on Earthwell, right? We take Whipping Apex. Essentially, this is just more Serenity stacks. Perfect Storm, more Serenity stacks, right? Word of the Temple, more Serenity stacks, and that's kind of like how everything else is built up. I don't think there's too much interesting to say about the rest of the talents, other than this decision to take Rumbling Stone and Conclusive Strikes over Harsh Winds. I know for a long time everyone was convinced by Harsh Winds, but this was another thing that Sin brought to my attention. Right, this Harsh Winds gives you 20% bonus damage to your Spirited Vortex, whereas your Conclusive Strikes increase your finisher damage by 10%. I don't know how well known this is, but this actually also increases the damage of your Spirited Vortex because it counts as a finisher, right? So you're getting 10% on your Spirited Vortex plus all your other finishers here, and then your Rumbling Stone is going to be 20% more damage on all your Earth abilities, which the most prominent one there is going to be your Stone Shield. So you get a big increase on Stone Shield damage, of course your Shatter Earth and all that, but I think the net damage is actually going to outvalue Harsh Winds. So once again, I used to run Harsh Winds, and now I'm pretty convinced of Conclusive Strikes and Rumbling Stone. Yeah, as far as build goes, I think that's kind of the idea. There's not a lot to, not a lot of play here. You basically just build everything around Earthwell, and then your Serenity stacks, right? So
somebody in chat is asking, what about debilitating when you run Faded?
Yeah, so that's the other thing. If I was running Faded Strikes, I would take away the Conclusive Strikes and Rumbling Stone, and I would put that in Debilitating Vortex. If I was running Faded Strikes, right? So basically, the benefits between the two builds, whether you're running Faded Strikes or the Alzarax Shackles, your Shackles are going to give you significantly more damage, and your Faded Strikes are going to give you more like defense because you're going to have more Stone Shield. You're going to have your Bulwark up more, so you have a guaranteed 100% uptime on your Cloak Legendary, and obviously the Martial Initiative is going to give you a really nice defensive bonus there too, right? So that's kind of the idea behind the two builds.
Okay.
I don't know if Sin, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, not specifically. Like that's like our builds are pretty strict. Like there's not that much we can tinker around that won't break us, basically.
Right.
Mhm.
So yeah, let's see what else was there.
So is Meiko very like cut in stone kind of? There's not a lot of room for tinkering, or?
Yeah, I mean,
overall.
go ahead, Sin.
Yeah, overall, I would say, yeah, she's pretty strict in terms of building because some of the talents are just like basically making her work to begin with. Like you need the iframes from Earthwell, you need the additional Serenity stacks from your kicks, and it's like all goes in hand. And at some point, yeah, okay, you can maintain Stone Shield, and Stone Shield will become like a little bit of an issue like the higher you go because of the way the game works. Like Stone Shield has a like pretty set amount how much it can soak for you, but the game scales all the time. Like the damage ramps up with each tier, and you need those iframes and every other like talent as well. Like there's one talent that we will probably not be able to play without as well. That's Warden of the Temple, or what it's called. It's our 3-pointer. That's probably the strongest talent that we have in the tree.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about the 3-pointers this season? Like, are they all playable, or is it one that you just avoid at all cost?
Shattering Obelisk is completely terrible. It's
Yeah.
a 3-pointer. Basically, it increases the duration of your twins, and it gives it a little bit of extra health, and it causes it to deal damage. I mean, the thing is basically with the way Bulwark is balanced right now, this ability essentially increases the duration of your Bulwark from 2 seconds to like 3 seconds, or something like. It's just completely inconsequential. The damage gives you maybe 8%, overall. But for what you're giving up, it's just I can't imagine any way of justifying taking this ability. Same thing with Forbidden Strike. I don't know exactly how good Forbidden Strike is this season. I know there's been a lot of bugs with it, so I haven't really tested it out too much. But giving up Warden of the Temple, and for one of these two is just like it's unthinkable. Just the 15% dodge bonus that you get from the Spirited Vortex, the Serenity stacks. It's like the difference is like a speck in a galaxy between the three options.
Okay. And there's a big question here for the last few minutes we have. So hold tight. Do you feel like Meiko suffers from 50% dungeon pool meta more than it suffers from not having the proper DPS alongside it to play, or play a more drag prio oriented routing that would allow her to deal damage rather than fix defensives?
I think if Meiko were to suffer from the the big 50% pool meta, I don't think it's necessarily because of her defensiveness or damage or anything like that. I think it comes down to utility.
Okay.
Like she doesn't have grand melee, right? She doesn't have any of these like things
Yet.
that help your teams survive. And so what ends up happening is you like have these big pools that just become completely unmanageable because of like all the casts going off. You just don't have like the stops to deal with everything, and then things snowball from there. Of
Okay.
course, you don't have like the same like durability options as other tanks do either. So it is a little bit more difficult to deal with those pools as well.
Okay, and here at the end, you and me, Sen, we talked yesterday about Meiko's like identity as a tank. What do you have like a comment here before we run out?
Yeah, overall, it's basically her lack of identity. Like, I don't know where like she should be fitting at like right now. She's like probably like the least damage right now. Like at best, she's mid in utility, and there's nothing she is specifically good at that either both other tanks or at least one of the other tanks is better at. Like there's nothing she's good at basically. Like, but in itself, her kit works well. If you ignore the other tanks existing, she's fun. She works. It's just you have to ignore the other tanks existing. Then as long as you do that, you're fine. But
Okay.
yeah, in a game like this, you can't ignore that they exist.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, I have a couple of like quality of life stuff I'd like to talk about as well.
Yep.
If we have time. Yeah. So first thing is the Spirited Vortex. So what you'll see here is that if I put Spirited Vortex on, you see my buff down here, right? 30 seconds. You can check the dodge chances 20%. Right. Our Spirit of the Warden gives us a empowered version of this. So if you look at it, you'll see the buff looks exactly the same, but if you look at my dodge chance, I have 35% now instead of that 20, right? So what ends up happening is you get in this really hectic pull, especially at the start. You throw up your Spirited Vortex, you're going through, and you're like, crap, do I have the empowered version on or do I have the regular version on? And then so what happens sometimes is like literally in the middle of a pull, I'll have to like open up my character panel and check my dodge chance to make sure I have to, so that I can verify which
which
version
one do
of
you
Vortex I have, right? And so I think
different
the biggest
icon?
thing, just a different icon, just make it look fancy, give it a nice border or something. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, but just some way to differentiate the two would be super nice. And the other I think the other really big one is right, a lot of Meiko players can understand my pain, especially when you're doing these like chain pulls, right? Meiko has this very like short range, and she's very combo dependent, right? So if you have these combo builders, if you miss one or you miss input on one of them, you kind of have to like waste a global cooldown resetting your resetting your combo from the very beginning, right? And it could be very painful, and whenever you have these pulls where they come down to the wire, you really need to get like proc your Guardian's Fluidity, or you need to get that healer or whatever it is, and then you like miss a combo knife to like reset your combo from the very beginning. And of course, this is exacerbated by the fact that Meiko's GCD doesn't benefit from haste, right? So she's basically like double screwed there, because not only does she have to waste a GCD on building up this new combo from the beginning, but her GCDs are also slower than all the other characters in the game, by design. So it's just, I think giving her some increased attack range would be very, helpful in kind of preventing that type of situation. The other part being, you'll notice here that my Spirited Vortex, it applies this debuff that slows enemy movement speed by 30%. Right? So what this means is that if I'm chaining on a pull and I'm doing my combo, something like this, you'll see that the enemies start lagging more and more behind, and I start to miss inputs on my attacks, right? I'm basically not able to hit them because they're too slow. I don't know why Spirited Vortex has a slow in the first place. This really makes no sense to me, and it kind of just like screws Meiko up whenever you're trying to do these chain pulls, and now you're starting to like miss all these combos even more than you already would be. So I just think, taking away that slow and maybe bring back that 10% DR from season 1 would be a very welcome change.
Okay. I think we're a little over time, but I can hear that there's a lot of things still.
Yeah.
If you have any thoughts on the lingering things, you can post it in the Discord, and I think people will appreciate it. But thank you so much, boys. I'll make sure to link to you guys as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yep.
Take care.
You too.
Yeah.
See you. Oh, all right. There we go. Right, the Sylvies. Let's see. Boom.
Okay, let's see. Let me start my stream again. Or
Yo.
We in here.
The Sylvies are in here.
The Sylvies are in here. I have a stream with a nice little presentation for everyone.
Dude, we are going to be by far the most entertaining so far.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay, take it away.
So welcome everyone to my presentation on Sylvie Fellowship for Early Access Season 3. And just to quickly go over Sylvie in like the short summary, she is a healer that is very based around her cooldowns. They're very strong, and they're sort of how she keeps floating. But actually, Psych, I'm going to present about why healers are way too broken instead. So I think the game has primarily been balanced around, at least survivability, contender through Paragon, where like, in order for things to feel genuinely threatening in those difficulties, the damage has to be tuned relatively high, which is fine. Like, it works out great in contender through Paragon, but then you get to, Eternal and above, and our health stops going up. Like, through contender Paragon, our health kind of goes up as we get more eye level, more tempers, whatever. But in Eternal, we keep getting more powerful, but we don't get more health. So you get this sort of effect where health kind of stops growing, but power keeps going up way high, which means EHP season! Woo!
Hey!
The only way anybody dies in Fellowship, especially in Season 3, is if they go from 100 health to 0 health very, very fucking fast.
Yeah.
And this completely warps how all the healers play. All the healers are ridiculously broken. The only reason they don't seem broken is because they can't apply their heals in like the right tempo, the right cadence, whatever. Even Aeona is absolutely broken right now, but the others are more broken. So
yeah, I think every healer this season is like twice as powerful as any season before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you're going to talk to all the healers now, and they're going to say, my hero bad, my hero good, whatever, keep in mind, like, it's EHP season. All the healers are absolutely broken.
Okay.
Keep a big grain of salt.
Even Xavian?
Even Xavian, yes. Some funny numbers here.
Okay.
Like also all the tanks, but I couldn't. Like I just have to reduce the scope of this, right?
Yeah.
So just some funny numbers, right? This is a random, like the highest difficulty each of the heroes has done of Sailor's Abyss. Just pick a random key to get some numbers.
Yeah.
70 plus overhealing on all the heroes. Like Sylvie has Heartbloom and Life Petal doing a 300k and 100k per cast of healing. Vigor's doing fucking Rune of Renewal, actual lay on hands on global cooldown type of shit.
The fuck?
Right, like healers are beyond broken. You are never in danger unless you get effectively one shot. That is this season. Keep that in mind. So, yeah, let's return to Sylvie Fellowship. So, with that said, so the healer is very much based around her cooldowns. I think she's designed and intended to be a hot healer, but she ends up mostly working around her cooldowns, like Life Petal Heartbloom, as you saw, they did a lot of things, her circle, stuff like that. And she's also very based around haste double dips. Again, a lot of haste double dips in her kit. She is notoriously addicted to haste for this reason. She's also kind of classified by, she does decent damage, primarily because of, again, a haste double dip in how her vines do damage. And her damage profile is also decent. She doesn't do as much overall as Vigour, but she does more single target as Vigour, but not as much.
Yeah, especially our single target is kind of crazy, especially with Cloak.
Yeah. And her weaknesses is when she doesn't have her cooldown, she's kind of weak. She doesn't really do anything. She can press Nettle Bolt, you know?
Oh, jeez.
I hope you didn't waste your cooldowns. And also reactive options are kind of weak. Restore Life is technically a decent greater heal equivalent. Not great, but it does stuff, but it has some latency. So you can't really react to people taking damage, because the time it takes from when you press Restore Life to when they get healed is enough for them to die.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of thing. So her best reactive options is her external, because she has a talent that makes her give a shield. And also Skybolt. But yeah. So Sylvie, in short, she is a low skill floor passenger princess hero. We like pressing Nettlebolt, I guess.
Yeah.
And if you are not a top player, I guarantee she is playable. She was the best healer before some changes happened. And now she's at least the second best healer. I think which one is the best is debatable.
Yeah.
But
wow, Vigour got away with it again. Every season, it's the same shit.
Hey, yo,
oh, we're so weak, guys. Oh, please buff us. And then they're just OP, like completely OP.
Can somebody just spam add leg knock real quick?
So let's talk talents. Sylvie has a lot of mandatory talents that take up a lot of her talent points. Primarily Symbiosis. It's a new talent we got this season. It makes it so whenever a vine hits, your life petal kind of procs an extra heal. Long story short, you can think of it as every 4 to 8 vines is like a doubling of your life petal. So as you can see here in the screenshot, I have 1 life petal and a bunch of vines. So in reality, I actually have 3 to 4 life petals here.
Okay.
Which makes a life petal very strong. And especially because of the way the heal is delivered, which is a whole lot of healing all the time. Really good in HP season, where you have less than a second sometimes.
Yeah, and with enough haste, we can actually get to like basically 100% uptime on a life petal.
Yeah. Similarly, required talents, we have Natural Protector and Nurtured Haven. One makes Circle give a big shield, so your big healing circle and also your external. They have a big shield now. And Nurtured Haven reduces the cooldown of the circle. It's EHP season, so you pick each EHP talent. And Flower Power, equally mandatory. It's one of her core double dips she's had since forever. And without it, like, she is so warped around Flower Power and how much she can get from Heartbloom, she wouldn't be able to heal any mechanic without it. Yeah, she's kind of defined by Flower Power for her AoE healing and has been since forever. Actual builds, we have 2. Primary things we at least call them. We have the Catapult, which is all the mandatory talents plus Synchronized Fluttering and Flutter Swift. This is primarily used for AoE healing. This applies one of your hots to everyone and makes the tick for double the amount for 12 seconds, sort of thing. So it's like an AoE hot, you can sort of think.
Is this screenshot in the chat, in the Sylvie chat? Is this one in there?
Not in the Sylvie chat, but I can put it.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
That needs to be in there.
Okay. And then for chair build, we have what looks like a chair, but actually it's all the mandatory talents plus your 5 flex points used on whatever you like, and this is a decent default.
Okay.
That's why we call it the chair. In terms of legendaries, we have the Cloak, which we like to run. It is the strongest legendary Sylvie has ever had. I think even better than her Season 1 Cloak, which was notoriously really good because it gave the tank a lot of survivability.
And boring.
And boring. That Cloak was a bit boring, yeah.
Yeah, this one's so much
this
fun.
This one is not boring.
Yeah, this one's so fun.
And I think if in any sane world there is absolutely no reason to play anything but this Cloak, it is so broken, it blows my mind that this exists. But it's HP season, so you play the HP legendary, which is the ring.
Okay.
Yeah. So traits, blessings and gems.
Oh my god.
Hunter's Focus. We like Hunter's Focus because haste. Haste is nice. Haste is good. We want the haste. That's about it for the regular heroic traits. All the other ones, like you can talk about seized focus, willful momentum. They're good, they're decent, but there's other things you might want instead. For major traits, you want at least one Visions of Grandeur for sure, because it synergizes very well with Skybolt, specifically the alt game. And at least one martial initiative. I think there's some disagreement about whether you want 1, 2, or 3. One Emerald Judgment, just for the first strike up time. Gems is like, everybody agrees, Emerald 10, Sapphire 10, Topaz 6. These are all completely mandatory. Sylvie's a very cooldown-based hero, again, so Emerald 10...
Purple 6 is mandatory as well, but...
Yeah, and that's where the disagreement kicks in. I don't think Purple 6 is bad. I think it's really good, actually. I would like to play around with it. I can't, yada, yada, yada. I think it's good. Rocast plays it, other people play it. I don't think it's bad for sure.
I've had it since the start of the season. I've never taken it off. It is so good.
In terms of blessings, I'm personally on Philosopher, which feels like a mistake. It turns out it isn't very good, especially when you can't play Cloak. Cloak makes your major cooldown hasted, which means you get to press it a lot, which is good with Philosopher. But if you can't play Cloak because it's HP season, so you have to play Ring, it's just really bad.
Okay.
There's a good argument for Vehement, at least one Vehement. Just it's decent damage. It's not bad. It's like a 6% or 4 to 6% overall, 1 to 2% boss, I think.
On boss it's like 1% only.
Yeah. Similarly, Sinister is actually pretty okay for Sylvie because everything we do is core. Like Heartbloom, everything that isn't Life Petal is core. Heartbloom feeds off of our core abilities. Our Vines, which is our main damage source, is core. So is our Shrooms, our second damage source, also core. Subduer.
Yeah, honestly, maybe some sort of like high crit build would actually be crazy for damage if you're on Sinister.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
But then again, Spirit and Haste work so well off each other for damage that it's probably not true at all.
Probably, yeah.
Maybe a stupid question, then why not go Usurper?
Because
it scales off crit and we don't have any crit.
No, because Usurper scales off of pressing your core buttons.
Oh,
I said
right.
that our healing comes from core, but it doesn't come from pressing them.
Okay.
Like we press, for example, if we play Catapult, we press our core ability every 12 seconds. Once every 12 seconds. And the rest of it, we're pressing Metal Bolt, which is a basic.
Okay.
Sort of thing. Yeah,
we don't press it at all.
Pretty much. Like
it's also the reason why Wayfarer is so awkward for us, because a lot of people that like Haste run Wayfarer, and Wayfarer in theory would be good on us, but we don't have cooldowns on our core abilities except for one, which makes it that Wayfarer cooldown reduction doesn't actually happen like at all, so that we can't play it.
Okay.
It feels weird to not want Wayfarer,
Yeah.
Bugs and frustration that I have personally, I haven't talked with Rocas about this specifically, but I think it's a design issue that she is so addicted to haste because it completely warps her kit around it. Like if it doesn't double with dip with haste, it's not good enough, and she's very weak early until she gets a certain amount of haste, and then she starts functioning again, sort of thing. Then there's a funny little annoying thing, I guess. It's gonna be hard to show, but if you have all 4 of your pink flies out and you try to reapply it to get the Flutter Swift buff, which is like a thing when you apply Flutterfly, it does yada yada for 12 seconds. It consumes one of the Flutterflies to do it. So despite everybody having a Flutterfly and you're reapplying it to somebody that already has it, somebody else loses their Flutterfly when you do it. It's really annoying.
You don't really press.
It's
with
not something that happens a lot, but
no, it's when you accidentally press it, I guess. Yeah.
Accidentally, okay.
Yeah.
We have a lot of mandatory talents, which really restricts our actual options. We only have 5 points to use, and if we want to do a hot build, then we have to pick the talents that make the hot build function, which is Flutter Sync, the 5 talent points in the Catapult build, and then we have nothing left, for example. There's some talents like Every Other Flutter, I think has a really cool design that like plays into RL weaving, which is a core mechanic of Season 1, which isn't relevant now because we're fucking broken, blah, blah, blah. It's a talent that teaches RL weaving, which I think is really cool. I just wish it had a payoff that did anything.
Okay.
Yeah, we have so many RL talents that are just useless because we don't press the button.
Yeah. Because our baseline just put our permanent hot on everyone and press Nettle.
How many do we have? Is it like 3 or 4 different restore life talents?
Let's go back. Let's go back and see. 1,
Verdant,
2,
2,
3,
yeah.
3, 4. I guess you can say.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Yeah. I think it's a point where me and
It
Broadcast
restri-
disagree. I think RL has like a reason to exist in our kit. I think there are reasons to press it. They're just not super relevant this season. I think he's more on the even if it was, you wouldn't want to press it anyway train, right?
Yeah, I think just getting more life petals out by just metal bolting is just equally strong and better for DPS because you spawn more vines.
There's
Well, I guess you'd spawn vines anyway, but because of spirit procs.
Yeah, the fact that the damage difference between pressing Nettle Bolt and pressing Dispel isn't that big, which is kind of funny, just because it all comes from Spirit procs. There's some stuff about
Yeah, all of our damage is spirit.
Yeah. Rowdy Root Sap, the talent, applies a 50% slow in AoE, which is really good. Should be really good. Turns out slows don't stack very well. If your tank runs Shackle, this is basically useless.
Yeah.
Which is great, because now Root Sap doesn't do anything. And also, it says it's a 50% slow, but it's actually weaker than Shackle, which is a 40% slow, because the devs, I guess, couldn't decide on what a slow means. Here's a question. If you're slowed by 100% attack speed, should you have infinite time between attacks or double time between attacks? The answer is, I don't know.
Infinite? It should be infinite, right?
That is what Shackle does. That is the answer Shackle says. And the other answer is what Root Sap says. So actually, it's a 33% slow. Yeah, yes.
Wait, I didn't even know this.
So it's a 33% slow, not a 50% slow, which means it like literally does nothing if the tank runs Shackle and you don't use it in the downtime between
That's
shackles, which don't
fucking
exist.
funny.
It doesn't feel that way though. I played it like yesterday, and every time Root Sap is up, it does feel like my tank is taking less damage.
I think that primarily comes down to like the small times between shackles and or mobs that don't get shackle applied to them because they fan out too much or whatever.
Is shackle target capped?
I don't think shackle is target capped.
No, it's just AoE size.
I
don't know. It's just annoying
if your tank uses shackle on a mob and then like pulls the pack through it, and then some of the mobs aren't too close enough to that mob, kind of thing, is what I mean.
This talent would be absolutely disgustingly broken if tank wasn't playing shackle.
Yes, I agree, 100%. Most insane talent we would never not pick.
And it's a one talent point as well. It's so crazy.
It alone might mean catapult isn't viable because you just don't have the talent points for it.
Yeah, if your tank actually needs to live in dungeons, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my presentation, so I guess I ate up all of the time. We have a couple minutes left, I think. So if there's any more...
Claps all around, holy. You still have a few minutes. There's some questions in the chat for sure.
Oh yeah, let's hear them.
So Kylie, my pre-mate, no pressure. So catapult build doesn't want Philo anymore, and I should put it into other stuff.
Yeah, for catapult, I think you never wanted Philo. Never before. Like with cloak, it's really good, but if you play ring,
I think you can play catapult with cloak, but why?
I don't think so. I think there's no point playing catapult
for. You also want ring for.
Yeah. I think there's zero reason to ever play catapult with cloak.
Okay.
I disagree, but I see what you mean.
I don't give me a scenario where it would be good.
Anything there where you want the AoE healing, but you don't need the HP. I think Ruins, for example.
Nah, Ruins
last boss.
I think Ruins has the problem with the brutes that you need to shield the bleed, otherwise your DPS are dead.
Yeah.
So I will always run ring in.
Here, specifically talking.
Yeah, but you need to talk in like a general sense, right? Like, I think on boss, yeah, maybe, but even then, ring is really good on boss as well. Like really, really good.
I don't think so. I don't think there's really an HP check there.
There is. You have the yellow soaks, right? You get a bleed if you soak them without full health. It is actually a big deal if you don't.
I think
have
that
a shield
depends on
there.
the order you do the hands in, and I think I do them a different order. I don't take the soak at all.
Oh, not at all. You go green, purple, red.
I don't know the fucking colors.
I think red is even worse. You need a shield even more for red.
Yeah.
I think what we did for when we did it last was like the charge first, the AoE second, and the tank buster third.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
The tank 130 is
For my
demonic, by the way.
people.
Just dodge. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a pug, it's kind of interesting when you
I
see
mean,
a.
Sure, in a pug, that's a different question.
Yeah.
But if you're talking pushing keys, like, why
Yeah.
wouldn't you pick the one that doesn't do anything if you just dodge?
Another question is, what would healing shrooms talent make it viable? Is it useless forever?
Please delete that talent. I don't have another
Shrooms,
20 minutes to
Tariq.
explain why that is a complete
It
abomination
was
of
already
design that
bad.
should not exist.
It was
Even
already
if the
bad in
talent is
season
good,
1.
delete it.
It's
Fucking-
even worse now. It serves zero purpose.
It's not whether it's good or not. It could be amazing, and I still want to get it deleted. The design of
Yeah.
it is so fucking bad. You take the most fun button in the kit and you turn it into a healing button I don't get to press. It
Yeah.
becomes the best play that
Not
my
good.
shrooms time out. What do you mean?
Okay.
But yeah, delete the Bloom and Boom shrooms.
Okay. We have a few minutes for questions. Okay. Thank you. By the way, thank you for the presentation. That was very Yes, a valid crash out is being said. Yep. I agree. This
We
is
can talk
clearly a
about
trauma
Vigour,
point.
maybe. Actually, we haven't got about that. Actually,
Yeah, you can.
There's no more
You have 3
questions.
minutes. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
yeah.
why do they buff Vigour damage by 15% and 30% in a row? Like,
Because
why?
there's
Why?
only 2 to 3 Vigor players, Rokas, and they only play on the weekend. So when they play on the weekend and catch back up, the devs play during the week and they see the Sylvies are ahead, so they think, oh, Vigor must need some love. So then they buff him, then it gets to the weekend and the Vigor players log on and then they go ahead. Right? And then you just repeat that cycle the first 2 to 3 weeks of launch, and then Vigor becomes the best healer.
And then profit.
Yeah.
Why?
okay.
Also, why does Vigour make the tank just immortal?
Because 15% DR is exactly the same as 25% more health. What do you mean it does anything for tank survivability? It's just the HP, man.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. What do you mean?
It's just the HP.
Question in chat. Nerf Sylvie? Not a question. Okay.
I think so.
Oh.
Yeah, nerf Sylvie, nerf
I
Vigour,
think
nerf Aeona,
I
nerf
think
all of
Aeona
them.
needs some
Healing-
more. No, I think. Oh well, yeah, sure. I think everybody needs to get nerfed, but I think the problem is gonna become like how I say this. If our effective HP isn't higher and our healing is weaker, then we can't time keys because we can't live anything. Like, what is the most fun seeding of keys? You can't live anymore, or you don't have the damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
think it
like
also-
from a healer perspective, it's more like you have enough healing, but it's either one shot or nothing, right?
Yeah, exactly. And
So you would see
and
the
there's not
game.
enough healing checks in the game that like would put your healing under pressure. Whenever there's something that requires you to heal, it's like nothing for a minute, then something for 4 seconds.
Yeah,
Like
like Tide.
Butcher tantrums, for example.
That's very
Yeah.
common, yeah. Right
Yeah,
now.
Vault,
Like there's
second
so
boss.
little rot in the game. You don't really have anything to heal and until it becomes one-shotty.
Like a last question before we go to the next one. Would you want to see Fellowship be more like an attrition game for healers, more than one shots?
I would love that. Yes, please.
Okay.
It was more like that in season 1, right?
Yeah, it was. Season 1 was HP season, but season 3 is worse.
Okay.
Like it was better in season 1 somehow.
Somehow, Palpatine returned. Oh,
It's
fuck.
Luke 2.0. Like it's the modifiers. They give us so much power. It's insane.
Even season 2, I feel like Aeona was interesting at least.
Yeah.
Just broken, right? But interesting.
Well, it was broken, but then it turns out Vigour was just still more broken after all. Like,
He wasn't more broken at the beginning, but then they buffed him like 3 times
Well,
in a row,
they
and then they
nerfed-
emergency nerfed him.
Yeah,
They had to emergency nerf him because he was about to completely break the game.
Okay.
They nerfed Aeona as well, though.
Did. She got fucking beaten down.
Okay. So, but that's our
AoE hitting
time.
on every spell was so nice, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you guys so much. That was very enjoyable. Thank you very much. I'm going to give you
You're
shout
welcome.
outs. There's a little delay on it, so just give me a second, but you'll get them. Thank you so much for joining.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
And,
problem.
take care, boys.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. Just give me a second before the next guy comes in. Next guy is Tariq. It's going to be Ronak. Let me set this up. That was so unexpected. I did not expect that that presentation. So good kudos to those guys. Very nice. Good job. I enjoyed that very much. I hope you guys enjoyed as well. Let me see. I'll shout out their socials real quick. And then, in a second I'll have the cooldown come back out. Alright. Holy shit, dude. Some people. These fucking Sylvie players, man. They're a special breed. Alright. Let's get ready. Not in a bad way, Rocast. Not in a bad way. I swear. Alright. Let's welcome in Ronak for the Tariq spot. Ayo.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello.
You good, man?
Sorry for the short delay. We were trying to time a key.
Yeah. No worries. We're still on schedule, so I think all good.
Perfect.
You wanna introduce yourself?
Yeah. So I'm Ronak. I'm currently the rank 1 Tariq player for like quite some weeks now. But mostly due to little to no players playing Tariq, maybe.
Mhm.
And Jomako is currently missing. He told me I got to do the interview. He's basically also a top 5 Tariq, probably the bigger Tariq theory crafting brain across the player base, but yeah.
Mhm.
Alright. Was in the tank jail last season, unfortunately, so I couldn't play DPS there as Xavian. And season 1, I played like roughly casually, kinda.
Yeah, okay. You have like a WoW background, or?
Yes, I was playing WoW for like 15 years in a
Oof.
top 10 German mythic guild.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. See,
That's
Kush...
why I took Tariq, because it's kind of similar to an arms warrior in my mind.
I thought you were relating it to being German. I was like, what?
No.
Sure. Okay, cool. And what do you play arms warrior in WoW?
Yeah, I played. I quit like a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Because the time investment is really tough.
Yeah,
which is
they're making
way
that
better in Fellowship.
Yeah, for sure. Just not having to farm keys, for instance, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So, what do you have planned for us?
Yeah, so in general, like Tariq is like really versatile right now, I think. First of all, I have to say, I think the DPS balancing currently is kinda good. Every DPS seems, to some extent, really viable. Looking like maybe it's depending on the player as well. But like in all top timed keys, every DPS is kinda has its place somewhere in different comps. Also Tariq, I think. He is like pretty good prio damage, huge AoE burst, consistent damage across the whole key, and feels like really nice to play even if you don't have like your current your big giga min maxed build. So it's also very nice to play in the early game. I can quickly like screen share.
All right. Visual
Like
aids.
it's just
Let's go.
yeah, it's just in game, but
yeah.
Let me see. So like what's currently the to go like end game giga end game build and what most players like aim for in general is of course 10 blue, which like most other characters are playing as well, because his ult is pretty strong, supports his lightning stance, which is like up a lot of times. And this amplifies how often you can ult, of course. Also good, which like recently got to the surface, that the purple is as well really good because it synergizes well with amethyst splinters.
Okay, yeah.
This was not used in the beginning of the season. People like kinda theorized it's not good. Crit is really, really bad. But with like a couple of crit stats, it's a big amount of damage. It's a big amount of damage. And like green is also like very solid because of cooldown reduction, expertise, of course, just amplifies your damage by a little bit. Beforehand, we could also go red, but this kind of fell out of favor because main set is great, but you can get more value from doing like other combinations of gear pieces besides going red gems in general.
Okay. Yeah.
Then on major trades, like this is like Giga endgame build. It's like 4 amethyst splinters currently, which is like depending on the dungeon, but providing almost 10% of your current overall damage.
Okay. Wow, that's
if-
crazy. Okay.
Yeah. It's also like if you start building your build up or start gearing process, just a single point in this is really great, big value. Also, if you have low crit, it will still like provide like 3 to 4% of your damage just for a single pointer. That's great. Yeah, then Visions is really strong as well because of the blue 10 synergy, of course. Like all other characters, 1 Visions is like almost necessary. 2 is kind of preferred for my playstyle. You could also go 3. I had that a couple of days ago still, but yeah, depending on whatever you like or how you would like to play, you can go to 2 or 3 visions. 4 is kind of griefing because you will like overcap your
Yeah.
weapon ability.
Because you use Fated Strikes, right?
Yes, you use Fated Strike almost all the time. The other ones, like Void Touched, is playable if you lack Giga single target damage, but your prio damage is good enough so you don't really run it. And I forget how it's called, the AoE crit amplify weapon ability is also good for Giga AoE damage, but that's about it. Fated is like overall the best choice for all situations, kinda.
Okay.
Then back to the major trades, like 1 Emerald Judgment is good to like amplify your uptime from the 6 gems.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
first strike, exactly. A little bit more expertise is great. And like all the other major trades are kinda niche, I would say. The Sapphire Aura Stone and Ruby Storm, Heroic Brand, and Diamond Strike have little to no use, I think. Martial Initiative is a nice thing to talk about as well. It is good, but it kind of feels hard to fit because you have like a 10% main stat increase for only the duration of the weapon ability, and Fated Strike is kind of low cooldown with only 1 minute. So Martial Initiative needs to like have 4 points, or you don't have it up as long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then like the Heroic Strike, Hunter's Focus is like the biggest gain you can get. It's I think good on almost all classes who scale with haste. Haste is great. It's like almost up a lot of all the time. And also with like the Amethyst Splinters, Seized Opportunity gains a lot of value because you have it up all the time as well, especially in bigger or AoE pools. Yeah, and it provides a lot of crit like baseline.
Yeah.
For your build. But all heroic traits are kind of useful in a certain way. None of these are like really bad, besides Patient Soul maybe.
Even Kindling?
Because you are not standing still. Even Kindling is kind of nice on bosses at least. It's like pure single target. It doesn't provide that much overall percentage damage, but it has its place, I would say. It's not a high prio though. And defensives, like it's whatever. King of the Hill is best.
Yeah, it is
And
just
then
this.
yeah. Then we have Blessings. There are like a lot of different builds, which I'm currently showing is like the Schism, the highest overall DPS possible build, which you kind of need to go, I would say, in like Eternal 50 plus, maybe, kind of. And for this, because basically your whole damage is dependent on Hammerstorm, you want to go Mystic 4. You also stack a lot of Spirit. You want to go like Philosopher because you have a lot of Spirit. This synergizes really great. And Trickster, not especially good for the Schism build, but in general with Amethyst Splinter. A lot more critical strike, synergizes well in general.
And what is your like? How often do you trigger your power abilities? Is this just like every 4 seconds, so you can have like complete uptime?
It kind of depends because you stack a lot of spirit. Most Tariqs go for like around 200 stat, raw stat. It's like kind of 40% ish. So you have max philosopher value with like kind of 50% close because you have a talent, which I'm talking about in a sec. And if you refund a lot of spirit, the spirit refund just gives you back your fury cost. Like you can see, I have full fury, I trigger, and then I get the fury back. Can proc back to back to back, which is great. But also you can like be kind of unlucky and not trigger your schism a lot of times back to back. But you have like kind of fail-safe ability with the schism. Every 7 casts, you get like 1 fail-safe proc at least. So you will not like lose.
Yeah, okay. Do you want to answer some questions about traits before we go to talents?
Yes, sure.
So someone asks if Vengeful 60% uptime-ish on 3% main stat probably worth. So it's like a Vengeful Soul good?
Probably. I didn't test this myself, but 3% main stat is like kinda a lot. You have like at least 300 strength. And I mean you can calculate it yourself.
Yeah.
If the uptime, I like I said, I didn't test it. The PPM might be good enough to have a high enough uptime for it to be worth it. Like the PPM, the 3 PPM gets amplified by the haste you have as well. Should at least. And you stack a lot of haste as well. So this also could synergize very well, yes.
Okay.
But in general, we need to fit so much like major traits and blessings. That's why we don't really prioritize heroics in general that much. Besides like what I do or most Tariqs, most top Tariqs do is the Hunter's Focus.
Okay. And another question before we go into the talents and stuff. Why do you not use 2 heralds with your Phenoma to start with 70, then use weapon for instacast or insta-ult?
This is something you can do. This has a lot of value, but I personally really dislike Herald because it just does nothing if you have your ult running, right? It gives you a little bit, if it gives you your first ult a little bit sooner, like I would say like 15 to 20 seconds, maybe, not that much faster, maybe. And you have no value the rest of the dungeon, basically.
Okay.
And it loses a lot of value in capstones, especially since they are like triple the time, right?
Yeah.
But this is totally worth it to go for, depending on your comp as well a little bit, because I'm personally running with a Rime who has ult right off the bat. I don't need to be the first Giga AoE damage burst. I kind of take the second place, ult like the second pack or like a little bit later to like maximize overall damage. But this is perfectly fine to use. That's a lot of stuff actually is. So going back to the talents, there's like a little bit of variance. You can use a lot of stuff, which I said I'm like currently going the Schism build, which is basically revolving completely around this talent. And basically if one of your spenders is pressed, there's a 35% chance to get an empowered version of the other one. Basically what this does is you only spend on your quick and low cost cast until you get a proc for your higher cost cast to like get a giga amplified damage on the Hammerstone, which is the higher cost one. And basically the whole playstyle revolves around this. And since you like spam a single target cast, of course you do a lot of prio damage, single target-ish, in pulse. And another talent, like you said already, is Pneuma, which is basically you get 50% spirit for one singular talent point. Is like kind of giga busted, I would say.
Insane.
And you also generate more spirit points when you press an off global spell execute. Sounds great.
So Herald and Celestial in one fucking talent point.
Basically,
almost.
yes.
Fucking hell.
Basically, yes. And regarding the like spirit stacking you're doing, kinda. Going 10 blue, having a lot of spirit baseline, you have far beyond driven. This is only a talent you would use if you like go full spirit build, and it's a spell you kinda need to have an eye out if you like chain pulls, or if you like finish a pack and go to a next pull, because it can stack up to 5 times whenever you press your heroic strike, and it has some cooldown, the heroic strike. Baseline or amplified by my haste, it's 6 seconds. And this buff is only active for 20 seconds. So stacking this takes a little bit of time, and you probably don't want to drop your 5 stacks, which is max for this, in between pulls, because this is losing a lot of value, of course.
Yeah, so chain pulling is king.
Yes, chain pulling is king, or like demounting and pressing one heavy strike just to keep this up.
Okay.
Not like ripping aggro from your tank, going full ham. Just keeping this buff up is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, then there's like a couple of talents you take like baseline. There's not much to talk about. But this talent is something that's a little bit problematic for Tariq. Whenever you leap on a target, on an enemy, you gain fury. And this basically means you have to use your mobility spell, your only mobility spell, of course, in combat the whole time. Like you see my fury, and the leap itself gives me a lot of spirit. And that's basically the most important part or the most annoying part about Tariq, because you need to constantly leap in combat, never using it for the mobility reason.
Yeah.
Always using it for damage part.
Yeah, okay. So you're kind of locked in having a movement that's not actually movement, it's combat ability.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it has a lot of it lowers its cooldown itself a lot if you don't hit a target. So you can kind of use it as mobility sometimes, but not really. It's more of a niche scenario.
Okay.
But like I said, this is for Schism only. And we also have like a couple of different builds, so to say, for I would say lower variants, like going up to Eternal, and also like 2 Eternal 40, 50, which different builds are perfectly viable, which is a lightning build. It kind of only revolves around your lightning stance and your chain lightning ability, which provides a lot of damage. You would not go Schism then, of course. You would rather go the Ace of Spades, which basically amplifies all of your spenders with the possibility of chain lightning. And you have a couple of different talents, like this one, Heavy Strike, also can trigger chain lightning. So you basically are a chain lightning Zeus kind of gameplay, and a lot of your damage revolves around lightning, and your fury generation is completely different. I think it's mostly preferred by newer players or in lower eternal dungeons, because it just feels better to play. You don't have like these huge amount of numbers and damage, but it feels good. It does a lot of damage in overall still, but you have like the nice crackling sound of the lightning, and you have like way more variance in gameplay than with Schism.
Okay.
But it scales worse with AoE or mob amount what you're pulling.
Because they fan
which is
out,
like,
or
the lightning is max, has a max amount of targets it hits.
not
So it's
reduced after a certain amount. It's just max.
no, it just has like eight bounces. I think should be 8 bounces, and 9 bounces, and that's it. So you basically are kinda capped to 9 target damage. You still press your spenders, of course. So Hammerstorm still has more value if there are more targets, but not exactly the lightning.
Okay.
And yeah, like I said, the lightning build, I think, is preferred by newer players and by lower Eternal dungeons, just because you don't have such a Giga Gear requirement with having min-max stats, high haste, high spirit, all the blessings. It's like kind of you get into it and can feel really good with the lightning.
Okay, so it's more intuitive as well, or?
Yeah, kinda,
Okay.
because with the schism you kind of have a spending windows and generating windows. I mean, you try to keep most of your stuff on cooldown, but sometimes if you get spirit procs back to back to back, you just sit there and spend and spend and spend. That's
Okay.
like kinda unintuitive, especially since your lightning ability is only usable when you have your lightning form up. And
Okay.
like the normal mind, I would say, thinks, okay, so I have to press, right? Kinda.
Okay.
And
2-3
yeah.
minutes left. Any just to remind you?
Yeah, there's also like a lot of or there are some people trying builds who don't really revolve around spirit in general.
Okay.
I cannot really tell a lot about it, but it works. It still works. So you have like a huge amount of variety you can try with Tariq, and it's all usable, all fun to play, especially since you start the game on the lower levels as well. There's no need for like you have perfect gear setup to to have the best like time, right?
Yeah, especially this
But
season with the new gear system and everything.
yeah, exactly. And also like deleting the swing timer, so to say, I think it was like set a really niche mechanic for Tariq, but since you have to pay attention to so much stuff in the game, especially on higher keys, the swing timer was really, really, really hard to keep an eye on, as well to void zones, kicks, possibilities, defensive cooldowns, and all of that.
Was it kind of a noob trap?
I mean, last season, if you didn't hit the swing timer right or your procs, you not only lost damage by pressing it, you got locked out by pressing the ability again for like 8 seconds. You basically were doing nothing.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah, in general, you still are a melee character, which is kinda hard to play in a certain high difficulty. But like if you use your leap ability as a mobility spell, which you can actually do with a lightning build, for example, you have really fun interactions because you can jump off cliffs, for example, leap on 2 cliffs again.
Yeah.
If you get knocked, for example, it's really fun to play around with.
That mobility looks insane.
Yeah.
One last question before we.
Yep.
Oh, you had something to say? Sorry.
No. It's just one bug I want to really mention here. Your ult. If you have your ult up, we'll quickly leave this. Takes like 30 seconds to show. If you have your ult up, like all characters gain a 20%, 20-second buff while using the ult, right? And from the blue tree, like the remaining haste you get. And with Tariq, your ult also triggers your lightning stance, basically. And an annoyance about this is, right, let me quickly full max my ult, okay? When you ult, you have 20 seconds of your Raging Tempest. So the game knows you are in your lightning stance. And you can use your lightning abilities and get amplified damage on your other abilities. But if you press ult in this window again, this debuff does not refresh. But you use your spirit.
Yeah.
So basically, you just kinda lose all the spirit and gain nothing. This only is really important with Shadow Lord keys, but this can really, really, really infuriate you playing.
Yeah, that sounds like
And-
a weird interaction.
Yes, and his ult pulses lightning just by being near a target.
Hmm?
This breaks Shroud.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
cannot stealth with this ability on.
That's a huge thing as well, right?
Yes. And they fixed this for example, Meiko, Tornado, Whirl, and for Xavian Aura, I think, as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
But
That's season
not for
2.
Tariq. Yes.
Okay. But thank you so much. That's the time. I wish I had more time with you guys. Holy
No,
shit.
no worries. No worries.
All right, thank you so much. That was very informative. Damn.
Yep.
So,
You are welcome.
hell yeah. I'll see you around on the Discord for sure, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Take care, man. Take care.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
You too. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Next guest. In summary, Tariq Broken. The Gundes are up next. Let me just change the title, or else I will forget. All right, let me drag them in here. Coming up is In My and Beefy 2. Let's go. Ayo.
Hello.
Hello,
Yo,
hello.
What's up?
Not much.
How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Hell
Doing
yeah.
great. Thank you. How are you doing?
Dude,
How's the stream been so far?
I am so excited about every single guest, so I am hyped.
Awesome.
Cool. So you want to introduce yourselves? Let's go with Beefy first.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, Beefy 2. This is my first season playing DPS actually. Not quite sure why I'm here, but I'm a healer main. And then, yeah, just been playing Gunde like basically the entire season.
Okay, cool. And In My, I hope I say your name right.
Yeah. Inma is correct. For everyone else wondering out there, the name has been butchered plenty of times, but that is indeed the correct way to say it. I'm also coming from a WoW background as well. Ex-Raid World First Raider, and now just playing casually in a top 50 3-day raiding guild. I've played Fellowship since early access season 1 and 2. I played Mara in both those seasons, but it was kind of casual because it didn't really line up well with the WoW timings and stuff. But this season kind of hit in a good time where there was not much stuff happening in WoW, so I could play it a bit longer and try to see the top end as well.
All right, cool. So, Gunde. What a hero.
Yeah. What a hero. Yeah. So right, like the basics, right? He's a melee DPS, as hopefully everyone knows. And his entire kit is designed around dots, right? So all of your abilities have a ratio which applies a 30-second damage over time debuff to the enemy based on the hit size. And this is the first thing we kind of want to talk about is how this works, right? It's called Rend, and it's a little unusual in how it works. So you have a debuff tracker, same to all the other debuffs, that shows the number of stacks the enemy has. And that stack is just based on your character's main stat value, like your character's strength value. So if you have 200 strength and 50 stacks, that means that they have a rend for 10,000 damage on them that will slowly tick down.
Okay.
And this is kind of the core of his kit, though. A lot of it interacts with rend, right? You deal damage based on the current rend stacks off 2 different abilities, and it's kind of one of the most important parts of the hero, right? Is knowing when you want to press one of your big cooldown slaughter, which consumes all of the rend, or when you want to keep building, keep ramping for more damage at a payoff at a greater point. And it's a little unusual. I guess the other part that interacts with Rend, right, is his feather mechanics. So when Rend ticks or when he gets a spirit refund, it drops feathers on the ground you collect, and you can use an ability to apply all of your stored feathers to a single target. And then, yeah, and I think this is first one of the both pros and cons of the class. So, like early on, like before you have a legendary or as you're getting to Eternal, the feathers are extremely strong. They let you pool damage for the time you need it. So, like an adept or something, you might like save all your feathers just for the boss and then send a lot of damage on the boss and speed up the dungeon a lot. But it's also kind of one of the weaknesses later in that these only scale with your main stat. So, for most DPS in the game, they all scale with all secondary stats, right? And
not really having great scaling with secondary stats or feathers is kind of a downside of Gunde, I would say.
Okay. Can they crit? Oh wait, they probably can't. No.
So the way it'd be like if the initial hit crits, it would apply more rend, but then when you apply Odin Blood, when you apply the feathers, something they don't crit.
Okay.
And obviously the rend shouldn't double dip, but there's I think some oddness there, right? Where like if you invest a lot into spirit, you get more feathers, but then the expertise and crit don't do anything for those feathers.
Yeah, and the whole rend mechanic and banking Odin blood stacks is also what makes this hero rather interesting in the DPS landscape of the game, because it gives you the choice of where you want to spend those things. Like you could go for a more consistent profile where you spend them more or less on every damage window that you have, or you could rather opt to like pool for a next pool that maybe has one mob, one prior target that has a lot more HP than others, so you can even the playing field out a bit like that. So in general, it's really important to like at least have an idea of the route that you want to do in advance and stuff like that to be able to plan your damage. Or well, not exactly your entire damage, but just plan
at least.
where you want to send the feathers and stuff to make up some time.
Okay, because when you run like the same dungeon over and over again, because you push and you do the same dungeon like 4, 5, 6, 10, 15 times, can you kind of get a consistent amount of feathers?
I'd say if you're very low spirit, there's probably more variance on your spirit refunds, but then the feathers you get from like applying rend to enemies is very consistent.
Okay.
Unless you're like missing cleave, I guess. But hopefully that's not happening. I mean, I guess that's another thing we can talk about later about cleave on Gunde. Yeah.
This is like a noob trap or something.
No, I think in general Gunde's abilities are just too small. Emma might have different thoughts, but like for example, if you go into Empyrean Sands and you hit the brute as like your main target, right? As a lot of HP, you want to hit it, makes sense. You will not hit all of the mobs in the pool pretty quickly because the brute's hitbox is so large.
Okay.
That your AoE is like centered around the center of the model. And I think that is definitely. I mean, it's very noticeable. I think as pools get larger.
Yeah.
His abilities are a little too small, I feel like.
Yeah, I do agree with that as well. Like your positioning in the pack is kind of important to make sure you're hitting everything, but also like, especially for the Grimcarve build at least, that focuses on your Grimcarve a lot. Depending on how big pools are getting and stuff, when they kind of the mob circle around your tank and maybe the target you want to hit is like on the right side of the pack and then everything else is on the left. There are a lot of cases where the Grimcarve will not hit everything you want. This is something I've experimented with a bit early on, and I think I ended up putting Grimcarve on a mouse button, mouse over for it, just to be able to hit something central without changing my target. Also from considerations of like Hunter's Focus stacks and other things. But yeah, I do agree that the range is not as big as people might think, or actually it's rather small compared to what other DPS have in their kits going on.
Yeah, and I think the main difference though is that for the other melee DPS and AoE, their things are centered around themselves. So it's like just your own positioning. And then, if you're stood in the middle of the pack and hitting something on the side, right? Like Skittering Blades is going to hit the entire pack, right? Hammer Storm is going to hit the entire pack. I think on Gunde, it's like you position in the center and then you have to mouse over one of your abilities to hit the entire pack. I think there's some usability and consistency there.
Yeah, that's weird.
Which, yeah. But okay, I guess that's like a small point. It's only gonna matter once you have 5 packs pull in a pull type stuff mostly. Yeah. But then I guess from there we could talk about the various builds, right? We already touched on it briefly. So there are 3 of them. I'm mostly gonna talk about 2. I think in my will as well because neither of us played the third one very much. But there's the Ring Legendary, which is based around Heart Splitter. There is the Cloak Legendary based around Grimcarve. And then there are the bracers, which are based around the feathers we previously mentioned. So I guess first off with the ring, right? I think Maya and I are both playing this at the moment. And the advantage of this is that it has a very good damage profile. All of your AoE damage is based on the damage you do to a single target, which is very good, right? Most pulls have a prio target, so it means that you get hit that, and if you do a lot of damage to that, you also do good AoE damage.
For my people.
I guess briefly then talking about the other two legendaries, the cloak is based on Grim Carve, which is your 15-second AoE damage cooldown. It's one of the strongest buttons in the kit, and it just increases damage on that. And then the last one are bracers, where you get a refund on all the feathers you use, right? So you get a third of the feathers back, and it buffs Blood Arc, one of your other abilities. So I would say of the three, right now I think we're both playing the ring because we feel that it has the best single target damage with pretty comparable AoE damage to the other builds. I'd say the cloak most likely has slightly more AoE damage and slightly less single target.
Mhm.
And then the bracers are very dependent on your routing. The bracers interact in a way where, we've talked about pooling damage for feathers, so it makes it very important that you can send your feathers at good times, right? And they're very routing dependent, but then they have a interesting playstyle where, say in the Shadow Lord key, if you have a very large pull right after killing Shadow Lord, you probably have the highest peaks of any of the three builds, where if you do pull your damage correctly and the route is good for when you're set up, then you'll do a lot of damage at that one moment.
Okay, so
yeah, and Mike, do you want
depends
to add
on
anything on
tank.
this three? Or go ahead.
Yeah, so it depends highly on the tank, right? As you're also saying, like also if you like have an ability that's very centered around one mob without a lot of range, it also depends on how your tank kind of kites as well to keep the pack like compact.
Yeah, I would say we are pretty Gunde as a class is pretty negatively impacted by kiting.
Okay.
Because it is centered on mobs. I don't know if Inmai has different thoughts on that.
No, I don't. I agree. I don't think kiting does anything to us at all that much. Especially like being as melee DPS and stuff, you are not hurt at all by moving and things like that. Like a ranged would be, for example, because you'd have to like move in between casts, maybe cast some instant global stuff like that.
Rime with talent build just stands there.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Those are the three legendaries, right? And then I think maybe not interesting, but one of the things about talents is I'm pretty sure most of those are playing the same 3-point talent, which is Carnage. It's probably the best talent on Gunde, objectively. I think it is too hard to drop, and the reason it's so good is because it gives you a cooldown reduction when you use Grim Carve on most of your other abilities. And Grim Carve is something that you're basically always trying to use on cooldown on these builds, and just getting more uses of all your other skills from something you're already pressing is quite good. And also, I think from a feel perspective, everyone likes having cooldown reduction.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody enjoys having high haste and high CDR, and indeed Gunde. Like I think when looking at the entire DPS roster in the game, if there was one DPS to pick that probably enjoys CDR the most, it has to be Gunde. I feel like just his entire kit interacts so well between the spell presses. Like you have abilities that buff other abilities at times. Your CDR that you get from your Grim Carve also gives you more frequent burst windows as well, right? So it's just you want as much CDR and haste as possible on this guy. It's what you're aiming for.
Is it also because, as you said earlier, that the only thing that really scales with his abilities is main stat and secondaries don't really do all that much? Is that one of the issues? Not issues, but one of the reasons why haste is so good?
Secondaries are just all right, I would say. Yeah, and I think, haste is so good, I guess we should have talked about this earlier, in that almost all of his damage abilities have hasted cooldown reduction, right? So the more haste you have, the more press you get. So in addition to getting more globals generally.
So global
right,
monarch or is it mystic or which one is it?
Yeah, exactly. Like you get actual useful globals, right? Like on some builds, like if in Rime, if you get too much haste, you're just out of button presses anyway, and you're pressing frostbolts, so it doesn't do that much, Whereas on Gunde, because of that, you actually get useful button presses for as you stack haste.
Okay. Yeah, that's a probably pretty important thing to mention as well, because that makes sense that then more haste would just make you globally way bigger, right?
Yeah, and I think It's still actually something I tried recently, where I tried taking off the Dark Prophecy set, and my damage instantly tanked over like 2 hours of trying it. So I think for the ring build, haste is far and away the best stat. It's even better than main stat, possibly.
Okay. So that's the builds. What about talents?
Yeah. So I think people will read the talents. I don't know if I want to go through all of them one by one. I would say the core ones to think about are the ones that buff the steroid, which is Rain and Blood. It increases the amount of damage that is applied as Rend for 12 seconds when you press it. And then there are 2 1-point talents that increase the amount of Rend, and one that decreases the cooldown. And
Mm.
as far as I know, they're basically universally taken. I think there's 2 things there. I think for routing purposes, it's very nice to reduce the cooldown. The default is 90 seconds. So if you don't have that, unless your pulls are exactly 90 seconds, it can be kind of awkward, right? Where like,
Okay.
you'll press at the start of one pull and then you have it halfway through the next one. Maybe if it's a lower key, or in a higher key, maybe the pull's 2 minutes, right? So you press it and then do you use it again, or do you have to wait until the next pull? So I think it really, by giving you more uses, you get a lot more flexibility in that.
Mm.
And then it's also just very powerful to increase the amount of rend that it applies, because all of your damage is kind of based on rend.
Yeah. So like, especially on low Eternal, when the pulls last like 20 seconds, that's kind of awkward.
Yeah, and I think that's actually something to say is Gunde is quite bad in very short pulls. On the ring build, it is a lot of your damage is based on a button called Slaughter, which is a default 30-second cooldown, and maybe with as I mentioned, right, we love cooldown acceleration on Gunde, so like you'll want to get green 10 gems when you can on basically all these builds. So even then it's like 26, 24 seconds with Monarch maybe. So if the pull is like 24 seconds and you press Slaughter and everything dies, then you'll feel great. If the pull is 45 seconds and you press Slaughter once, but you can't press it a second time, then your damage will probably look kind of bad. And it's like,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in general, for low Eternals, if there are people farming and stuff, there is one pointer talent, I believe, or maybe it's 2, I can't remember, called Sundered Flesh, which just executes enemies so long as their HP threshold drops below the damage of the rend accumulated on the target. So that's something that people can play around with in farm runs and stuff. It's not really good in competitive, like real high-end keys. But for low Eternal as farm runs or whatever speed runs, that talent is pretty good to take, especially in the cloak build.
Yeah, that's straight out Diablo, right? I ran that build last season.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very similar. Exactly.
It is, the only unusual thing about it is it only checks when the rend will tick. So like it'll only check every 3 seconds. Or when you slaughter, it'll check much more than that. But yeah, it is a little, it feels odd in some cases where like you have enough rend for something to die, and then you still have to wait a couple seconds for the check to happen and actually kill it. But it definitely is a huge improvement for the feel and farm.
Okay. There's a question in chat. Does Gunde play a lot like Shadow Priest in WoW, where you have to keep a dot on every single character spawning spawning target? What the fuck, Kurt? What is this word? Or do you have an ability to allow you to dot everything?
It's not like that at all. No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, no, like in WoW, Shadow Priest kind of has to like do some active decisions to put dots on targets, whereas with Gunde, basically all of our abilities cleave and all our abilities passively apply this rend stacks. So it's not something you like really, the dot itself is not something you like really play around actively outside of when you want to press slaughter, obviously. It's just something that kind of happens as you do your rotation.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
And I think the other case, right, is on the ring build, or when you're pressing Heart Slaughter, it is a single target ability that does damage based on the amount of rend on the target. And I think that's the other case where you kind of think about rend stacks, right? For on the ring build, for example, I might change my rotation slightly because I feel like the stacks are low for the buttons I pressed. So, I might want to delay Slaughter and keep Heart Splittering more and try and build more stacks. I think that's like the way you think about it, but you don't think about having to maintain it. You think more so about the count on the enemy than whether
Okay.
it's there.
Because you
Yeah,
also have to
exactly.
worry a lot about survivability, right? Because if you die, your damage is just gone, right?
That's a separate issue that's not Gunde specific necessarily.
Okay.
But I guess for everyone who doesn't know in chat, there are some bugs with blessings. So some blessings like Subduer and Sinister, if you die in the key, they will turn off. So for Gunde, a lot of them run Subduer. It's very good with your CC, and it's pretty good single target damage, and it can be good in AoE if you have damage when mobs are in execute. And then for the ring build, Sinister is effectively a mandatory talent. So like if I die in a key, I will lose 8 affixes, like a quarter of the affixes you can pick up, and lose,
Yeah.
I don't know, probably 30% damage, maybe, give or
Yeah,
take.
dying on Gunde, like besides all these points of like having your blessings deactivated and losing spirit for your ult, it's also like if you die at an inopportunate time when you have banked a lot of Odin blood stacks or whatever for the next pull, you are also losing all of that as well. So
Yeah.
there
But
are a
then
lot
again,
of pain points attached to it.
yeah, but then again, when you're in the pushing keys, so just one death means reset anyways, right? So it doesn't. It might not come down to it in the high keys, but I could imagine that in lower keys, it might be a very like for somebody just starting out this Gunde, that might be a very big pain point.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
but at
I
the same
mean,
time, I believe when you're just starting out and playing low Eternals and stuff, as Beefy mentioned, like the ring build is usually something that you go for in the higher end. It's not something that functions very well in low Eternals. So I would recommend for those players who are just starting out to level up and farm in Eternal using a cloak-centric build. That also doesn't really run Sinister, it runs Trickster. And I don't think that one gets deactivated when you die, but I might be mistaken. Also, Subduer is also another blessing that kind of gains value the higher up you go. Like at the early levels, the execute phase is so small, right? Because the mobs basically have no HP. So I wouldn't really recommend players to when they're starting out to like focus on getting these subduer points, as they're probably a lot less value than other things they might be using at that point in time. For sure, as you climb up, then yeah, subduer becomes really good, ring build becomes really good, sinister becomes mandatory for that build, and it's a different story. But just for starting out, yeah.
Yeah, you
and
make
that's
position
our
right, yeah.
and that's are also like in low Eternals, that usually doesn't mean anything, right? Like you can time the keys and climb even with probably like 10 deaths and still be fine. So
okay. With like 2-3 minutes left, is there any quality of life we should mention?
So let me think. There's like quality of life requests or like tips people should know to like improve their ability to play.
Depends. It depends on whether you guys think it's more important that there are some quality of life changes, or if it's more important people just realize this is how something works, which they might not know.
Yeah, okay. So I would say there are some interesting ones, I guess. So I think one of them is that there is a talent on your quality of life tip for people, I guess, is there's a talent called Crimson Strikes. It's a 1-pointer, and it increases your next damaging ability after using Blood Arc. But what this means, it does not have a duration. So I think if you aren't playing Dark Prophecy set, or if you're willing to risk it, you can use Blood Arc at the end of pulls or before the dungeon starts. Have like a buff global at the very start of the pull, which is nice. I think in general quality of life, I would say that the rend tracking is a little too tricky, possibly. The debuff is quite small, so it's like kind of hard to get a good gauge of how many rend stacks are on individual mobs when there are a lot of mobs there, when it's something you care about. And I think maybe, yeah, I don't know. Do you have anything else? Quality of life? I already talked about the AoE side. I feel like that's like the most annoying as pulls get larger.
yeah, other quality of life stuff, not sure. Maybe just the abusing of leap while elevated ground is below you to gain some more distance. That's also something people can have in mind to cover more distance while a pull is being gathered. While you're in Silken and you're being slowed by 40% by Recluse's debuffs and stuff, you can do this to gain some distance. As
I
Vicky
guess in general,
mentioned,
if people don't know, I guess the leap is not character directional, right? So like you can hold the A key and leap and jump to the side. So I don't know if people haven't realized that, like you can straight leap and actually not have to turn your character.
Yeah, because some characters don't work like that. Like Aeona's is always forward, where she's looking
I think
in that direction.
Exactly. A lot of so this is more like the Elarion role where it is you do have that ability to strafe.
Okay. Anything last, because I think we're about out of time.
Yeah, if you care about your sanity, probably reroll Tariq. I think most of the Gunde players out there at the top end of the ladder have done that. But I think generally, like, Gunde is a strong character, and it also has this really nice damage profile going on where he doesn't really lose much AoE damage for gaining a lot of single target by using the ring build. And this is highly sought after, right, in a game where usually your chains are being dictated by prior targets dying. And this is something that Gunde, along other characters like Mara or Ardeos, also feel. But this is like the small niche that Gunde fits in. While he's not tuned as strong as maybe some of the other characters, it's still completely a fine hero to play. And it has multiple builds going on. It's fun. It's very active CD management and timings of your Odin blood stacks and all of that. That's kind of nice and makes the hero very dynamic.
Okay. I think that's our time, but thank you guys so much. That was very very good. Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining.
This was fun. This was fun. Have a great rest of the stream.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you. And now, without further ado, because we are gotta keep a schedule here, Mr. Spry Frog for the Elarion. Ayo? He's dead.
Hey,
there we go.
People.
Hello, Spry.
Hello. How's it going?
What up, Mr. Man?
Not too bad. We were doing some 53 Silken.
Ooh. Not bad, not bad, not
Taking a
bad.
little pause.
Dude, Silken, personal note, I hate Silken. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's not a very tank friendly dungeon, I would say.
Nah. But welcome. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I can. I think quite a few people know me back from streaming every day in season 1. We pushed really high then. Played a lot with A4 Papier, Starved Child, a bunch of people that you see streaming now. And then just kind of consistently been playing through that into season 2, and then played with Coffee and Leknock, and I think you guys probably just know us just from streaming every day. So
Hell yeah. And that one interview with Hamish?
and the one interview with Hamish. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, that was I thought it was very, very good. So good job on that one.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. The Elarion guy, which your stream very much focuses around, right?
Oh yeah.
You're making a comeback for Xavian, or what's going on here?
Oh no, I mean, yeah, I'm doing a little bit of alt gaming, but Elarion is home and comfort. So even though currently a little convoluted, I think, and not really in a good place.
Okay. Well, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I was looking on the side here at what you had people talking through. But I think right now you'll see, like, yeah, there's a few of us playing. We got like Moo, Proxy, myself. Let's see who else is up here. Q is playing. Exliana, Gyrator, and a few other people that have been like long time Elarion players. I see some other on the second page, like Zen, Twister, Biggie. But yeah, so I mean, Elarion's still like showing a lot of popularity. I do think he's kind of struggling right now because we're so heavily reliant on RNG to do a lot of our damage, and it just doesn't really feel that great to play around. On top of that, there was some back and forth with one of our legendaries that completely burnt a possible play style. Like that could have given us a lot of AoE around the bracers build with Starfall Volley, which is saw a 10-second nerf going from season 2 to season 3, which is a little unfortunate.
What? 10 seconds?
Yeah, we got a lot of changes in between season 2 and season 3. One of our major abilities had the cooldown increase from 30 seconds to 40 seconds. It's Lunar Light Mark. Our Fervent Supremacy talent on 5A took a nerf and only reduces our cooldown by 10 seconds instead of 20 seconds.
That's huge.
One of our power abilities, Starfall Volley, went from 30 seconds to 40 seconds. And then we did start the season with a spirit nerf, where the marks that we generate on a spirit refund on enemies went from 9 down to 5, which got reverted. But yeah, it's a little frustrating. I think that's a sentiment that a lot of us share. There's some changes that were made, and power seems to be shifting around, but the budget isn't really bigger. So like we just kind of keep doing the same amount of damage even after the changes have happened.
Okay. Interesting, because one of my premates plays Elarion right now, and he does also just when he gets a proc, he just pops the fuck off, and then I cannot notice him on the damage meter for the rest of the dungeon, right? If he gets like no procs.
Yeah, and then that's also kind of a thing that you have to play around when you have Elarion in your party currently. We don't have a 50 spirit talent, right? So people, like a lot of the meta right now is like really big first pulls into spirit ability usage and then chaining, right? Elarion doesn't get to do that. Even if you take the Herald talent, your first ult is still somewhere like 40 to 60 seconds in, just depending on some factors. So that can kind of be slow when you're hoping to chop things down right away. And then especially when you compare that to having a Rime, Ardeos, or Tariq who are just gonna like kill off some important things so you can start going. Elarion takes some time to build, and on top of that, you don't really do any damage outside of your spirit ability. Like all of your damage comes from inside the spirit ability, and then you play catch up essentially for the rest of the dungeon.
Okay, and there's something.
So-
Do you go into like Celestial or Herald or any of the spirit builds to get more spirit points? So you have like ult more often, like visions and stuff, or?
Yeah, so like as far as builds are concerned, Elarion has pretty good usage of most of the blessings that are available. Spirit ability wise, most people you'll see will opt for varying amounts of Herald for starting Spirit. Celestial just isn't that good. Even though most of the abilities we use are power, Celestial just isn't as good for us in a small dungeon. Capstone wise, yeah, it's better. But just the need for us to get into the first spirit ability, like Herald is just way better for that. On top of outside of that, yeah, every build plays 1 visions. That's just for spirit point generation. And then can't really think of much more beyond that. We do definitely try to maximize old usage as much as possible because, like I said, that's the only time that we do damage. And so you'll probably find like Elarions to be pretty picky about routing, just because you need to maximize that because like it does not feel good to use your spirit on like 5 mobs that are about to die.
Yeah.
Or it also, conversely, doesn't feel good to ult a big healthy pull because, we have a talent that gives us 20% crit below 30% health. A lot of us are playing Subduer. A lot of us are playing Death's Grasp set, and then that's just extra damage below 30% health. So it's like, do a lot of damage when the stars align, but the stars don't align that much if you're not in a pre-made. And so it can lead to a lot of frustration when you play, I think.
Especially like, do you find yourself holding your ult if you see that the boss in a dungeon is like 32-33% HP, just to get more skill?
Yeah, in situations like that, yeah, like you would definitely hold. It gets the higher you get, that threshold kind of changes, and then you have bosses at like 42% health, and you're like, do I need the damage now? Do I need the damage like later? And like then that comes down to a lot of like, oh, what does your partner have? What does your tank and your healer got in the tank and stuff like that. A lot of that stuff just comes with playing and familiarity, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think just to like round that off, the thing is like with the rising spirit changes, and Proxy and I were talking about this earlier, and Moo a little bit too. Just like Rebel introduced rising spirit, which is just like main stat per spirit refund you get, right? Elarion has really good value on this, but at the same time too, it's like we only do damage if we manage to get stacked very high, and then we can detonate the marks, like you were saying. Your explosions really like don't do anything if you don't have like rising spirit stacked up and stuff.
Okay.
And it's just like kind of frustrating because it's like the RNG like just keeps compiling on itself. Like you want to hit a spirit refund, and then on that spirit refund, that's going to generate marks. But then you only have a 50% chance on that spirit refund to get a barrage proc. Okay. And it's like, okay. And then on that barrage proc, you only have a 20% chance to cause an AoE eruption, right? So you're like 3 layers deep, right?
Oh my
and
God.
then it's like, okay, well, some people want to play with the Dark Prophecy set, and then that's like a percent chance on a combat action to get haste, and then hopefully you do a lot of damage there. And then it's like on top of that, you want your rising spirit, but then rising spirit's bugged because sometimes you get the 2 seconds, sometimes you don't get the 2 seconds. Sometimes when you refresh it right as it's about to go out, it gives you the full 10 seconds back, and then you'll have like 7 stacks, and then that's when you do giga damage. But it's just like, yeah, there's so much nuance, and like for you to do giga damage, you have to be constantly aware of like all the buffs that you have at one single time. And yeah, it's just it sucks. And because like in the last patch that we had, it did try to like look at reworking marks because they untarget capped our marks. And they supposedly they increased the explosion chance, but apparently it's still not working that way. It just kind of pushed Highwind Arrow out of the meta because now like you still getting to the part where you need good overall to like get through the dungeon because stuff still has to die. So it's just like a lot of layers of RNG that makes the character kind of frustrating, I think, for most of us.
Maybe a niche question, but you played WoW, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so is it like comparable to how demon hunters also have to like do an insane amount of like work just to get their class working because so many things are RNG and proc based?
I don't know anything about Demon Hunter because I only played Feral Druid for the last 16 years.
I see. Have you heard about the Demon Hunter? Because it sounds a lot like Devour Demon Hunters, just having a fit over, not having a fit. Understand me, right? Like so much. It sounds like there's a lot of setup and a lot of RNG based on how well you do in a dungeon.
Yeah. I mean, you do get like a feeling for it, but at the end of the day, it's like you don't feel like you have control. It's just kind of like that you're having a moment where things can line up, and it's like hopefully you can capture that moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's about understanding those little niches where you can and should not send, and how the routing works for the pre-made tank. But for the people who play Elarion without like a pre-made tank, what is like the thought process for planning your damage?
Oh man. The best thing you can do, it's just, oh man. There's like so much frustration, I think, that happens when you like pop into the class channel, right? Because in Low Eternal, stuff dies too quickly for you to channel Barrage. So playing Barrage feels bad. At the same time, like the Barrage build and the Highwind Arrow build don't have a lot of overlap. I mean, they do, but also they don't. And then you're talking about like having to change your gear around, which is frustrating for a lot of players and not necessarily conducive to this conversation. But like, yeah, the best thing I can say though is like if you're playing Elarion, you just send on CD because at least you kill something, and then if you're playing with full pugs, the best indicator to move on is when stuff's dead. So
yeah,
just try to facilitate killing stuff so that your group moves on. Besides that, I you'll find naturally that when you hit more buttons, like you'll get into a rhythm, and then you'll be able to figure out how to make that rhythm do the most damage for yourself.
All right. Yeah, that's the case with like most heroes, right? Just finding out the rhythm. Would you say having played other heroes a bit here and there, would you say it's harder to find the rhythm on Elarion compared to like something like your Xavian ult?
Nah, I mean Xavian, I just hit the glowy button, right?
Yeah.
And somehow you win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moo and I were talking about this too. If you take it just from a very like tip of the iceberg type of look, you look at people's logs, right? And like I remember we were going through the 55 sands. You look at the 55 sands logs, and the Tariqs like 70% of their damage, 80% of the damage is Hammer Storm. You look at the Rimes, and like 90% of their damage is Icy Talons and stuff. And it's like you look at Elarion, and his breakdown is like salvo damage, eruption damage, barrage damage, volley damage, right? And like it's actually pretty involved, right? And I'm not discounting that it's not involved for the other characters. I'm just saying when you look at it from like this guy spent like 80% of his damage like spinning his hammer and stuff like that, right? It's like a little bit more involved for us on like how you do the damage, and then how well you hit those buttons definitely shows up in your damage breakdown. Yeah.
Okay, for sure.
So
And like how secondary reliant is Elarion?
This season, well, I think most people know my take on this is stats are fake.
Yeah.
So that's how I feel about that.
Mhm.
However, there are some hard answers about that. Mainly the fact that like Philosopher scales up to 50% Spirit, Mystic scales up to 50% Spirit. Monarch. You have these things, right? And it's like, well, yeah, okay. Obviously, you want to capture those benefits. So, how secondary reliant is Elarion? Pretty heavy, I would say. Like most of us aim for high 45% or to 50% Spirit. Trying to get in the high 20s in haste, and then like trying to have a good balance of crit and expertise. It's pretty important, and then you don't want to like have too low main stat, right? Like 312, like 310, pretty good. Anything higher than that, like also very good. And then I will say it does seem like we've settled that outside of playing a Visions of Grandeur chrono build, majors aren't that crazy for us, but it is kind of blessings, and then there's a lot more blessings than there are other things, so sometimes it takes a while to reroll that. But it does take a bit of time to fine tune. Your ability to play the game comes online very easy, but feeling like you're min maxing, or like it just feels like you're accumulating a bunch of like 0.5% increases as you keep building your gear up. So
yeah, so would you say like the power spike? Because I think did you read like Isidore's post the other day where he's talking about like how gearing is basically just waiting for like a massive spike when you get all your like quote unquote biz items? Like does Elarion have like a massive spike when you hit, the legendary or the one set piece?
as a person who's built very many gear sets and tried a lot of different things, I'm gonna say not really. I don't think it really works that way for Elarion. When you look at like the Rime and the Ardeos builds that are like 4 visions and stuff like that, it's not the same. So
Okay.
yeah,
All right. Any like quality of life stuff that is particularly interesting this season?
We actually lost some quality of life stuff that was not documented for some reason.
Bruh.
Yeah. During your barrage channel, you used to be able to press your off global cooldown abilities like Fervent or Skystar's Supremacy or Skystar's Grace. Now, whenever you do that, it cancels your barrage. But interestingly, you can cast your Highwind Arrow, which is also a channeled cast, and it doesn't cancel that, which is weird. And what are some other things that have happened? So we lost those. I think at this point, might as well just make it like so that you can channel barrage while rolling. People talk about Elarion mobility a lot, but actually, because so much of it's like, oh, Elarion's got 3 rolls and they're on 8-second recharge. It's like, yeah, but you can't roll while you're casting barrage because then you just lose all your damage, especially if it was a proc barrage, and like that part of the gameplay loop is very frustrating, unfortunately.
So that's something you would love to see handled better or like changed.
I'm not really a suggestion maker.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine.
I respect the people who can come up with ideas. I think that's cool. I just think like, hey, this is a pain point and something that people talk about a lot. It probably should be addressed in some manner. Barrage while rolling, I guess, is like the easiest fix to that. But you know, maybe that's not what they had in design. It's also kind of weird that that's the only ability that we can't cast while rolling. So
yeah, especially if the other channels can the other channels be cast while rolling?
Yeah, your focused shot and your Highwind Arrow can be channeled while rolling, so you don't lose uptime on that.
Yeah, that might just do they have like a different like type because one is core and one is power or something? Maybe that's where it goes wrong.
There's all power. No.
What? Okay,
all
so it's not even that. Okay, that's strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I definitely don't think he is a top tier hero. Like when you look at like what's pushing in the 60 plus right now. Not saying that like I think some people are gonna be like, yo, you're crazy because Proxy's like at 65 right now. But it's like I'm not saying that you can't make it work, but it's just like you definitely have to put some work in for him, and I don't know.
Yeah, also because
the numbers just aren't like the numbers aren't numbering, man.
Yeah, and Proxy plays with AC, Dorky, and Senikin. I forgot.
I don't know. I don't follow too much.
Okay. Maybe you knew. That's okay.
I know Isidore.
Yeah, you do.
Dorky. Well, let me see. Hold on.
He knows everybody, I've learned.
Yes. Oh yeah, Zenikin, the Vigour player. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So.
But yeah, we have a few minutes if you want to have like final comments or something that's, you want to get off your chest.
No, I mean, Elarion, I think, is suffering from some design choices that have kind of like forced him into certain builds, which is really crazy because in season 1, you could play all 3 legendaries. They all had distinct power. They were all like pretty equally strong. And then season 2, we had a spirit, like how spirit refunds work. We had that changed, and then there was only one build you can play. And now, coming into season 3, it like seems like it didn't get any better, which is like kind of frustrating that we went from having some of the most build variety to some of the least build variety. And I'd really like to see that come back. You know, we have a dead legendary as well, which is also not good. I think you should always try to avoid pain points from your players where they're like, oh, like, can I not play the game because I got this from my like reward tree or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. Man, I hate to be a bummer. It's just like I'm not currently happy with the character. I think like there's definitely some issues there. But hopefully, they'll get addressed soon after, seeing some number stuff. I think the issue is like I think there might be, just my opinion personally, I think there's some fear on like changing Elarion too much because we don't want like another season 1 thing where everybody like only wants Elarion and then it's like double Elarion dungeons and stuff like that and whatnot. I just would like to see some damage untethered from his spirit ability so that like it didn't feel like we were wet noodle all the time and just some of our quality of life restored.
Some more stability in what does damage where and when and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bummer to do that because that's I feel like most people felt like that in season 2 when you had like one tank just completely dominant for the entire first few weeks, and then the other 2 tanks just couldn't keep up and not being able to play because people leave because you don't have the meta like tank. I don't think that's a bummer saying just pointing that out, right?
Yeah. Looking for 2 DPS, 57 Silk, and no Elarion. Yeah, I remember those days. Actually, it was like 49. Like 49, people would literally post in the Fellowship Discord and be like, no Elarion. And it's like, damn, that feels bad to read. Yeah. Oh, and then double Elarion pugs right now like feel bad because it's like you got to offset your ult, which means when you guys have to offset your ult, and then that doesn't feel good. And then you're just
and you
like,
both overcap and
yeah.
Both do the CC at the same time in the same mob. Like, oh, dude.
Yeah.
Definitely a struggle. But man, I get lucky whenever I get a Elarion. I'm so happy my pre-mate is rolling Elarion. It's gonna be so much fun. Because he was playing the Tariq life and he fucking hated. Like melee is
I'm working
not
on my
fun.
Tariq, man.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the time is up. But thank you so much for being here, man. Appreciate it.
Man.
Anything?
I'll catch you later.
All right. Have fun.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, buddy. All right. Another one down. Let us welcome in the 2 Amaras. Get dragged. Hello.
Sup.
What up, boys? Welcome back, Roxu.
Yo.
So glad you can make
Thank
it.
you. Yes.
All right. You want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. I'm SPT. I was the rank 1 Mara in season 2, and I'm currently pushing this season 2 as Mara.
Hell yeah. All right.
Yeah. And I'm Rogzu, and I mostly played during season 1. I was rank 1 Mara during season 1 for a long time. And then season 2, I played for a couple of weeks. And for season 3 now, I played a little bit, been talking a lot with SPT about Mara, and mostly was mainly me and SBT playing Mara. We had a couple others, but mostly us 2.
All right. Ooh. I hear the sound. Presentation? Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay.
All right. Take it away, boys.
Okay. Right. Let's get started with presentation. It's about Mara being bad. so
always.
With regards to the popularity of this hero, these are the top Mara Godfather ones. As you can see, there's a high variety of players. Spoiler, there's not.
Okay.
These are from today, these are the top 24 DPS players. Have fun finding a Mara here.
Yeah, I see none.
No, there is one.
There's one.
Oh, what?
There is one.
What Oh yeah, there he is. Okay, yeah. Shadow stepped into the roster, I see.
So, about the talents for Mara this season. These are our 3 core talents. Assassin's Guile gives you a damage increase after you leave stealth for like 5 GCDs. Deadly Scheme makes your next ability, gives 100% crit chance to your next ability. And Malevolence increases just your next finisher, right, which either single target or AoE. The way Mara generally works is you want to stack all of 3 of them at once for the maximum damage, since they're all amplifying each other, right? You want to do it during your damage amp buff, and if possible also maximize it during ult. This season we actually have to do quite a bit of math if you want to play it optimally.
Oh.
You have Deadly Scheme stacks, each ability gives you a different amount of stacks. Then you have to do a bit of math. Right, just like the 17 rule that I named it. If you start at 17, you always get like your perfect finisher hit. Same for single target. Depending on the rotation, you might have like these rules change. There are also different rules for different numbers. Also, Mara heavily depends this season on spirit. Right, she wants 50% spirit, which means a 33% crit rate. So your rotation will just change on the fly, which means you have something like this where you use 3 finishers in a row, and the question is, in which order do I have to hit them to correctly hit the Deathly Scheme proc, right, during stealth? So it's not always straightforward. You have to do a bit of counting on the fly as Mara. This is probably the real basis for the season. Macabre makes your 3-minute cooldown actually good and not completely useless. Sinner's Pride makes your Maidens, which is like your major ability, usable every like 23 seconds. This is the meta build for this season. Feed the Queen, probably Mara's actual signature ability, which gives her Funnel, which is extremely good and makes her very unique. These are the gems for a season. There's like really not much to talk about it. You can probably drop 6 purple in favor of 10 green, but yeah, there's not much more to it.
Is that mostly for the cooldown for the abilities or the expertise?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yes, for the cooldown. We will also see in just a moment for the blessings why. Majors, 4 out of 4 splinters is a must-have. 1 out of 4 emerald must-have. Heroics barely matters, honestly. You can like just pick whatever. Defensive is the same for everyone. I really like Martial Initiative. It works, right? This one, it works well with Sahil, since it gives you a damage amp, which, if you have 2 of them, you have it for the entire of your ult, which is great. Walk also just generally a great major. Yes. So Mara is special because around every second GCD of her is actually a power ability. So this one just gives her a flat 10% crit increase without thinking about it in any way. Mystic, which is by the way currently bugged, so I think Mara locks. So we finished our Sans 62. I was like 10k above our Rime.
Overall.
On the logs it on the logs it shows 2k, which is a bit weird. Like I had multiple of these situations, Roxu also. So I think it's also bugged for Mara right now.
Okay.
Just for logs wise, like I think in game it does increase your damage still, but if you're looking at logs, there is a chance it's just bugged a little bit.
Yes, I counted correctly. Strange. Okay.
Yeah. Because I also had some occasions where I was beating my Ardeos in game, like in game meters, and then when we went to logs, I lost like inside logs PS, which is weird, kind of, but.
Yeah, that's when you played with AC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So every second GCD is a power ability. So Mystic obviously huge. Philosopher also huge. You use a major ability around every 23 seconds. So it's just amazing, obviously. Not much more to say about it. It's just. But also this means that Mara in this season has a lot of borrowed power. Like if they remove or greatly rework these talents, then Mara will lose a lot of power.
And also if you don't have these, like when you're early game gearing, I remember this season it just felt absolutely awful to play Mara because I felt like I was doing no damage. But when I got all my blessings and stuff, then you actually notice how much damage you were starting to do.
Yeah. One last point with regards to the talents. Feed the Queen is a core talent, right? This gives her Funnel, it's her identity talent. You can also go Corrosive Spill, which just is easier to play and gives you a lot more AoE without thinking much. The Method guys also advertise this one. I personally disagree. I don't think there's much point in it, but it's an option. Also, there's a discussion about Main Doom and Venomous Delight. This one is pretty much the meta talent. But this one makes energy a non-issue. So, and they are both very close to each other. Like, if you don't want to deal with energy, you just want to think a bit less, then Venomous Delight is absolutely fine. Resources, Shindig's Mara Guide is probably the best resource there is. It's a really great overview for Mara. And I guess there's also the Method Guide, which is really good too.
Who wrote the Method Guide this season?
Wallach.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. The general points for Mara, there's a lot of them. Legendaries are just flat damage increases, which is why I'm not talking about them. They're boring. They don't do anything interesting. Mara has good pure single target damage, even if she doesn't get her funnel. Her on-demand damage for something like Godfall Totems, right, requires a bit of setup. Like, you have to think ahead for a long time. Like, what means long? But you can't just get good damage on something like that. I think she's absolute S tier, absolutely biz when she gets funnel, especially on boss. She's like, in my eyes, she's unbeatable. But her funnel must be utilized for her to be worthwhile on the high end. If you can't do that, if you can't route around her, she's not worth it. What I personally like about Mara are hero moments, like funnel on boss, but also certain funnel situations like the horror in Silken, where she can do things that no other hero besides maybe Ardeos can do, and it just personally feels really great to play. And not many heroes have something like that. Well, I mean, Rime has something like her heal, right? Which is very unique too. But yeah, that's what I really like about her. Also, she has a high skill floor and high skill ceiling, which is unfortunate, I guess, because beginners always have a really rough time with her. Her ult is amazing. She can just melt things. Also things like Ira, she can just absolutely melt. She's RNG dependent this season because she has a lot of spirit procs this time, especially during her ult. She has the worst mobility CD in the game. I will talk about it in more detail shortly. Her stun is just a net negative. It doesn't do anything. It's bad. Haste doesn't do anything. It's bad. She's melee bad. It's all bad. Now, the elephant in the room, hemotoxin. Everyone has heard about it. It was bugged. It was hotfixed, I think, 5 times or 4 times.
I think it was hotfixed 3 times in one day.
Yes, and it was still bugged.
Crazy.
They still had to hotfix it on the very next day. It was horrible.
I've seen the clip from Legnog. Yeah, it. Holy fuck.
I will talk shortly about so hemotoxin or bleed Mara has generally the same strengths as finisher Mara, just to a lesser degree. She also has good prio that just comes passively, and she has really good AoE. Like, she's still viable, just sadly no one actively plays her on the high end. This is an excerpt from one of the Bleed Mara rotations.
Yeah.
If you enjoy this type of stuff, give her a try. Have fun.
Okay.
The talents. That's one of the biggest issues with Bleed Mara. Especially these two ones are very, like, these are just passive increases. Like, Blood Rush increases the tick rate. Red Ledger gives you a crit per applied bleed.
Crit per bleed you have on.
That's just boring, right? In comparison, like, for finisher Mara, all 3 of these talents like have an actual gameplay relevance. Like, they actually change your gameplay. These 2 Bleed Mara talents don't do anything. Yeah, and these 2 are the core. Actually, Roxo just told me about it, and I agree. Sinner's also a core ability, effectively.
What Sinners does is it reduces your Maiden's ability, CD of it, so you're able to press it every like 20 seconds ish. And what Gushing Blood does is that whenever you have your Maiden's ability on, your bleed spreads to, I think it's 4 extra targets. So that's why it's kind of must to place in, right? To have low CD, so you're able to spread your bleeds easier.
Okay.
Yeah. And all you do in this build is you wait for hemotoxin procs and you press your bleed ability. That's it. I won't talk much more about it.
Fuck.
About Mara pain points. So you can already see the issue here.
What the fuck?
That's what you have to constantly deal with. Is a bunch of debuffs on targets. You just can't see stuff, right? It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Find the cast.
Yeah, and yeah. Also, about quality of life improvements for Mara. Focus target is a very important one. So this here is from season 2, and this Venom Drinker here was my priority target, right? The one I'm actually focusing. This Bully Basher here is my interrupt target. This Kidnapper here is my stun target, right? So I have to cross-eye on this pull. I have to mouse over stun, which is horrible with these nameplates. And as you can see, during a pull, like things move around like crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to constantly cross-eye and keep track of everything. You have to also like keep track of your buffs here down here, obviously. It's just horrible. Like giving Mara focus target would make her stun so much better to use, so much more just enjoyable to use.
Mm.
It's absolutely necessary. I hope the devs implement it.
Okay.
Yes. The other pain point, Shadow Step, which is the worst mobility CD in the game by a large margin.
Okay.
You can Shadow Step on the target, which is not yourself, so you're dependent on the positioning of other people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Let's take this example here, right?
Yeah.
You have like two ugly mobs here.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
right, and you have your group.
Yeah.
Right. So let's say ugly mob number 1 is frontaling your tank, which is the basic. Right? And ugly mob number 2 is like doing some weird targeting on your Rime.
Yeah.
Now, and let's say you have to move out immediately for whatever reason, right? There are a billion reasons for that. You cannot shadow step here because you just insta die, right? You also cannot shadow step here because your Rime will most likely dash out at the last possible second. And the issue being, your Rime is not in your field of view. So not only are you dependent on the positioning of others, right, with your mobility, also it's highly restrictive, so because effectively only these two are your possible targets. But also, it's not even your field of view. So whether or not you can successfully use your mobility CD depends on your teammates. They are effectively doing the thing for you. And like, yeah, it's not in your field of view, so you kind of have to guess to some degree in some moments how you're properly utilizing your mobility CD. One suggestion that has been made in the Mara channel is to make it like a clone, for example, which you can like drop somewhere, right? And then when you press your ability again, you can like teleport to your clone.
Yeah. Okay.
This would make it, I think, way more fun to use. I mean, actually enjoyable to use. And you would be responsible for your mobility usage and not your goddamn teammates.
Yeah, because the Warlocks in WoW has that ability, and it's kind of good, right?
Yes.
Okay.
These are like probably the two biggest pain points for Mara right now, in my viewpoint. Surprising things. I could think of two things. You should never waste combo points. Never ever. No matter how bad your spirit procs are in general. Single target and AoE abilities have different ranges, right? So if you, for example, have to move out of range for like the golem that does his AoE, you can like move your rotation in a way where when you have to move out, you use your AoE abilities that have a higher range. So you don't lose uptime. These are like 2 points I've wanted to mention.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it for my Mara Bad presentation. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Round of applause. Very good. Very nice. Oh, there you go. Okay, cool. Somebody's asking in chat if you'll show some rotations because he's kind of lost. I don't know if we have time for that, or if you have to like boot up the game. Because I'm guessing that. Oh, you're already in. Good. We have time.
Rotation. Wait, let me. So for a beginner, definitely watch the Shindy guide. It has timestamps. There's a timestamp about Malevolent specifically. It's like around 10 minutes. It gives you a great overview. Shindy guide is just great.
I'll find it quick and link it as well.
Yeah, like Bleed Mara opener, you go, right, you stealth, you apply your poison, you do your single target finisher, single target, bleed, stealth, AoE, then you triple weave, yeah, I know it's like hard to explain out of context.
Basically, the main point is that when you're in AoE situation, you want to press 2 single target finishers before you go into your stealth window, your assassin's guile window. So you have 2 stacks of your AoE malevolence buff. Malevolence makes your next finisher do 100% more damage, whatever stacks you have on. So basically, you get 2 of the good buffs by pressing 2 of the bad spells away. When you are in AoE, you press 2 single target finishers, so you get 2 AoE finisher stacks. Then you go into your stealth window, your Assassin's Guile window, which gives you 40% more damage during 5 seconds after you get out of stealth. And during those 5 seconds, your goal is to use the 2 stacks of malevolence buff you got previous.
Yes.
And you also try to line up Deadly Scheme inside that window. So, and what Deadly Scheme is that it makes your next finisher crit 100%.
Yeah. Someone said in chat, yeah, it's the basics, but the basics remain the same. Just the things that have changed this season is the way you have to think about Deadly Scheme and Spirit procs, how you react to Spirit procs, right? So if I press my single target finisher, you can see I get an AoE stack. Now it's empowered, my AoE. So when it's empowered, I want to combine it with my stealth buff, right? Assassin's Guile. And with my Deadly Scheme, as you can see here, that I've also hit in that window. And that's all that Finisher Mara's about. Right? Stack up as many empowering buffs as possible. Right? Here, first AoE, I get Deadly Scheme. Second AoE with Assassin's Guile. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Would you say you said earlier that that Mara is like has a really high skill ceiling, but does the
Yes.
skill like requirements like come down to talents and legendary? Because you said legendaries are boring, but does it change like the way you play the game just a little bit if you change talents as well?
When you change talents, so you have your Feed the Queen, right? For each target hit, it empowers your single target finisher. So whenever you press your which you will do, you will always press your single target finisher so you can empower your AoE finisher. And right, so if you have Feed the Queen, you definitely want to make sure you actually have it up when you press your single target finisher, since it greatly increases the damage. That definitely changes. Corrosive Spill, if you play that, it's just passive. You don't have to think about anything really. The legendaries, they don't do anything. Like, so we have the ring. So our ring gives us for each spirit proc, it gives us expertise for like 8 seconds. And the only optimization that I at least ever did with it was to fish for a proc before I ult, right? So I'm writing for spirit proc before I ult, so I get the expertise buff, and then I ult. But that's it. There's nothing more for legendaries for Mara.
Okay.
And I think set items wise, if you play the Cithril set, you kind of also want to wait for that proc to hit before you go into your ulti, if it's possible.
Yes. Right, this is this one, the dragon here. Yeah, that's also a good point. We play the gem set, right? The Husky set, just like everyone else.
Yeah.
We play the Death's Grasp, just like everyone else. We play Ransack, just empowered ults, which is great. And this one is optional, I guess, the Cypherus set that Roxu just mentioned. But playing with sets is obviously great, right? Since it strongly decreases the amount of RNG of the loot for you.
What about the neck traits? Is there anything like big changes between what neck traits are good, or is it like Abyss? Is it just Boar and Mountain, or?
Definitely, like it strongly depends. So you can see I have 4 necks. No, 3. Okay, I only have 3 right now in my inventory. So the default is, where's my default neck? Yeah, this is the default, right? Mountain Beetle.
Yeah.
Depending on the dungeon, you will need Lake. Just Lake. But depending on a different dungeon, like the 63 Ravetide, you will need Shadow and Lake.
Okay.
So
interesting. Okay.
I mean, is it interesting? Yes. Does it require an obscene amount of farming? Yes.
Yep.
Because you need 3 different necks, all with the same rolled, like in my case,
Bruh.
Ruby on it,
Yeah.
with the correct substat rolled on it.
Dude, let us buy fucking legendary dust or give us options when we use it, dude. Holy
Yeah.
fuck.
Also, I think there's one neck trait what is kind of decent on some situations when you go high enough. It's the Dune, which makes your wall or your defensive give you 40% magic DR also.
Ooh.
Which
Okay.
is kind of strong in, let's say, like Ransack, when you have to soak sands, it's decent.
Mhm.
I don't know if you have it there, SPT, but I feel like I gained some value off of that neck trait also. And one rotational thing I can still think of on the top of my head, if you go to talent, swapping Maiden's Doom to Venomous Delight. SVT was talking about this earlier. When you play Venomous Delight, you don't need to really worry about your energy region poison. Can't remember what it's called. Oh, see, do you remember the poison you put with your Widow's Bite?
Yeah, it's on your poison that gets applied by your skittering blades.
Yeah, that gives you more. No, your Widow's Bite.
That one too, yes. Both.
Yeah, that gives you a lot of energy. So you don't really need to worry about that one if you play Venomous Delight. But if you play Maiden's Doom, you need to have uptime on that poison also.
Yeah, with Maiden's Doom, your AoE rotation changes because you will actually press Widow's Bite and AoE. But as we said, like Venomous Delight, if you play Finisher Aurora somewhat correctly, it's still doing great damage. Oh yeah, it's something I forgot. I mean, I mentioned it, right? I called her S tier. Like, I genuinely think she's really, really good this season.
But conditional, right?
Yeah. Your group, you have to route with her in mind, but generally possible in every dungeon.
Yeah. All right. We have like a minute. Anything like very short you could mention as well, like quality of life or something you want to get off?
You mentioned the shadows.
You also mentioned the stand also.
Yeah. Oh yeah, ranged. Thank you. Range. So this is not only for us, but also for tanks. So during a pull, which I've shown in one of my slides.
Ugly Bug 1 and 2.
People.
Yeah.
Right, things move around like crazy, and what happens really often for melee and obviously for tank also is a mob that you're not targeting, but is your focus target, is just out of your kick range. This happens so like just giving it one more yard would be a great quality of life, similar to the stun, right? Like I'm targeting this mob and my actual stun target just moved out of my range.
Oh yeah.
And then I could miss the stun, right? And it's confusing during the heat of the situation.
Wait, is your melee range further than your stun?
No, I think it's both 5 yards. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the AoE one is a bit higher, so
Okay.
if you ever have to move out of range, right?
But that's the time we have. But thank you so much. That's very okay. That was good. I will remember this presentation for the rest of my life. Thank you both for being here. It was true pleasure. And I'll shout you both out when I think we already did. I'll do it again. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much for having us.
Take care, boys.
Yep.
Take care.
You too.
Thank you.
Peace.
Thank you.
Bye.
Get out of here. All right. The Ardeoses. They lost a minute already. Let me get them in here. Ayo?
Hello.
What
Hello.
up? You lost a full minute. I'm sorry.
I already said it too so long. I'm way too excited.
Yeah.
Talking in front of people.
Yeah. Okay, let's get some introductions going. Izzy, who are you?
I'm an average artist player who started playing Meiko in season 1. Then I saw so long pumping in season 2 and I swapped to Ardeos. And since then, we played double Ardeos.
Hell yeah. And so long. Who are you?
I am an Ardeos player. I've played Ardeos all 3 seasons, so Ardeos is my main hero, primary hero. I've played with a couple of tanks, including Isidore, who's mentioned that he's played Meiko before, right? So definitely have a lot of theory crafting behind the scenes, I would say, Isidore and I.
Cool. Okay. So what do you have for us?
So I think we want to use our time by going over 4 or 5 things. We want to talk about what we think makes Ardeos strong. The general idea behind Ardeos gameplay, right? What is kind of the core tenets that we need to apply when we're playing? What talents and builds we have? Some important rotations, and I think Isidore will maybe do a bit of a demo. And then Isidore will go into what are some of the end game interesting builds that we've recently found. So I think we start with what makes Ardeos strong, Isidore?
Yeah, so Ardeos has insane. The damage profile is pretty unique because he has insane funnel damage. I know that Mara also has good funnel damage, but the damage Ardeos can build up is just insanely strong. Especially this season with mini bosses and shadow lords, Ardeos can just completely nuke them. And this makes him very viable, as you can see in the high keys we are pushing these days. Because we just need one DPS that can put out that much single target DPS. And another thing about Ardeos is, I think it's pretty unique because Ardeos is the only character that has 3 viable legendaries that are pretty evenly balanced. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And
yeah,
if you play Ardeos, yeah, there are 3 different builds we will go through. 2 of them are more AoE, but you still have good funnel because you always want to play the funnel talents. But the best Solong and I would say is the single target build. So Ardeos is very well paired with AoE DPS, like Rime, Tariq. Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, Helena is your best friend because you 10 seconds of setting up your damage.
Yeah, and grand melee, you know, that propaganda. Oh my god. Okay, cool.
Solong, do you continue?
He's dead.
He's dead.
I have put myself on mute accidentally, so I'm back now.
There
So I'll share my screen briefly, and I'll go over some
Mhm.
heuristics on how we've built Ardeos. We put this together based off of, hey, if we were to start a fresh character, how would we prioritize some of our talents, traits, and the rest of our builds? And this also, I think, serves for good voiceover for what aspects of Ardeos' gameplay revolves around. So if I were to start today, I would gun for Visions of Grandeur, Sapphire, and a Chrono Shift weapon. And that's because Ardeos' gameplay is centered around having Wildfire as a burn window. Visions of Grandeur, which gives you Spirit and more alts, gives you more wildfires and more burn windows when combined with the Chrono Shift. Having 10 blue, I think, is almost a de facto for any build today. There are very strong sets and traits that I would say are considered baseline at this point. Drakheim, which gives you a main stat bonus for a window after your ult, generally is considered a must-have. And Seal at Hesker, which gives you more gen power, it just allows you to craft builds that give you what you need. I won't go over all of this, but I would say as gear acquisition is a little bit tricky nowadays, there are kind of 3 phases of building out Ardeos this season. You're kind of in this middle phase for the majority of your playtime because it's tricky to get exactly what you want. But apart from Visions of Grandeur, having Brave Machinations, which also gives you more weapons charges, which leads to more alt windows. Amethyst Splinters, which is just a good flat damage buffer. And Martial Initiative, which is both good offensively and defensively, especially after your burn window. Hunter's Focus is just flat haste bonus, which is quite nice. Dark Prophecy gives you haste, which is one of Ardeos' best stats. And then Death's Grasp is a nice bit of a filler. It gives you a little bit of spirit and a bit of execute. The blessings that I would say are quite strong right now are Wayfarer, which gives you haste, And especially because Ardeos spams our core abilities so often. A lot of the builds have engulfing flames and fireballs, which are considered core skills, and Wayfarer just scales very well because you're spamming those all the time. Philosopher's in a very interesting position for us because a lot of our gear naturally has a lot of spirit. I wouldn't recommend building into spirit, but because we're naturally going to acquire a lot of spirit through the sets and specific pieces that we need to get our standard builds going, it's just very strong. We've got major abilities that activate with Philosopher, including Wildfire. And what Philosopher does is it makes you a little bit stronger after you use a major ability. And as I said at the start, where the core tenet around playing Ardeos is that you want to maximize that burn window. So the Philosopher just gives you a more powerful burn window, especially after your Wildfire.
One thing I want to add to that. Instead of Philosopher, you can also play for Trickster. But as the full Ardeos build, in my and Solong's opinion, needs a lot of major traits, you cannot really choose your stats. And this happened to me and Solong that we just had high spirit. So, of course, we play Philosopher because we only look at our majors, that we get all majors. And if we have them, then we can decide to go other stats.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I would say a lot of these things are not directly controllable, but if they do pop up, there are also some interesting flex situational builds that we can get into. Herald just gives you more alties throughout the instance. As I said, Philosopher is depending on whether you have Spirit or not. I would say 30% baseline Spirit happens quite a bit on Ardeos because we're playing 10 blue. Inspired Allegiance gives you more weapon cooldown, and in some situations this gives you more alties because you're able to get your Chrono Shift off earlier. And then the set from Wraithtide is also quite strong. So as a general heuristic, anything that helps you optimize your burn window in Ardeos has been quite strong for us this season. So with that, I think we wanted to go over some of the talents and builds. I think Isidore is going to share their screen.
I will just stream my gameplay.
Okay. Yep. Oh, you look at the leaderboard. Oh, no.
I didn't want to show this.
What is that? What the hell?
It's a humble flex. Humble flex.
Yeah. Obviously.
No. So we have 3 legendaries. I sadly only have 2 legendaries because I despise the ring playstyle. So I scrapped all my rings. So you will only get to see the other legendaries combos. And Solong will start with the talents replay. And then I will show the combos.
Yeah, absolutely. So the talents at this point, I think, have matured to a point where there's general agreement that these are the strongest talents available. Slow burn is a little bit weaker than it was in prior seasons. It's capped at a 3-second extension, I think, due to the large amount of haste that we can get. So your engulfing and searing blaze just gets a little less extended. Frog Squad is very strong in, I would say, for the Bracer build and for the Cloak build. Your frogs are just more powerful. Apocalyptic Surge gives you free detonates and a faster apocalypse, which is an incredible quality of life. Undying Flame gives you a more powerful engulfing flames, and that's the most important single target. Rolling Flames gives you your funnel. And Pyrophibian Frenzy just helps you spawn frogs. That's baseline for the Bracer build as well as the Frog Cape build. The one flex talent that we have is the Burning Initiative one. I would say that one gives you more alts because you start with 50 spirit points and 2 Burning Embers. I would say depending on whether you're doing a capstone or a dungeon, depending on your group comp, maybe that one is a little bit more flexible. But for the most part, I think it's just strong to have essentially an extra alt for the dungeons you're doing. And the variation that after our talents would be between the frog talents and the fireball talent. So the Great Balls of Fire talents and the Rain of Fire talents is both something you can play with the bracer build as well as the ring build. The ring build is essentially the apocalypse build where you're spamming fireballs, and each fireball gives you a reduction in your apocalypse. So that's really where the variation comes in. Apart from that, though, I mean, what do you think, Isidore? I don't think there's too much room for flexibility over optimizing
so
these talents.
you need to play this if you play the ring legendary. If you play the cape legendary, which is the one with the big frogs, you need to play that. And on wrists, the single target legendary, you can either choose between frogs or fireballs. Fireballs is a slightly bit more AoE. Frogs is a little bit more single target damage. Because the frogs legendary gives the frogs more AoE. So if you're not playing that, it's, I would say, a little bit more single target than AoE, but it's also AoE damage. And the other talents are fixed. You cannot really drop any of them. As Solong said, the Burning Initiative on capstones, you could consider spontaneous combustion, but this talent is still a little bit bugged. It's kept out at 11 crit chance, even though it says that you should get more.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think I continue with the combos because this is the most important thing on Ardeos. What you need to understand is slow burn. Well, our most important spell is detonating. If I have Cinder, I can detonate. And detonate makes that all the dots that are on the target instantly damage the enemies. So if I have more dots on the target, the detonate deals more damage. The engulfing is the single target funnel talent that if I press it, one dummy gets one engulfing. And it stacks. If I put 2 on them, there are 2, and then I can detonate, and the more engulfings on the enemy, the more damage the detonate does. And now there comes slow burn into play. Slow burn makes that for my fireball dot, as long as the fireball dot is active, my engulfings get extended. Well, you probably cannot see it because it's so tiny.
Yeah.
But it gets extended up to 3 seconds. So the goal is you always want to have your fireball dot on the enemy to extend your engulfing as much as possible. Well, right now I'm talking about the single target build with bracers. So, and you need Visions of Grandeur 4/4, or yeah, I will talk about that later. You need the blue gems because Ardeos is that strong during ult. And what else? Yeah, exactly. You need a Chrono Shift weapon. You need a Chrono Shift weapon because without Chrono Shift weapon, you cannot put as much engulfings on the enemies. The goal is to put as much engulfings on the enemies, then press Wildfire because my dots get stronger during this window and the detonates deal more damage during this window, and then detonate as long as I can. And the rolling.
You wanna show them the full combo, Isidore? Maybe it'd be a good time to.
Yeah, I guess. So I start with a Searing Blaze or Apocalypse. Then I put on Fireball, so the dot is already there. Then I do Engulfing Flames and Pyro, Wildfire. I weapon. I already have 3 Engulfings on the enemy. I do 1 more Engulfing. I need to put on another Fireball. 1 more Engulfing. In between, I spam Inferno Waves, so my Engulfing gets down, cooldown gets reduced. And as soon as the first engulfing would drop off, I need to press ult to extend it.
Okay.
So we're at 6 engulfings now. Yeah.
Wow.
It's 6. Oh, wait.
And we're at 7.
And they're fully stacked. Oh, okay.
Wait, let's go to the single target. The important stuff in the combo is you want to put on as much dots as possible, and therefore you need to press fireball dot needs to be active, so engulfing gets extended. You want to spam as much Inferno Waves. This is just the wet noodle, so the cooldown of engulfing flames gets reduced. This is our 3-pointer talent that does this. Yeah, and you can get up to 7 engulfings purely single target. If you have funnel damage, you get way more engulfings, and you can put up to 11 engulfings on one target.
Oh wow, okay. 11?
And the the important thing is that you press a wildfire before your chrono, because wildfire has a 40 seconds cooldown with 10 green, but with chrono shift you just reset the cooldown, and usually you do weapon, ult, weapon. So I can just do it again. 2 engulfings, pyro, wildfire, weapon. Now I need to press another fireball so the buff doesn't go off. 1 more engulfing, I spam infernal waves. 1 more engulfing. I can spam infernal waves until the first one would drop off. In the last second I ult. After ult I chrono again. Can put on 2 more engulfings, 1 more fireball, wildfire, and now I can detonate all the time. And if I'm getting out of Cinder, I can just use my Apocalypse to get more detonates. And then I can detonate the full wildfire window. And this is the most single damage target combo. What you would always do on wrist.
Okay, that's insane.
There's another combo, especially with frogs. Let me change real quick. Well, it doesn't matter. Wait, I don't have a cape anymore.
It's in your bottom right corner.
Yeah,
Bottom right
no,
corner.
I mean this. So, what changes with Frog's Legendary? With Frog's Legendary, you don't care about 2 more engulfings after your ult. So you do weapon, ult weapon to gain 7 engulfings on the target. But with Frog's Legendary, you don't care about the weapon after ult, because engulfings are not that important on the enemies. You want to maximize your damage, your AoE damage, not your single target damage. So in Frogs, everything stays the same, but directly after ult, I will wildfire into snapping instead of a second chrono weapon. So the start is the same. I have 5 engulfings. I will Infernal Wave as much as I can. In the last second, I ult. I can even put on one more engulfing, and then I already wildfire and I detonate. And now I'm looking at my Spirit of Heroism buff. It takes 30 more seconds. Usually you get to snap all the time because you have way more mobs and way more Cinder. And if my Spirit of Heroism is at 18 seconds, I want to weapon another time. Now I can press all my buttons again into a wildfire, and if you see, my wildfire now lasts 8 seconds, and my Spirit of Heroism 6 seconds, but almost the same. So I get a full second wildfire window during my Spirit of Heroism buff. This way you can put out the most AoE DPS. Anything to add, Solo?
Yeah, I think you've encapsulated quite well. So, I mean, hopefully it's clear why alties are so important for Ardeos, and that's why the entire build around Ardeos is maximizing wildfire and maximizing the alts. It's a very interesting, I would say, high risk, high reward situation in bosses, because the setup takes about 30 seconds. So
Yeah, that's another point. So long as right, it can completely grief your damage. For example, Ravetide, the pirate boss, the ship boss. After the phase change, you get sent away every 30 seconds or something. Or is it every 45 seconds? I'm not sure. And your damage buildup takes 20 to 30 seconds. Your full damage rotation. So if the boss phases, you get out of the phase, you get the 20% damage buff from the boss, you start your combo, and as soon as you would press wildfire and detonate all the time, where all the damage comes out, you get sent away and it grieves your complete damage.
Okay, so that's keeping an eye on stuff that would make you unable to use your abilities, right? Just like that.
Yeah. You really need to learn your openings at bosses.
Yeah, that
And
makes a lot of
another
sense.
thing I just discovered the other day, if you look at detonate, wait, I need to turn on damage numbers.
Did that just proc on the main target?
What do you mean?
Oh, just go ahead.
So you see I have dots. If I press a detonate, no, I don't have enough cinder. If I press detonate, just watch the damage numbers. They hop from nearest target to farthest. And you
Oh.
see how long it takes one detonate to go through. So what happened to me the other day, I was putting 10 engulfings on a Gorn and detonated all the time. And I saw that the health bar just didn't move. And I was thinking, hey, does the health bar lag or something? But no, it's just the animation takes so long to reach the Gorn, especially if you play huge packs. So you detonated 10 times and it did 3 million damage or something, but the 3 million damage reaches Gorn after 5 to 10 seconds. And you need to consider this when you are killing Aera the Witch, if you want to put out your damage during the shield of her.
Okay. Because it takes time to get to her, or because you like have other things in the pack?
If you have play a lot of stuff on the Witch, it just has travel time.
Yeah.
A lot of travel time.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that's super weird. That's
Is
also
that
what
like
I thought.
is that a quality of life thing that you would like to see changed, or is it like just a cool
Yes.
feature? Okay.
Definitely. Because sometimes I don't know, is the mob already dead, or did the damage just not reach the boss yet, the
Yeah.
mob yet? It's super weird. Because either I put on more engulfings on the target, or I do nothing and it dies anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, there's definitely some other quality of life just to wrap up in our final few minutes here. And I would say what SPT said a little bit earlier about Mara is equivalently true for Ardeos. Because we have so many dots and there are so many targets, the screen clutter makes the game much more challenging. When you're kicking one target, damaging another, and potentially need to fire flash a third. And all the while, there are 20 rows of dots across your screen because of the number of debuffs that we have. So hopefully that's something that'll make a little bit easier for us in the future.
Okay, for sure. I see those questions in the chat, so maybe you can jump in the chat and answer those, because we gotta go to the next guest. But thank you guys so much. That was very nice, because I didn't know how Ardeos worked like at all. I just hear the snaps, you know. So that's a very good presentation.
You hear the snaps.
Yeah, it's so satisfying, man. Such a good sound
True.
effect.
True.
Right. Anything you want to say? Last remark?
Yeah, one important thing. If you are building Ardeos for endgame, try to get 4 Brave Machinations, 3 Visions, and any number of Inspired Allegiance, because this allows you to use 2 weapons between each ult, and you want to start each combo with weapon into ult into weapon. And this is only possible with 4 Brave, 3 Visions, and 0 to 4 Inspired.
All right. Thank you so much, boys. That was a pleasure. I hope you get some good pushing when you do next push.
Right now, Dork is not anymore in my party, but we just wanted at the market.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck then, and thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you, Name Drop.
Take care. Take care.
All the best.
Hell yeah. Cool. Right. Excellent. Next in line is the Aeona chap. Let's get him in here. Just gonna drag him. Ayo.
Greetings.
Surprise.
Hello, it is me.
Hello, it is you. Your mic is a little low compared to yesterday.
Oh shit, isn't it? Okay.
I got you.
Any better now?
Yes, much better. Maybe somebody in chat can confirm. But hello, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, it's good to be here.
Hell yeah, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm playing Aeona every day, living my best life, pushing keys that some would consider big. Some perhaps not. I don't know.
We'll find out. You want to introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Smail, and well, I am currently rank 1 Aeona by
Hell
default,
yeah.
I think.
Hell yeah.
I also come from a WoW background, but I've kind of played like every fucking MMO on the market. Like I played a bit of WoW, I played a bit of Final Fantasy 14, and then some other stuff in between. But I've been around. I played some video games. Some could say.
So off rip, like what
Yes.
would you compare Aeona to in a WoW class?
That's really fucking difficult to say because like we're like a little bit of disc priest, and then we have atonement as a part of our kit, but then also we have stagger from like a fucking brewmaster monk, and it is just a weird eclectic mix of mechanics that don't always quite work together in a way you would want.
I'm guessing you'll get into that. Like, for example, like I'm doing my own Aeona alt right now. Like shields not giving stagger is a pain point for sure. But
yes.
Yeah,
I have much to say on that.
Yeah, hell yeah, we all do, I think. But okay, take it away.
Yeah. So yeah, I kind of went into this season after playing a lot on the PT, just kind of expecting Aeona to be like the bottom of the pack from the healers, and I don't think that has changed at all. But I just kind of like took it upon myself to like challenge myself, see how far I could push the character. And I'm happy to say that I still haven't hit a wall, but I'm looking at the bullshit that the Vigours are doing and the fucking 63s and 65s, and I'm not, I don't know, I'm having a fear. But we shall see when I get there.
Hell yeah, okay.
Because like right now I'm in 59, and I don't think I have had any like Aeona specific issues. But hold on, we got like a big Aeona patch on July 8th. Before that, I would have been like very happy to say that like Aeona is kind of trash and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with the character, but in that patch we got so much quality of life, so many fucking very good additions. Before that, we had insane mana issues, like the mana cashbacks from cleanses were just not fucking scaling in any reasonable way. Now it is much better. Stagger got buffed a little bit more. I think it caps out at like 60% now. I think, yes, I know. Our ultimate that before used to just like completely like brick like pretty much half of our kit, because we like to play with a lot of cooldown acceleration. Like that's just what our kit does.
Yeah.
And previously our ult just paused our cooldown, so basically it's just like half of your kit just like turned off. So that is no longer the case, and our ult is like kind of playable now, and I loathe to say that I sometimes enjoy pressing that button and it gets value and I'm finding creative uses for it. Also, our spirit proc that used to be completely abysmal got reworked massively, and I will take credit for that.
Yeah, you told me. Yeah.
Yes. So previously, it used to just give us like flat 30 krona, which was bad for the reason that it used to just like completely like overcap you all of the time. And if it didn't overcap you, you would have to kind of play cleanup around it. Like you might not be able to press a krona generating button when you wanted to. You might have to delay that because you just had too much krona at a time where you didn't want it. For example. We also, in that patch, we got our first and only external, which is great, and I will get into that a little bit later. I'm just grateful to have it, but I'm not entirely happy with how it works.
Is that the Resonating Fate talent?
Yes, so 4C. It is, and I'll like talk more about talent in a little bit, but yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. I think if I were to describe Aeona's strengths and weaknesses a little bit, like I think our like potential healing output is kind of insane. Like I'm just kind of paranoid what OTM said. Like healers are fucking busted right now. That's just how it is. And I think right now with the builds that we have going, we have a very like consistent output. We can like actually hold like big stacks Shadow Lords for a meaningful amount of time. It's not just like I send a couple of restore continuities and it's over if that didn't cut it.
Yeah, it will live longer.
Also, yeah. And we're actually like, it's not like a huge deal to like hold that for longer. And like some bosses that were like a real fucking challenge for Aeona in season 2 are not that at all in season 3. I actually like Stormwatch now, which is crazy to say. I feel.
Okay.
I think Stormwatch is like low-key chill for Aeona. And also, I feel like what is a demon key for many is Sans 55. I think Sans is like a very good Aeona key, mostly because you can safeguard some orbs mishaps on the boss with the ult. I personally like to hold it just in case there's some bullshit going on, and it's just like, okay, we can just live even if everything went wrong. I think she's very strong and just like skipping some problem mechanics or just like safeguarding like when things go wrong like that. Also, I think our tank healing is like very good. Our like tank healing matchups are like kind of weird. Like I have not played with anything but Helena that much. From what little I have seen, I think does not match up great with Xavian, mostly because he just always has shields.
Yeah.
And if we're not cleansing, then we're not getting mana back, which means we're just gonna go and it's just gonna be bad times for everybody.
Yes, the Parasite Xavian build, I see.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand about Xavian is that you're either like full shields or you're dead, so it's just cool. I don't get to do the things that I want to do, but it's okay.
Hmm.
Like, it could be a problem depending on the build and the key and whatnot, but I think you can make it work. I don't think it's like unplayable for any party.
No.
What else did I want to say? Yeah, okay. I could talk about talents a little bit actually, because there's a lot to say about that. Let me just do a little fucking screen share if I can find my buttons. Here we go. So what? Yeah, okay. I picked exactly 2 talents for a very specific reason here. These are talents that I would consider like absolutely mandatory, the beginnings of like any talent build for literally any legendary, any setup. You cannot play without these, and I hate the fact that you can't play without these. They're just so insanely like centralizing that I hope that they would be either made baseline or something, and her kit would change around it, because it's just you're already like so constrained on talents that you have to make like weird concessions if you want to run something specific to counter a specific affix or a boss or anything like that. A lot of the time, let's see, I play wrists, so that means I get 2 charges of Entropy's Claim, and my Entropy's Claims last for 2 seconds longer. That doesn't sound like much, but it means that I can basically always have an Entropy's Claim up, which means a lot of Chrono, a lot of single target healing, and quite a bit of single target damage also.
Oblivion,
So let's see.
Oblivion.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I always say. Oblivion is just your bread and butter button, regardless of what kind of a build you end up. It's just like you're always pressing insane amounts of Oblivion on Aeona.
Yeah.
Let's see. So something like this would be my go-to build. Like, there's a lot of flex points here, but basically on Rest and Ring specifically, you always want to run Continuum Shift. It's just you get so much value out of that 25% increase to Entropy's Claim. And then there's also like all of these other weird modes of the Continuum cast that you get off of it. On Rest, we usually like to spend that like empowered cast on just mass echoes, basically just like dot up the whole pack. And there are some problems with that. I will get to that later. The Giga Time Shard usually only on Rest gets cast on like single target situations. On the Ring build, which is very weird, and I'm not the biggest fan of it, I'm sorry. That is basically the only thing you use this cast on. And then there's the weird little niche stun that you can utilize in some situations. I've actually gotten like some pretty good mileage out of it, but you basically never want to send that. It's just like, yeah, you probably shouldn't. But there's like some uses for it. For example, like if you have a big fucking pillager pull and your tank is like literally dying, you can just like stun one of the pillagers. It's fine.
Yeah.
It helps them a little bit, but it's very niche.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, basically, like, in my build, a lot of the passive output comes from just the dots, basically. Because we run Entropic Burst, we always have, like, the whole black dotted up, like, twice over, because we have the mass echoes and then 1A. And there's, like, some fun nuance to Entropic Burst as well. But yeah, basically this is what I would want to run in majority of the situations, but because it is an EHP season, a lot of the time the build actually realistically looks something more like this, or even this. Because tank damage gets pretty heavy into high keys, you pretty much always almost need to run Resonant Fate. It kind of goes into your talent tax. But that means that you maybe cannot run tap if you're running both of these 2 3-point talents. And that means that either you're going to be cleansing out of your mind the whole fucking key and keeping your mana up that way, or you're gonna run the mana relic, which we colloquially like to refer to as the sippy cup.
Yeah. Okay. Mhm.
And it feels really bad.
Yeah,
There,
I
I
can
think
tell.
there's some keys that you can just kind of like make it work in, but a lot of the time you just have to make like weird choices. With actually, I'm wasting one talent point here. I'm very good at the game.
There we go. Yes. Number 1, right?
But yeah. It's just like you have these like a couple of talent points that are like very centralizing, like depending on what legendary you're running, and then you have like flex around it that you just like adjust depending on the dungeon. Like there's some dungeons where Oblivion's Embrace does absolutely nothing for you, which would be, for example, typically you don't need it in Sailors, typically you don't need it in Ruins. Typically I don't even run it into Storm. Instead, I would pick something along the lines of maybe this, actually, no, I lie. You would pick something like this.
Okay.
I'm a big believer in Edge of Ruin. A lot of people are kind of like slipping on this talent, I feel.
Okay.
But basically, if you do not get value out of shields, you're running something like this. Also, Karmic Dispersion, I feel, gets a shout out because it is weird in that, yes, it gives you pretty strong party healing, but a lot of people don't understand that it also cannibalizes from your tank healing because it converts the 100% damage to healing conversion that is usually going towards your tank at all times into only 50% that heals your whole party. So depending on the situation, it could actually be like actively detrimental to you, which is weird.
Okay. Interesting.
But yeah. So in cases where we do not pick tap and we just make do with our mana in other ways, we just like to refer to that as going tapless.
Yeah.
And
okay.
often it is kind of a risky play. You have to like often very aggressively use your ulti for mana regen and or play the mana relic, or just hope that you're cleansing enough to keep up your mana that way.
Yeah, and going mana relic is kind of like, it's not trolling per se, right? But it's like it's a not a waste, but it's very strange and weird, and it's kind of sad.
It feels bad because like you're actively just like taking away party utility. In some dungeons and routes, it's completely fine. You're just like you have like so many like kind of free relic slots, but again, it depends on the key and the affects and whatnot.
Yeah,
but yeah,
yeah.
I want to talk about these two talents in detail because I feel like they kind of suffer from the same design problems that kind of plague Aeona as a whole in a way. I feel like one of our biggest problems is that we can get comparable results to the other two healers, but I feel like we have to work twice as hard and or like have very specific set of circumstances to actually perform up to the same level. Whereas like something like Vigour can just put up shields on command. I need to generate Chrono. I need to press Oblivion X amount of times, and then maybe I have like a respectable amount of shields that have 8-second duration.
Yeah.
But it's just the GCD tax on this talent specifically is so insane that I can't advocate it for it to be reworked enough. Like it is incredibly bad to play with. And another side of like why I feel like this talent is like super fucking feels bad to play with is just the fact that because when you have shields, you're not accumulating stagger, means you're not cleansing, you are also griefing your mana.
Okay, I see.
So this is why I actively avoid running this talent into keys that I do not need it in necessarily.
Because you want stagger.
Which feels crazy to say. Yeah. To some extent I need stagger to be able to keep up my mana, but that's like another issue. Like, why are we even like having to deal with mana? Because like from what I hear from Sylvies, they do not have mana problems usually.
Usually, yeah. A4 is actually asking you how you can, if you can explain how to manage mana when you play with Xavian.
Yeah, so basically, and the one key that I've done with Poppy is just like, I basically just decided like, fuck it, I can't play dice here. I need to run mana relic. Sorry guys, you need to cover this. That's basically what I did. And also very aggressive ultis. And I don't know, maybe let some players like sit with, I don't know, some debuffs for a little longer than I usually would, just so I could farm cleanses off of them. It feels very evil to say, but sometimes this is just what you have to do with Aeona. Unfortunately, this is the world we live in.
Yeah.
But yeah, together with Oblivion's Embrace, I think Resonant Fade suffers from like similar design issues where it's just like it is utility that is tied to a different button that typically has like a different, totally different use case. In this case, it is our one external. I think as an external, it is really good. It basically has like almost to like a, I don't know, like maybe a 50% uptime if you can like actually actively use it like that. But because it is tied to or hold on, what is
the
it button
tooltip
called?
is wrong.
It is actually wrong, yeah.
Yeah.
It is now tied to our Amend Fade, which is our single target cleanse, which usually probably like 90% of the time is pointed towards the tank. It is our main tank healing tool. Which is also where you want to spend your external usually.
Yeah.
But the thing is, because it is tied to our atonement overhealing, if we are amending tank, that means that we're not accumulating any overhealing from our relay or mass relay, which means that more time spent amending means less time or less uptime for external. So as you go higher up into keys where tank damage is getting worse and worse, it means that like this talent is like actively losing value because you just can't keep it up as reliably.
Yeah. Also, especially like if you're in like the early stage of the pull and the tank is taking massive damage, you have to like heal him up before you can even dot up the entire group because he's just dying, right?
Yeah. Like that's also one reason why I like Edge of Ruin so much with Resonant Fate is because like it changes like your opener slightly because you have to delay your fleeting to actually get value out of Edge of Ruin. Also, by the way, you never play Edge without Continuum. Like if you do not have mass echoes, what are you even doing with the challenge? You're not doing anything.
Exactly.
But yeah, basically when you have like these two, you instantly almost max out your stacks on Resonant when you press your fleeting because it's just like it creates like just a big pop of overhealing and damage on the whole pull, depending on the size of the pull, obviously. But yeah, so TLDR, I guess, on Aeona talents, like we're weirdly constrained, but at the same time the talent pills are kind of fluid. But because it is an EHP season, we're always like forced into running Oblivion's Embrace, which is a terrible talent and it feels really bad to play with. But it is the best we have, so we have to make do. Country girls make do.
Okay, so in your last like 4 or 5 minutes, is there any like quality of life you would really advocate for having changed or like altered or made better?
I think some of these talents absolutely need to be made baseline. Like we kind of have a mini Uchronia proc and our spirit proc already, but like you're not playing Aeona without this talent. It is just not happening. There's absolutely nothing that generates as much value for you as this does. And I don't understand why Hastening Doom is still a talent. It just should just be baseline onto button.
Yeah. Because whenever you don't have Hastening Doom on something, you fucking feel it. Like
yes, it is just like incredibly like feels bad. And I'll actually like get back to like why that is like doubly the case this season with neck traits. But yeah, like those two for sure, and I think our mana situation needs to be improved some way, somehow, and like Chronosap was actually like kind of recently nerfed because like it just stacks higher now, but if you're not getting at least 6 stacks of it, it is actually worse than it was before. And also, Oblivion's Embrace needs a rework. We need more reliable shields. I think our biggest weakness this season is that we have EHP, yes, but all of it is very unreliable. Like, our shields are bad, they're very unreliable, they require many GCDs to stack, and stagger effectively once you get to the cap, which is 60% max HP right now, it just turns off. So if you're at the cap, it doesn't do anything for you. If you can't, like, cleanse it fast enough, then everybody dies and you feel bad.
Yeah, GG, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, Sensei says in the chat that he doesn't mind having 2 talent tags. It's a case for many characters, but the other talent are just super underwhelming and counter synergies with all with each other for fun.
Yeah, I've been kind of saying this ever since the PT. Our 3-pointed talents are kind of underwhelming and don't really do that much, except maybe Continuum right now. But Continuum, I feel like, is currently carried by just the 25% more EC damage.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of paradoxical twists, but even I recognize that it is mostly what we would call a leveling talent. I highly advocate people to run this in leagues when a lot of the other choices simply do not give you the amount of value that you would want because you just don't have stats to play with them.
Yeah.
This shit is your best friend when you just don't have stats to play with. Trust me. I tried it. It's great.
Yeah. I don't know if you were part of that discussion, but somebody in one of the heal discords, it might have been Sylvie's, we're talking about the HPS from just one amethyst splinters. Is that also like a giga thing for Aeona, or does she just doesn't need it with her stagger?
I feel like you don't really. It is very like Splinters is kind of unexplored at the moment. Like I know that if you get 1 point, it will be about maybe 3% of your overall DPS, but I feel like we don't really need it for the healing. Like our cleanses are so strong this season that they will like very easily carry our like group healing needs to a point. The point being where stagger depth becomes unmanageable, which is by the way when you pick up this point.
Yeah.
But it also is no miracle worker being just a 1 point talent.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could talk about builds a little bit.
Yeah, you
I
got
have
like 2
some
minutes.
Oh my god, how the hell did I fucking spend all that time? Okay, anyway. Builds, real quick, TLDR. This is what I would consider like a skeleton build for Aeona. Pretty much works for literally any legendary, or 2 played legendaries at the moment, or Wrist and Ring, sorry, I forgot. Cloak right now is very unexplored because unfortunately I could not fucking figure out how to make it do damage. I just feel like it plays the exact same as Wrist would play, but it just kind of does everything worse. So therefore I play Wrist. But what you would want at least 1 EJ, you would want at least 1 Martial Initiative because of course we run Skybolt by baseline, and you want 1 Bog to go with that as well because old generation is actually very good now. And because every build pretty much wants to run 10 green gems, EJ is very good. It will get giga uptime. I'm actually running 3 at the moment, which is kind of a weird fucking science experiment I have going on right now. But like these 3, you will want at least 1. Like Martial Initiative will be your pseudo defensive with Skybolt. Every Aeona wants Hunter's Focus 4 out of 4. It is non-negotiable. It is just so much fucking haste. You will always pretty much have it up. Every Aeona wants Trickster because you will be pressing power buttons more than anything, power being all of your spenders.
Yeah.
This thing will have virtually like 100% uptime. And you will always want 1 Monarch because you always want more CDA on your majors, which is your Doom, your Fleeting. And of course, everybody wants Seal of the Hesker because it's just like mathematically too much fucking value to pass up.
Yep.
I personally like to run 4 sets, which is like Seal of the Hesker. I also run Torment. I just think it is very valuable. 4% main side is good. Pseudo Cheat Death is very good. I like Dark Prophecy a lot. I'm currently also testing out Draconic Mind. I think they're more or less interchangeable. And as a 4, if you could run Tazari Graze or you could run Sin Warding, I have like 2 sets that I kind of swap between being those 2, and I just like swap depending on the key and the affix and whatnot.
Yeah, okay.
The gems are kind of like set in stone, but not. Like, I don't think you want to run Aeona without 10 green, but the rest is kind of like up to preference and depending on key and a lot of other factors. Like, the standard, I feel, is like 10 green and then 6 yellow, purple, and red. But there have been some Brave Souls who have run like 9 and 10 white, but that is some that is something that I have not ventured beyond. But shout out to my second in command Vigour, who has been like my confidant in all of my cooking, and I run every stupid build idea by her. Like I don't think I could come up with some of my build ideas by myself, so here we are.
All right. Well, I think it's very fitting that the chat right now is a little making a little fun of the Aeona losing track of time.
I think this is a little bit too real, but I think overall TLDR, I feel like Aeona is giga slept on right now, but she's also very clearly like the worst out of 3. Like, do you think this can be true at once?
Hell
but
no.
also, like, I just want to end my time here with this meme, which I feel like encapsulates my experience this season.
All right, yeah, that's pretty true. Yeah, I feel like most people feel like that. Somebody has to do the weird build as the first person.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Like I got a lot of my inspirations when I was like playing on the PT. I saw OTMs and Keens cooks for Aeona. I was just like, I like some parts of these. I'm just gonna like take a bit of column A and take a bit of column B and just like mash it up and make my own thing. And that's still pretty much what I'm running.
Yeah, nice. Well, I gotta get to the Vigour now. But thank you so
my
much.
God.
That was good. As
Okay,
an Aeona
final
alt.
words.
Yeah.
Buff Aeona Vigour doesn't need anything. Every fucking season is a season of Giga Vigour buffs. Do not fall for their propaganda.
Okay,
The
buddy.
dwarf doesn't deserve shit. Goodbye.
Thank you, buddy. Take care, right?
Thank you.
Oh, what a mad lad. W. Okay. All right. To the main event. The Vigour. Ayo.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome on. Welcome on. What a buddy.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of
How's it
course.
going?
Dude, this has been so fun. So, no
Yeah,
pressure.
it's good to get everyone from the community together to discuss thoughts.
Hell yeah. I was surprised that like it wasn't done more.
Yeah. Let me. Is my screen sharing or no?
Not yet. I think I canceled it when I yoinked you.
Oh.
Yoink.
Huh. Oh. Well, hold on. Let me just stream and restream.
Oh yeah.
Stop streaming. Hold on. I have a different one.
What the? Getting whiplash.
You should be able to see Notepad and.
Oh hell yeah! Do you want to start by introducing yourself?
Sure, absolutely. So I'm Slatus, former rank 1 Vigor from preseason 1. Preseason 2, I was rank 5 Vigor. It was very difficult to find people to play in Bug Abuse Shadowlord, but you know how that goes.
Yep.
Current season, rank 3 Vigor. Fun fact, we just were messing around with odd comp, and we just did 62 sands with it and timed it, so that was kind of fun. I think it highlights the state of the champion currently, or hero rather. He's quite strong. Unless you want to, ask questions, I'll just start ticking through what I've got prepared. Recommended resources. So, I think if you're a newer Vigor player, Leknock does a very good job maintaining the method guide, and it's an excellent starting point. It's particularly geared towards actually healing, which I think, as you'll learn as we tick through some of this. My wife is watching. As we shout out to my wife. As we tick through some of this, you'll see that I'm gearing my character towards, full on damage as opposed to healing, which is a little weird. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend that for someone who's gearing up through, contender. However, that's why I recommend Leknock's method guys as a starting point. And then, as you go up through the ranks, I think you'll start to shift more towards a DPS playstyle because you'll figure out A, how the healing checks are, handled, and B, it'll be more easy to understand why we can gear for damage as opposed to healing. Additionally, just the Vigor Discord channel is a very good and active place to talk about anything Vigor related. And then just general resources. Some people have been showing the Method BIS Builder guide. I think that's a good place if you want to, and I recommend for newer players to start off definitely with Method BIS Builder as like a starting point, so you have an idea of what you're building towards. Because if you don't do that, you can very easily kind of brick your build, and then you'll be very frustrated trying to fill in a couple of slots at the end. Yeah, so I think that's a good starting spot. And then Old built a Fellow Tools app, which is kind of like a character sheet reviewer where you can kind of tune your gear set and see what it does to your stats, which is particularly helpful since we don't have any sort of like Simcraft or an armory tool where we can go in and change our gear. So that's nice to have. And then obviously a dungeon routing tool for efficient routing, because this is ultimately at the end of the day a dungeon speedrunning game. So with that, kind of kick in to builds. First and foremost, I think you guys were asking about what are their strongest builds. So for High Eternal, you're more or less going to be stuck playing the Orb Legendary build, which is it makes your orb yo-yo, so it'll go out and then come back. And as you can see, when it comes back, it doubles the shield value that's on me. And so this is particularly strong for tank healing and additionally DPS. And then relatedly, if you have Rune of Renewal active, it will generate runes on the out and in when it heals. So it's a very strong legendary. Their, recommended setup with that legendary is, for me personally, I like running 4 sets. I think they're excellent value, even though you only get 2 modifier slots. And I think the primary difference with 4 sets would be you either choose Sin Warding or Tuzari's Grace. Tuzari's Grace if you need haste, Sin Warding if you need tankiness. I'm running the Dark Prophecy set for the 25% haste for faster snapshotting. I'm also running the Wraithtide set for the 5% intellect and the cheat death. And then I'm obviously running the gem set and the
obviously it's just, you can't live without it. It's
you cannot live
mandatory.
without it this season. And then Sin Warding for expertise and health, because I don't really need the haste. I'm at the 40% breakpoint that I like. That's what I'm running, and I think is kind of the best build for high pushing. Off meta fun builds, there's 2 other legendaries. First, there's the Ring legendary, which I can hopefully show quickly. It's the take off my back. So Ring legendary, it gives you this buff whenever you get a spirit proc. So you see I have a spirit proc here, and now Soulbrand, Rune of Renewal, Barrier, and Dawnbreaker Orb are stronger by 50%. So you'll notice the shield here is pretty massive, and when I let this expire and reapply, it'll be significantly lower. Same thing with your orb, like everything's stronger. It's it's niche-ish, I guess. I've seen players theorize like a high haste spirit build where you fish for procs, and then you use like a runic prolif window plus 3 procs for just like massive snapshotted dots, which I'll talk about snapshotting in a bit. I think it can be fun and potentially viable, but it's more niche, and I don't really like playing around procs. It can be useful definitely in sands for like a big orb explosion at the end. If you fish for a spirit proc and then put a massive shield on your entire party, they won't die, so that's helpful. That's Ring, and then Bracers. Bracers are the Dawnflare legendary. They give you this stacking buff where it reduces Dawnflare's cast time.
Ooh, yeah.
So you're basically machine gunning Dawnflares, which is cool. And it heals whenever people have Rune of Renewal active. So it does have a healing component, which is cool as well. However,
for the
in
healer,
high keys,
oh my god.
yeah, exactly. For the healer that doesn't heal, as we heard in the Sylvie chat. So I mean, it can work well certainly in lower keys with Vehement and Vainglorious, and you get to play this like machine gun, just like spam your builder playstyle. But I wouldn't recommend it for higher keys, frankly. I don't think it provides enough HPS or like EHP for your group. So not that great. Talents and traits. So the cookie cutter build I've got here. Whoops, sorry. It's Radiant Soul, Sacred Barrier, Ceremonial Light, Enlightened Soul, Grand Prolif, Greater Renewal, and Meticulous Runesmith. I think as you get into Eternal, this is what you're going to run in maybe 99% of dungeons. You can change these 4 points around depending on how the ease with which you're clearing the dungeon. If you don't need 10% DR on your tank or group, for example, you could put these points in Ruptured Soul or Expansive Mind and or Runic Revelations or Beacon in the Dark. I think it's Hoodie likes playing with Shining Blast. This gives you more rune renewal, rune generation, which is cool. But really, you should just run this if for 99% of players, is my view. And then if you need DPS, you can run these other talents here. I'm happy to answer questions about talents at the end, but I think it's maybe more interesting to talk about some of the other stuff. So strengths, I think first, Poppy here. Vigor's not bad, but maybe. Strengths, we have party-wide 15% DR when shields expire, which is ridiculous in an EHP season where people are getting one shot. If you're reducing DPS by 15 or damage taken by the group by 15%, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So you provide very high effective health for the group, and you have super high HPS during runic proliferation. So we have grand proliferation, which runic proliferation empowers our rune spenders, and then grand proliferation multiplies that by 2. So you have very, very, very strong spenders, And if you're in a 4-man party and you pop Runic Prolif and you spam your Rune of Renewal, you're basically just like lay on handsing your entire group and never losing runes for 8 seconds.
What? What do you mean?
Which makes, as you can imagine, makes healing checks like ridiculously easy. And in addition to that, you can also Grand Prolif shield first, and like on the front and the back of it if you're running Sacred Barrier. So you could like Runic Prolif, Sacred Barrier, spam Rune of Renewal and not lose any runes, and then at the very end, Sacred Barrier again. And I'm fairly certain that that's the highest HPS that any healer in the game can do by a decent margin.
Yeah.
So like, you know, and that's why at the beginning I said I'm not really gearing towards HPS, because we can make healing checks so ridiculously easy, which is cool. But also probably not super healthy for the game.
Well,
and then we do also have strong sustained healing outside of cooldowns. And then we've got like really, really good survivability with Levitate, Ward, and then at least right now, most of the Vigors are running a bunch of gems, and so that gives you a lot of stamina. So you're very survivable. And then you do have Throw Book, which is cool because it can interrupt otherwise uninterruptible abilities such as like Wolf Fixate, or it can, in a pinch, provide a backup interrupt, which is super nice. And then, you know, Elephant in the Room, we've had some DPS buffs, and snapshotting has become a thing, and so we've got ridiculously high AoE DPS, and that allows us to, you know, speed up keys on the front end, even though our boss damage is a little bit lower. In terms of weaknesses with Vigour, I think we're definitely the most positional healer in the game. You know, if healing was actually a thing, people need to be standing in your circle, they need to be standing in your orbs, etc.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're gonna die. And there still are situations like in Sands, for example, where people need to catch your orbs or they're gonna die. So we've got strong positional requirements. And then, you know, as we heard, I think with some of the other healers, like we've got lower single target DPS, but we make up for that in kind of ridiculously high AoE. And then because of the build, at least that I'm running, others are not running this, you can struggle with mana. But if you are struggling with mana, there's a few options. You can either, as I said, take out a Ceremonial Light and put it in Expansive Mind in whatever one pointer you want, or you can gem 10 blue and you'll never run into mana issues
you
ever.
have no blues at all.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So that, yeah, in terms of weaknesses, my wife is so funny. I'm not number one. Important mechanics. So Rune of Renewal. Rune of Renewal echoes generate runes. You know, the goal should be to maintain 100% Rune of Renewal uptime on every party member using Grand Design in your group. That's really 99% of the time what it's used for. Key that I just did, 4% of my healing was Rune of Renewal, and 96% of it was overhealing, i.e. I'm just using it as a buff maintenance tool. And then, you know, for people that aren't familiar with the character, once you're fully talented, Rune of Renewal becomes stronger than Greater Heal, and you'll eventually stop casting Greater Heal altogether, i.e. it's a dead button. Yeah.
Okay. What the fuck?
unless you've completely made a mistake and run out of runes. Residual Luminosity, Luminous Barriers leave behind the DR. As I said, kind of that's one of our huge strengths is the EHP that we grant. And that's obviously significantly important at higher Eternal levels, where effective health is determining whether we live or die. And then Grand Proliferation, as I showed, you know, it's a ridiculously strong healing cooldown, but it's also a crazy, crazy strong DPS cooldown, and is the reason why, if you look at logs, Vigors are just absolutely cranking right now. We can snapshot with Grand Proliferation, and people that have played other games will know. You know, I press this button and then I apply the dot. This dot now has the snapshotted Grand Proliferation buff the entire duration of the dot, and I can extend the dot with Radiant Blast. And so I can get a ton of these buffed soul brands out and keep extending them until they either expire or replace them with other buffed ones. And so historically, how we would play our character is we would spend runes to recast Soulbrand, and you would do damage from Soulbrand Remnant, and you would now just refresh your Soulbrand with both Radiant Blasts and new Soulbrands. But now you have this cringe playstyle where you click Runic Proliferation, or not click, whatever. You use Runic Proliferation, and you apply the buff, and then you just try to maintain the buffed buff as long as possible, which is not particularly healthy in my view, and it makes us do way too much DPS. So I won't go through this, but I put through like how I try to set up my runic prolif windows. If you're trying to optimize DPS and higher keys, but mainly it's get soul brands out and try to extend the duration as much as possible. And as I said, that's very different from how the character played in seasons 1 and 2.
Okay.
If you master that mechanic, it will dramatically increase your trash DPS pool to the tune of like 10k plus DPS once you're fully geared.
Overall or purple?
Overall.
Oh my god, okay.
Yes. And then gems and blessings. I mean, I'm reticent to talk about this because I don't actually know what's best. I'm using this weird like 9 white 666 setup or 6666 setup. I think other people are running like a 10-10 6-6 setup, and it kind of doesn't matter. Like it's about the same power from when I've tested it. Like here's an example of 10-10 6-6. I think you basically just run whatever you want. In my view, the important part is get 40% haste, and you'll be happy. And then run whatever you think looks cool or gives you the most health or whatever you want to min max around.
Yeah.
Bugs. I think rune clarity can be frustrating. If you see as I build runes, like this is a fraction of a rune, and it can be on the other side as well. So like this is not quite a full rune, but it can get to the point where it's like 99% of a rune. Like these are full and they're blinking, but you can't really tell that they're full and blinking, which is kind of annoying. Yeah.
That's a horrible design. What do you mean?
It's really not great. The best way to know if you have 2 runes and can use your grand proliferation, or you can use your grand design, is Dawnbreaker Orb. If this is lit up, then you can. And then if you show Soul Brand, same thing. Like it'll gray out if you don't have 1 rune. But yeah, it's a little frustrating.
Okay.
But that's really my only main frustration with like clarity. And then grand design, the whenever you cast our rune spenders, you can empower them, and it requires a hard button press. And they've made it now so that hard button press has to last, I think it's 0.4 seconds or something pretty long. So it feels a little, it lacks responsiveness, I guess. However, if you're like already casting and then you hold, well, I have runic proliferation active, but if you're mid cast and hold, it counts the 0.4 seconds of the hard cast while you're casting. So you don't, it feels more responsive then, but it's just a little weird to play around. And I wish they would just, add a hotkey that we can do it. I know I'm running out of time, but I'll try to be quick.
I got plenty of time to worry about it.
Current viability, I don't think anyone would argue that Vigor's currently like S tier, maybe even S plus tier. Like he's ridiculously strong in the current iteration. I think he has very few weaknesses in the current meta besides being like a little bit immobile, and somewhat frustrating to play the like snapshot playstyle. And he's obviously got exceptionally strong DPS through that playstyle. Quality of life, I think. For hotkeys, separate grand design hotkeys, or at least like a modifier addition, would be greatly appreciated. And then, once they kind of determine how the direction they want to take healing, I think a tangible reward for positional gameplay aside from just rune generation would be great. I don't know what that looks like, but it would definitely be appreciated because, as the melee have complained about, right? They don't really get rewarded that much for playing melee, and they have to play around a whole bunch of annoying melee mechanics.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of similar for Vigour. Like if you have the talents that I have, you have this 10% DR circle, and like depending on the key level you're in, you kind of need everyone to be in the circle, and it disappears, and you have to replace it. So like, and they need to catch your orbs to get shielded. So there can be some annoyances there.
This is 5 seconds? That's like so little time.
Yeah. The cooldown is hasted, CDA'd and CDR'd, so the cooldown for Dawnbreaker Orbs very low. Yes. In terms of just like final thoughts regarding Vigour, I mean, like, I think he's very fun to play. I think he rewards strong decision making, and you get to press a lot of different buttons as opposed to just like, spamming one button. Like if you play the Dawnflare legendary, you're just gonna spam Dawnflare, which isn't particularly exciting.
Yeah.
So I think he's very fun, especially once mastered, because you can kind of choose if you're ramping and doing crazy damage or if you're doing just high HPS. And then, yeah, I mean, I'd recommend anyone give it a try if they want. It's definitely fun.
Hmm.
And the meme is buff Vigour, but in this current iteration, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can realistically say that. Like,
if we say it too much, they will believe it. So
yeah, I can show the log from the I maybe shouldn't show this, but the log from the this is the log from the odd comp. This is plus 20% DPS. But like, is this okay? I don't know, maybe. Like, you know, like should a healer be doing 50k?
62? What do you mean?
Yeah, we literally timed 62 sands. Like, should this be possible? Maybe, I don't know. You get the damage buff, but it's I don't know. I think the easiest fix, if they were to ask me, would be just like make runic proliferation not snapshot your dots, so make it dynamic, because that's how every buff that you have applied works, except for this. So like, you know, int doesn't snapshot, expertise doesn't snapshot, etc. So if they just made it so it's dynamic, then we would go back to the old playstyle where we're now spending runes on Soulbrand whenever we have excess runes, as opposed to doing this like weird sustained snapshot playstyle, which is my favorite. But there are other people that like it. So
yeah. So then I have like two questions for you, and the first one is the
Sure.
same that One Too Many and fuck names. Fuck. Who's the other Sylvie? Fuck.
Brocus?
Yes, exactly, Brocus. Sorry, man. I asked them like if you would want to see Fellowship be more of a game of attrition for healers, other than just one shot, or you know.
So it's an interesting question. I probably could talk about that for 20 minutes, as you can probably tell from me monologuing my entire guide. You know, I think I personally enjoyed the season 1 healing playstyle more. It was a little bit cringe, and I can show an example, but basically what you would do is you would take this ascending avatar talent, you would take Enduring Light, and then your Levitate now becomes your mini ultimate. So you press this, and now you're an ultimate, which means you can spam your Circle of Light, which like isn't particularly exciting gameplay. And then Enduring Light would stack a hot, which makes you heal for a pretty chunky amount. So this is like how you'd heal Shadow Lord, or how you'd heal Wraithtide boss, etc. Now all I do is I just do DPS. I just do DPS, throw orbs, and shield on like pretty much anytime I have 2 shields, and my group lives. I don't really think. I just do that, and we live. Like I can show you the healing again from this. Where is this overall healing? Like my healing breakdown in this 62 is these are shields. The top 2, shield. My healing button, Rune of Renewal, 4% of my overall, and it's 92% overheal. In season 1, these would be like, well, UA wouldn't be taking Meticulous Runesmith, and Luminous Barrier would be like way down here at like 2 or 4%. The shields in season 1 were basically like a one-shot prevention mechanic, whereas now it's a all you press mechanic because everyone is getting one shot all the time. So that's my current complaint, and I mean it's similar, I think, across all the healers, right? Is that they don't want to get one shot, or they don't want to have to heal one shots because it's just an EHP game then. So I would like it to be more like season 1. I don't know if I necessarily need the whole party to be like rotting all the time, because I think that gives you new challenges to balance. But I do think some changes would be warranted to the current design.
You be down to talk to One Too Many? I think he has
Yeah,
something to
for
say.
sure. Oh God, I'm scared.
Get in here, boy.
Oh no, now I'm gonna get flamed live on stream.
What do you have to say for yourself, you fucking Vigour player?
Crash out again. Oh my God. No, make it stop. I'll stop streaming. No, I don't know. I've played this character since season 1, OTM. Don't give me shade.
No. It's all good. It's all good. I think we're all sort of suffering under a larger problem rather than specifically, it being the Vigour player's fault, or however you want to put it.
Well, 100%. In you guys mentioned it, like season 2, it was a bit of an abomination, right? Like I think we can all agree from a healing perspective. But like launch Vigour was as close to an unplayable healer as I've ever experienced. I couldn't heal like high 20 keys without my entire group cheating and like everyone helping me, which is just weird. But they obviously went way too, like they seesaw balanced it to the other direction.
Yeah, like I don't think they understood just the implication of making the shield bigger, and especially
Yes.
of double dipping with
Yes.
int. That's like,
Yes.
huh?
It was very bad. And all, I mean, so weirdly, at the beginning of this season, I felt like I was playing a very fun version of Vigour, and then as he got buffed and residual luminosity got re-added, etc., I suddenly felt like I was playing season 2 again, which is like
not a
weird.
good thing, right?
In my mind, no, but I don't know. I'm strong, which is cool, right?
Yeah.
But
when you're meta, it's fun.
yeah, but no, they need to they
complain
need to
about
do
that.
something about the snapshotting, man. Like it's too much DPS. Our DPS, if you play how I think Vigour is intended to be played, you do like better than Sylvie on trash, worse on bosses, and slightly better overall. Like I think it's balanced, but with the runic prolif snapshotting,
The runic prolif
disgusting.
snapshotting also has you like not spending your orbs. You're just generating more orbs you can even spend, right?
I
Because you don't wanna
literally
spend
waste
them.
80 plus runes per run.
Yeah, exactly. Like something's clearly gone wrong there.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I'm a builder spender that doesn't spend because it reduces my DPS. Like what?
What?
Yeah.
But it
Yeah,
goes
that
back
part's
to
messed
what
up.
OTM and Roadcrest said in their presentation, that this season is just like either you're alive or you're dead, and it's too fast and you can't really do anything about it. So the healer that it gives you mass DR and gives you shields that also has like mass DR, of course that character is gonna just gonna be stronger, right?
100%.
Something I'm struggling with in my dungeons is like keeping the tank alive. To the point where, if you remember what I was talking about for talents, the whole catapult thing, where you can only afford these talents and then you don't have any of the flex points. One of the flex points we get to pick is a 5% DR for the tank. And 5% doesn't sound like a lot, but I swear to God, I can feel a difference when I get to play it. Like, just a tiny little bit of DR on the tank when the tanks are so self-sufficient as they are. It doesn't solve it by itself, don't get me wrong, like it doesn't. But holy hell, can you feel the difference? Because it's just the equation of how much damage can the tank mitigate versus how much damage are they taking. And well, if they're taking more damage than they can mitigate, they're dead.
Yeah, insta.
And no amount of healing can solve that, so you gotta push that down. So the way that they like fix the quote-unquote EHP problem with Vigour by giving him just give him some DR, I guess. Like
it makes your tank more. It's like I like I'm not gonna joke in the Vigour channel, but it's like legitimately all I do is just send DPS cooldowns and my tank's immortal. Like I don't have to pay attention to him at all, and
Like,
I don't think that's healthy.
From my point of view, right? From my point of view, you guys have the possibility to have my tank external active on the tank 24/7. But like that's how I see it, right?
Yeah.
Like we both have a 20% external, but you also have the 15%er all the time. It's just like
It's crazy.
Yeah, I think residual luminosity is not a good design. I think it's not healthy, and it's just gonna lead to weird stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna fix like Aeona being a champion and like not have EHP ever be a thing, but
I think the thing they have to do is just commit to making our EHP just as overpowered as they are making our like player throughput.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Like that's what they just have to do. Like you can never get around the HP problem so long as player power scales the way it does. Or maybe keys, instead of having mobs do more damage, should have players heal and absorb for less, or some shit like that.
Yep.
Like, yeah.
It's an interesting problem to solve. Yeah, name drop. We appreciate you putting this on. It's been very illuminating, I think, for at least for me. I didn't know much about any of the other champs, to be honest. So cool to
No,
watch.
it's been my pleasure. It's very easy to manage, so no one had any issues with the schedule.
Yeah.
Like it's perfect.
I think a lot of us were just waiting for an outlet, honestly.
Yeah. So one for the road, or you can talk out however long you want. I can keep going for like 10-15 minutes or something. But like one for the road. How do you feel about the? Well, it's not like really mid-season, but the patch where we got increased stamina for everyone.
Do you want to go first, Slatus?
Oh no, you go ahead. Go ahead. You take it first.
I think it is what it. Okay, so it buffed residual luminosity, which I don't think was good. But I think it was a step in the correct direction. I don't think it's a healthy step because it's like specifically targeting the end game that way, that's going to make the mid game feel really weird because you just have way more stamina than you're supposed to if they do it like that. But I think it was a step in the right direction, and I think what they should have done was not go on all of them go on vacation so they could go, that was a step in the right direction. Let's take another one, type of thing.
Yep.
Like
Yeah,
I think what they need to do is stuff like that over and over and over until it settles down and we're like, okay, we're not limited by HP anymore, but then we're going to be doing like, I don't know, E80s or something.
Yeah, that would be my preference. Is they do just like smaller tweaks. I do get the sense that they see that something's broken. They're like, oh well, I'll tune this and tune that, but they have a they have a compounding effect on one another, and it's like, well, now it's too good or now it's too bad. Whereas opposed to if they just like tune it down 5% and then wait a week and see how it goes, and then
yeah.
Adjust, like have an intern just adjust the numbers slightly. Look at logs and adjust the numbers.
Unpaid, same in season 2 where they like nerfed Aeona and buffed Vigour at the same time?
Yeah, stuff like that's just kind of wild to me. It's like let it settle for like 3-4 days, do a tiny pass, and keep going. But
yeah, because like one of the I feel like the way that the Eternal system also works, like, yeah, if we got some minor tweaks and you made the throughput different or the stamina different, if we could go to Eternal 80s, imagine doing that for an alt in this current state. Like you could do the bug, sure, but it's like the intended way you'd have to do that many levels. Like give us a way for our alts to like every 10 like levels of Eternal, it's cleared account wide or something. It's so tedious to get an alt up to the high pushing, man.
I feel like key levels should be lower. Like top key should be E40 or something like that, because it is just a chore to get up.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'd prefer that too. I think it would be healthier.
Yeah.
There's so many levels.
I think it would be interesting if they if a season was like a rush on like a race to 50 maybe or 40, and just the first people who get there is like, oh damn, that was good, and then that's the intended level, about 50 or 40.
I don't know. So this season, I think it was around until E40 is when we met like actual resistance of like, okay, we have to sit down and think about this dungeon a bit. And that was like in the first week.
Yeah.
And I don't think the part up until that was very fun. That was just sort of homework.
Yep.
Not really like the fun part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, and for me, that's the broader question about this game is like, the seasonal reset portion. I understand what they're doing. It's just like for me personally, as a high key pusher, the like replaying the tutorial isn't particularly fun, especially if I don't change characters. So, I do like when they like change the routing. I think that was super successful this season.
Major W.
Like, like you can route like 4 different ways in Godfall and it's fast. You can route 5 different ways in Urek and it's fast. Like, oh, that was amazing. Like stuff like that is really, really cool. And I think I don't know how much resource it requires from them to do that, but to the extent that they can keep doing stuff like that in between seasons, it'll keep it fresh for sure.
I think I talked to Sin about that. Like if they had some way of, if their like engine is capable of swapping out, this pack or that pack fairly easily, they could easily make like new dungeon routes so much easier, even within seasons, if something is very problematic, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's one thing too, is the key levels, or the key difficulty. I mean, I guess some of these keys we've ran a bunch, right? But the key difficulty across certain keys is there's a wide spectrum in my mind. Like Everdon's super easy, for example.
Godfall's super easy.
Yeah, and you just run them over and over and over again because there's 65 key levels.
And they're always together, so it's a free level when you see like Godfall, Quarry. Okay, good.
Exactly. Go next.
Yeah, exactly. Easy.
And then you get the one where it's like, oh wait, we have to actually run Scryos here.
Yeah, exactly.
Silicon.
Hey, at least it's.
Can I just quickly mention disciples?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Magus. Why?
No, not that. No. We had Sentinels. Sentinels completely dominated the dungeons they were inside. You didn't play the dungeons, you played Sentinels. They were the DPS players. It was better for your Mara to be AFK than to like pick the Sentinel and be near the mobs.
Wow.
They literally So thankfully, They removed that. Season 3, Sentinels no longer do damage to the mobs around them. Hallelujah, we get to play the game again. But then they add fucking disciples. It's like, hey, what if we just took Sentinel but made it even more ass to play around?
Made a kite.
And it's just like, why did they not learn that lesson, man? And then, but they fixed it. They made it do half damage, like half the damage. Yeah, they nerfed it. They nerfed it. So now it takes twice as long to play around it. You still have to do it.
It's pretty funny, actually.
So dumb.
So yeah.
Let's see. Sensei in chat says, I feel keys are going too high. Scaling is a bit off. I feel gladly affixes still bring a wide variety to the keys. Yeah. Depending on the affix combo, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the OTM's point, right? Assume what he said is correct. Where if you've played the game a bunch before, 40 is where you start to feel friction. That means you did 80 keys before you felt the game get hard.
Yeah.
Is that cool? Like, is that fun? I don't know. For me personally, no. But for some other people, maybe.
Yeah, and especially because Low Eternal is just a it's for the to get up to the quickly to farming quick or get to the pushing quick. You kind of just find 1 or 2 dungeons. You can just run in 2-3 minutes and do 2 pulls. And the way the gearing works now, there's no incentive to farm in higher keys because you don't really get all that much more. You get a little bit more gear.
At the very beginning, there is. Until you're 8 out of 8 tempers, there is.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. The real frustration, I think, with most people this season is just fucking legendary dust and the amount of marks and materials we get.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If we just had with every single piece of dust, give us an option to refuse the fucking rolling. It's so ass to break an item.
I mean, even that would be better than the current iteration, right?
Oh,
it's just we're just gonna have a healer.
It's healer number 3.
Smackdown.
Healer number 3.
Heard there was Heliab?
Yeah.
So I'm here.
Old man.
I've been summoned.
Warning.
OTM's crash out was actually amazing, by the way.
Yeah.
No, that's so valid. I respect that.
About the shrooms.
No, why is the button a thing? Why would they do that?
Yeah, so to give some context, I have played the only time in a fellowship I have ever played a hero that isn't Sylvie was season 2. Ever since closed alpha, I have been a Sylvie player, and I have had so many different crash outs in the Sylvie channels over the year about Bloom and Boom shrooms and how I think it's really bad design. It is kind of a notorious thing for me that I absolutely detest that talent.
Yo, Nelly, hello.
It was
What is
ready.
going
on? How much healer yap is going on in here right now? Honestly,
too much.
Jesus.
You
Just
play
play
healer, right?
He's not going to stop. Just don't egg him on.
Sorry.
I hope he will.
Anyway, Archie, please continue. I wanna hear all of the fucking mushroom crash outs. I need to know.
I mean, it's as I said, I've crashed out a lot about it, which also means I've kind of gotten my talking points down, and it is exactly the part that it takes a resource that is 4 damage, and you think about 4 damage, and turns it into a healing resource, which means you don't get to press the button for damage anymore. Because clearly you need them for healing, so you're picking the talent. So now they're a healing resource, which means you need to conserve them, which means you need to let your shrooms time out, and you're pressing shrooms for damage, which is really fun. It's just anti-fun talent that makes you play bad.
By the way,
It's funny
that's
because-
Oh, go ahead, Smell.
Go on. Okay, yeah, because that's also funny because that's the fucking mental game that you're playing with Aeona at all times. Do I fucking need to cleanse stagger or do I press Oblivion? 9 times out of 10, the fucking Oblivion wins unless literally somebody's about to die. But it's just, I don't know, just competing resources damage versus healing. It always feels bad, but I feel like in Aeona's case, it at least makes some amount of sense because the resource management is so integrally in the fucking name of the game with the hero.
Yeah.
But in Sylvie's case, it's just it's fucking insane, man. Who designed the talent? They need to be fired immediately. Joking, by the way.
Yes, give me a minute. Yeah, no, I think that is one of the things that they've done very well in this game is healers do we shouldn't do the vigor levels of damage, right? But healers do actually impact the
Vigor
key.
level. You're doing DPS level of
Hey,
damage.
hey,
What the fuck
hey,
do you
calm down,
mean?
calm down. No, but what I'm saying is like we do damage that actually impacts the key, as opposed to like WoW M Plus, where I feel like if the healer does 0 damage but the group is immortal, like they don't care, right?
Yeah,
They just
yeah.
blast the key, do massive pulls, and it's fine.
Yeah, pull
Like
bigger.
I much prefer this gameplay like choice where it's like, okay, do I send damage or do I send healing? Right now, I always send damage, but you know what I mean. Like I do think it's cool that we get to do damage in this game, but
It's,
it
it's
could
cool
use
to
some
have a
tuning.
choice,
Yes.
but the choice is always DPS.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
In
I mean,
this
season 1 you
economy-
had to choose a little bit.
Yeah.
No, season 1 you were actually an unwanted child unless you were doing Sithrils.
True.
Or Wraithtide.
True. All right, I need to go do keys, I guess. Name drop. Thank you again.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
No, no, I need a
the
healer, bro. I have
stream was
something like
fun.
some plant lady trying to heal and it does no damage.
By the way, before anybody loses attention, there's like one thing about Aeona that I neglected to fucking mention because like I have ADHD brain and like I do not fucking manage my time or thoughts very well. The number one problem with Aeona right now is that she actually and absolutely fucking nukes everybody's fucking FPS when we are inside of a dungeon.
Oh yeah.
Because of the fucking type of build that we're playing currently, which is like entropic burst and mass echoes, all
Like
of
the-
that fucking VFX compounds onto like a massive fucking performance hit on like massive pulls, and in
we
some
just-
dungeons it's just so bad.
Can we talk about Aeona VFX in general? What the fuck is her ultimate?
It's so bad.
Can't see anything, dude.
I
like to
actually
see stuff.
no,
Am I
it's
standing in
you don't
pin
fucking
fire? I
visualize it
have
now.
no idea.
It's guessing game time. I mean, that's
Oh
just
my
the fucking problem with the ultimate at the moment anyway.
Can't see
It's just
anything.
Just Axel, please. I know I live in your fucking head rent free. Please, just remove the fucking VFX from the ultimate and also the dots. We don't need any of that. It's literally so superfluous. It's unnecessary. We don't need it. I don't want to play on a fucking quantum computer to have over fucking 20 FPS and SADs. I don't think that is unreasonable to ask. Please.
Amazing.
It's so bad, especially if there's an Ardeos in the party. Like, 55 Sands was kind of a fucking demon key anyway. On the fucking first Shadowlord pull where we pull like Shadowlords into a pick pack, I am playing sub 20 FPS. It is literally a fucking slideshow. It is incredibly fucking awful. You cannot play the game. Every time I join a party, if I'm playing with DPS that haven't played with me extensively, I'm just like, I'm sorry for nuking your FPS, by the way. I hope the game will be playable for you. I'm very sorry.
So Aeona has 2 nuke builds. She has the one where she throws the time sharp nuke and the one where she throws the FPS nuke.
Yeah. Jesus.
This is the number one problem with my hero currently. Please, CR, fix it. Help me. Help my
Well,
DPS.
On that same vein, I think they should either delete Reflect for now, or until they can optimize the game. It crashing to Zari, and even I've seen it
Yes.
crash Urak too. Like, come on, like that just can't happen. Like, it's unplayable. So they should either remove it or they just need to optimize the game ultimately.
Yes.
Yeah, the
I
amount
also
of
don't
lag
understand.
you get when you do polls with reflect mobs in them is wild.
It's disgusting.
Server just fucking dies.
Like I have like lagged out the whole fucking instance and on Tazari and the second boss like multiple times quite consistently. I know other Aeonas who have done the same. I even know of Sylvies who've done that. I assume with like shrooms and whatnot. So it's not like an exclusively Aeona issue, but it is like primarily an Aeona issue right now.
But you guys know why we lost like the first day of the season to the server issues? It's because one Aeona just ulted in the fucking stronghold. That's why we lost the first day.
It's possible.
Yeah, okay. That seems very likely, I feel.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go do
It's
keys.
just-
Good luck, folks.
Yeah,
It was
thank you,
fun.
buddy. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Catch you later.
Look at him go
But,
like he's innocent,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
walking away
We
with no
won.
shame.
We won.
Yes, the pink healers have won. Thank God.
What did we win though? Like what kind of
I
victory?
just moral
lost.
superiority.
Shame.
we
and
get to
confusion.
sit in the Discord channel yapping about how our heroes aren't as good as Vigour. Wait.
Yay, on stream. Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I mean-
Like I can't even like judge like the viability of my hero like that accurately because I'm not like fucking past 60 yet. I don't think that's a hero diff. I think that's just me being slow and lazy and whatnot.
There are things I would have loved to try out on Aeona. Like I come from last
Mm.
season, and she's obviously been changed since last season. But I'm seeing
A
the
lot,
stuff
yes.
you guys are doing, and it absolutely breaks my brain. Like, how is this ever worth doing?
Yes.
But
Like-
and I've wanted to have an Aeona alt that I can try stuff on and either be like, wow, those guys are really dumb. Why aren't they doing this thing that's really good? Or wow, I'm really dumb. This doesn't work. That what they're doing is really good actually.
Yeah.
And I can't
Yeah.
I can't do that because getting a character up to speed is like several
It's
days
hell.
of farming, and like
Mm.
I don't have time to do that because when I have time to play, my team is on and it's time to push. Like
Yes.
I don't have.
Yeah.
So the gearing this season makes it really hard. Even my character, like I mentioned in my presentation, like I am on philosopher. That means I have specifically opted into running a lot of spirit.
Mhm.
If I want to not run philosopher, I simultaneously need to swap a lot of my spirit for crit. So in order to get off of philosopher, I don't just need to replace the items with philosopher on them. I need to replace all the other items that give me spirit with items that give me crit instead.
Yeah.
So it's like half my character has to get swapped, and it's just not feasible. So I'm kind of just stuck in philosopher
Yeah.
for the entire season because changing your build just
take
isn't
longer.
viable because once items are regaled, they are now bricks for crafting. You cannot touch
Yep.
them for crafting again.
Yep. It's way more like it's way cheaper just to make a new item from scratch.
Yeah,
But
like
first
once
you
you
want
have
the
two
first
of the
blue.
same.
Yeah.
Once you have
Good
two of the
fucking
same
luck.
modifier type, it's just not worth rolling because it's like, hey, I want to hit a 1 in 92 chance that I get the 2 mods I want. Woohoo! Like, what are we doing here? You know, like,
It's bad.
Especially
It's
like
dire.
on like
It's awful.
non-set pieces that has 3 modifiers, you get the 2 first, fine. But the third one is always a gamble. It's just like, oh,
yeah. Oh, is my item a brick? Is it a brick?
oh, hey, it's a brick.
Yeah,
I
it's
need
with the
6 legendary dust or whatever to fix this. Hey.
Because I rolled
6. You
gem
guys
into
can
main
roll the
set
shit
into
you want with
gem.
6. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean,
That's not happening in my game.
Trying to roll a major trait with dust is legendary
No,
dust is
God,
just
no.
a
Yeah.
fool's errand. It's
Dude.
like you need 25 dust to do it on average.
Trying to roll your gem into
Mhm.
fucking anything other than secondary stat is fucking impossible, dude. It's not possible. And then rolling that secondary into anything other than gem, like, good luck. Yeah, no work.
So I'm pretty sure at best I was sitting on like 2.5k marks because I just could not fucking like roll the fucking mods that I wanted on my gear with legendary dust. I was always 0 legendary dust, just like fucking how many fucking thousands of marks because like it was just not fucking happening. It was like always the fucking third mod on like 1 or 2 pieces of gear that I just wanted to roll into something specific. It wasn't even always majors. I just wanted a fucking heroic on my chest, but it just did not happen. And I don't want to sit and like, I don't know, fucking Everdawn, fucking 24, whatever is the fucking best farm key now. Like 6 hours a day, just hoping that I get some legendary dust, hoping that I could roll the fucking modifier that I want. And it's just like, I have all these people saying like, oh yeah, my alt Aeona is like best or whatnot. And I'm just like, that's cool, mine is not.
Good for you.
I have God knows how many fucking hours on this fucking hero, and it's just like my gear is always like it feels like shit.
Yeah.
The gearing though, up until the end game, where it is like now I want perfect pieces. When you're in that early stage of the game where it's just whatever I drop
Oh,
is
yeah,
what I
absolutely.
run, and I'm just trying to piece together a baseline of things from what I have to push early. Like when I mentioned the E40 week 1 stuff, that was with just whatever dropped is what we ran.
Yeah.
That part of it was very fun. Like that was very nice.
Yeah, because you could feel every single change, right?
Yeah, and it's like you sort of like, yeah, maybe I didn't get a good chest piece, but I got really good legs, and those can last me a long time, right? And then you get to the point where it's like, well, now I want good items in every slot. Guess I go fuck myself.
Why is my mod in here? Kurt?
Hello, guys. The content police is here. I've
Oh,
been
no.
messaged
What the
that the
hell?
healers are wanted for keys.
Oh no, no.
Oh, I'm holding up the healers.
Don't do it like
Listen,
that.
guys. Listen, guys. I think it's time to push.
I literally dropped out of a key to be here. I have more to say,
Hey, yo.
dude.
Hey, yo.
It's just my tank farming his
Yapping
Xavian, dude.
is
I don't need
yapping is more important than fucking actually playing the game.
Content police is here. Listen, we could all spend this valuable time to gear up a Vigour right now,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Not happening. The Dwarf Empire will not win.
I will.
The Pinchila Union will prevail.
I create the waifu. What the fuck did I call it?
What?
The waifu lobby community for a reason, and I will not. I will stand by my principles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The only rule of the waifu lobby community is if you play Vigour, you get kicked. Speaking of.
This is real, by the way. I am in the lobby.
Yeah, I do think we have to wrap it up. So any closing
That's
thoughts?
fair enough.
Nerf Vigour.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Nerf Vigour, fix the gearing system. Let me choose one mod my fucking legendary dust rolls into, because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Give me a gold sync, and also fucking delete the fucking VFX off of Aeona. Just like, I don't need anything.
Okay.
Literally, just delete it all. I just want FPS to play with, please.
So delete
Buff
Aeona.
Buff
Okay.
EHP to
No!
ridiculous degrees.
Yep,
Remove
Aeona.
EHP season. Make it
Yes,
something else
yes.
season, please.
Yeah.
Fix Oblivion's Embrace. It is bad, and nobody wants to fucking play with it.
Yep.
All
Okay.
right. Thank you, boys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
GG.
GG's. Kylie, get out of here.
GG's. Thank you for hosting this show. This has been fun.
Yeah, this was.
I will
this
be
was
back
fun.
if you
This
host
is great.
another one.
Fucking blast, dude. I'm blown away by what some of you did, man. Holy. I love
Big
this game.
fucking W to OTM slides. They were the highlight of my night.
Goated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay,
boys.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
go,
See you around.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Have a good night, boys.
All right. And now it's just me and my mods. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Any words from the moderation team?
Yeah, have you got GM yet?
Oh, fuck off.
I have something to say.
Yeah. No.
I can't.
No.
I can't wait to
Nope.
play Ruby's Storm.
Nope.
Sylvie again next season.
Nope.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And she's out. I think I banned her too. I didn't look at the button.
You had it,
I think she's banned now. So yep.
I'll fix that later.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys to somebody that's doing something. Let's see. Izzy is pushing 66 plus. Rocas is also, he's a rank 1 Sylvie, hell yeah. Who else we have? Alright,
Oh, maybe just call me a mod. Like, we've been. What the hell?
You're my mod. You're also my friend. It's gay, but
Let's
it's fine.
go. Oh my god, guys.
Oh my god. Let's send you over to Rocas. He needs some love. I've never rated him before. So guys, go over, say hi, say thank you for the presentation. This was a blast. Thank you all.
See you
so
next
much.
season.
Yeah. See you next week for the weekly podcast with Rant Fellowship Rants.
Yep.
Trademarked. All right.
Trademarked.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a
Goodbye,
nice
peeps.
Have a nice weekend. Have a good Sunday tomorrow. Bye.